Chapter 76. Luo Heng's fists crashed against the boulder. Mountain-splitting strike. A surge of energy coursed through his limbs, filling him with the illusion of boundless strength. His knuckles met stone. The direct impact sent a dull vibration up his arm, and for a small second he felt as if he could shatter mountains. But when the dust settled, only a minor dent marred the rock's surface. He withdrew his hand and unclenched it, feeling the warmth of the power that had just moved inside him. He grinned at what happened. A week ago, attempting this would have left him with shattered bones. Now, as a cultivator of the Divine Coin sect, he was more than just mortal, and the strength flowing through his veins was proof of that. He stood up on the hill that overlooked the village and continued his training. Below, villagers passed by on the worn dirt path, their baskets heavy with tools and seeds. He recognized many of them, people he had grown up alongside. He waved. Normally, they'd have stopped for a quick conversation or even made a light joke in the passerby. But things had changed. They hesitated, offered a quick bow, then hurried on. Luo Heng sighed, lowering his hand. He was used to it now. Ever since he had stepped into the path of cultivation, and in between the little time that had passed, everything had changed. It wasn't the sect's fault mortal members were still treated kindly, and they had a pretty good reputation in the village. It was the title of cultivator that made the difference. Sect leader Chen had once told him that many cultivators were arrogant and unapproachable, making mortals wary of them. Luo Heng understood that. He had been a mortal for most of his life. He just hadn't expected to be on the receiving end of that distance. It was odd to see such a big difference in such a short time, and he found himself nodding awkwardly more than 10 times a day when they bowed so deeply. Shaking his head, he turned back to the boulder, preparing to strike again, but his gaze drifted toward the sky. The sun hung low, streaking the horizon with gold. He suddenly realized that the time to practice was over, and he had to give his attention to a different type of training than just trying to smash boulders. He exhaled through his nose, letting out the frustration. "I need to think," he murmured. Turning away from his training, he made his way down the hills toward his farmlands. As he arrived, his mind calmed relief flooded. The scars of the locust infestation were healing. The earth, once barren, was tilled anew. Fresh sprouts pushed through the soil. Fragile yet resilient, Luo Heng smiled, his heart warming with emotions. The next harvest would be a good one. The village would recover? And maybe, given time, so would he. He moved toward the large tree overlooking his farmlands, the rough bark a familiar comfort beneath his hand as he sat down. He exhaled deeply, the scent of freshly tilled earth filling his lungs and the golden light rays from the sun warning him. He reached into his robes and pulled out a book. Tao, the Path of a Cultivator. Sect leader Chen had given it to him, saying it was an essential guide. As he turned it around and admired the ancient parchment, he realized that it hadn't done him much good. He could barely read it. Miss Tang Shulan had helped him decipher the words. But even then, the book made his head hurt. The letters made his insides cry. It was the most philosophical nonsense he had ever read. At times, he even felt like it'd been better if he could just throw it away and never look at it. Apparently, cultivators weren't just people who absorbed energy and acted like gods. They had to choose a path, their Tao, and dedicate themselves to it. It was a complex process, but an extremely essential one. Miss Yulan had explained that the book mainly focused on the martial Tao, but sect leader Chen had insisted there were many Taos beyond just that. His senior brother Zhu Wen was proof of that. He had connected with the Tao of taming, and somehow Luo Heng still didn't understand how that had made little Yuzi, his wolf, stronger, bigger, and with sharper teeth. It was scary. Luo Heng frowned. That was exactly why he preferred boulders now. Boulders didn't have fangs or claws that could accidentally tear him apart. Chuckling to himself, he flipped open the book. The words blurred before his eyes, still gibberish, but the illustrations caught his attention. They depicted a cultivator sitting in a meditative stance, seeking to connect with their Tao. Luo Heng sighed. He knew he was supposed to do the same, but despite training, despite learning techniques, despite trying to force himself to love martial arts, he still felt no closer to martial Tao. Luo Heng flipped through the pages, eyes scanning the words that Miss Shulan had patiently helped him decipher. The martial Tao was said to be the easiest to connect with. It was the foundation of countless cultivation paths, the most direct route to strength. And yet, he felt nothing. According to sect leader Chen, there were always other paths. Maybe he was meant to be an alchemist, refining herbs into miraculous pills. Or perhaps an array master, manipulating space itself with complex formations. He could always learn in advance if they were meant to be his path, because the book spoke of such people with reverence, describing their abilities as mysterious and unfathomable. But Luo Heng had never so much as held a cauldron. And even if the idea of learning alchemy intrigued him, it was curiosity, not a pull. That was what senior brother Zi Wen had described, a pull, an undeniable instinct. When he had found little Yuzi, he had known deep in his heart that they were meant to be together, like something in the universe had clicked into place. Lo Heng felt none of that. Martial arts were cool, but that was it. Alchemy sounded fun, but he had never liked fire. Maybe it was because of his earth-aspected roots. And as for arrays, he wouldn't even know where to start. It left him stranded, he sighed, staring down at the book before smacking it against his forehead. Am I just untalented? He muttered. He knew his spiritual roots were weak. That much had been clear from the beginning, but sect leader Chen had said that a strong Tao could overcome weak roots if only he could find it. Lo Heng exhaled, shaking off the creeping doubts. His gaze drifted past the book, past his hands, past his confusion toward the farmlands below. The soil had been freshly tilled dark and rich, the first hints of green peeking through in delicate sprouts. The smell of earth was thick in the air, damp with the promise of growth. The more he focused, the thicker the smell felt. Like heaven. He could already imagine it. In a few months, the fields would be full, bursting with life. Stalks of golden wheat swaying in the wind, their heads heavy with grain. Rows of leafy greens stretching toward the sun, their leaves glistening with morning dew. Over by the lower fields, he pictured a rice paddy, the water shimmering under the sunlight, reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. Further ahead, rows of vegetables, lush cabbages, their leaves curled tightly bright red chili peppers, standing tall, and bean vines creeping up wooden poles, twirling toward the heavens. A deep warmth settled in his chest, and then something stirred. It was faint at first, like a ripple in a pond. But as he let his mind wander, as he envisioned the farm flourishing, that ripple turned into a current. A strange energy seeped into him, flowing through his veins like the steady pulse of the earth beneath his feet. Lo Heng's breath caught. Qi! Instinctively, his hand drifted to his chest, feeling the unfamiliar sensation pooling in his dantian. Was this? It was this? His Tao? A memory surfaced a conversation with sect leader Chen. When you find your Tao, you'll know. It won't be forced. It won't be something you chase. It will come to you like a seed finally sprouting after the right season of rain. Lo Heng's hands clenched into fists. He turned his gaze back to the fields, not to the past, but to the future. He saw what could be not just crops, not just survival, but abundance. A farm unlike any other, a place where the land flourished beyond mortal limitations. A place where he could cultivate, not through battle and bloodshed, but through nurturing life itself. And as that thought took root, more qi rushed into his dantian. It wasn't violent like a martial technique. It wasn't blazing like the fire of an alchemist's cauldron. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. It was steady, grounded, deep like the earth beneath him, unshakable. Young Master Zhu Renji of the Zhu clan strode through the bustling streets of Ashen City, his smug smile on full display for everyone to see. Today couldn't be better. He had finally bested his second cousin in a Spara feat that had eluded him for far too long. Both of them were body-gorging realm cultivators, but his cousin had always been stronger, taller, tougher. Yet today, Zhu Renji had proven himself superior. He had defeated the guy so badly that it would be spoken in his clan for quite some more time. And what better way to celebrate than to parade through the streets, soaking in the admiration of the common folk? As he moved, the people of Ashen City recognized him, their heads dipped in respectful bows, some murmuring greetings, others keeping their gazes lowered in deference. This was why he preferred walking over taking a carriage. There was a certain thrill in seeing mortals bow before him, a reminder that he was not just anyone, but young Master Zhu Renji of the main branch of the Zhu clan, a cultivator, a man destined for greatness, a man that should be feared by the many. And the feeling of being revered was intoxicating. One of his lackeys, Luo Min, leaned in with an eager smile. "Young master, are we going to the same place?" Renji smirked. "Of course. There's no better place to celebrate." His other lackey, Wu Fan, chuckled knowingly. And so, the three of them continued their leisurely stroll until they reached their destination, a towering, 4-story establishment that gleamed even beneath the dusky sky, the Scarlet Pavilion. It was the most renowned courtesan house in all of Ashen City. The exterior alone boasted wealth, with red lanterns hanging elegantly from carved eaves and silk drapes shielding the entrance from prying eyes. Without hesitation, Renji stepped inside, his lackeys close behind. The moment he entered, the receptionist, Manager Chu, straightened and quickly greeted him with a deep bow. "Young Master Zhu, you honor us with your presence today. The Scarlet Pavilion has missed you." Renji flicked his sleeve with arrogance. "I've been occupied with my cultivation, but tonight I celebrate a victory over my second cousin. I am sure you know what to do." Manager Chu's expression lit up. "A most worthy occasion, young master. Allow me to summon our finest courtesans for you. Please, take a seat. We shall serve you and your esteemed friends at once." With that, Renji strode toward the lavish seating area, already anticipating the indulgence that awaited him. He settled into the center seat, sprawling comfortably, as his lackeys took their places on either side. The sweet smell of incense and perfume filled his nostrils, and the faint music, blending with the soft laughter of courtesans in the background, was just what he needed. A moment later, servers arrived, setting down a tray of fine porcelain cups and a bottle of unfamiliar liquor. Renji lifted his cup, his brows furrowing as he inspected the liquid within. A white-colored drink swirled inside, reflecting the candlelight in an oddly mesmerizing way. His smirk faded slightly. "I don't think I've seen this before. It's not what I usually get when I come here." Manager Chu, who had been watching closely, immediately stepped forward. "Ah, young master, you have a keen eye. This is moonshine, a special drink unique in the whole world." He puffed out his chest, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We've only managed to acquire a single bottle of it. It's strong perfect for cultivators. I'm sure you will love it." Renji's smirk returned. Let me be the judge of that." He swirled the moonshine in his cup, inhaling the sharp, potent scent before taking a slow sip. The burn hit instantly, searing its way down his throat, but instead of coughing, Renji let the warmth spread through him, his eyes widening in surprise. There was a depth to the taste, a fire that felt almost invigorating, as if it were fueling his qi instead of dulling his senses. Meanwhile, his lackeys, Luo Min and Wu Fan, had taken cautious sips of their own, only to cough violently, their faces scrunching up as they struggled to handle the burn. Renji let out a low chuckle, finishing the rest of his cup in one smooth motion before slamming it down on the table. "Now, this is good. Strong, just how I like it." Luo Min wiped his mouth, still wheezing. "Young master, do you truly like this stuff?" Renji shot him a sharp look. "What would you know? This is real liquor. It can satisfy a cultivator like me." Then, without hesitation, he eyed their still full cups and snatched them both up before they could protest. "If you're not drinking it, I will." And just like that, he downed both their drinks in a few gulps, the burn intensifying but only making him crave more. Turning back to Manager Chu, he set his cup down with a loud clunk, eyes gleaming. "Bring me more." The receptionist hesitated for a second, but seeing Renji's expression, he quickly nodded and signaled for another serving. One after another, Renji drained each new cup, his head growing light, a pleasant buzz settling in his mind. Yet instead of dulling his senses, the moonshine made him feel alive, his qi subtly humming in response to his good mood. After finishing yet another glass, he leaned back and exhaled. "Good stuff." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Manager Chu, waving lazily. "Send a crate of this to my estate." Manager Chu's eyes widened. A crate? Yes. Jurenji leaned forward, propping his elbow on the armrest as he gazed lazily at Manager Chu. Make it a full crate. The manager, who had been about to instruct the servers, suddenly froze. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face before he forced a polite smile. Ah, I can't, young master. Renji's expression darkened instantly. What? Manager Chu's fingers twitched, clearly regretting his words. What I mean is, we don't have a full crate. Renji's eyes narrowed. Then bring me whatever you have. That's just it, young master. Manager Chu hesitated, then spoke quickly, trying to appease him. We only had one bottle. There's no more stock. A beat of silence. Then a sharp crack echoed through the hall as Renji slammed his hand against the table. His chi flared just enough to make the nearby cups tremble. What do you mean? He demanded, his voice sharp with irritation. Where did you get it from? The manager paled but quickly shook his head. I don't know, young master. A man came here yesterday selling moonshine. He claimed it was made for cultivators, and I thought I'd buy a bottle to see if our esteemed guests would enjoy it. But I don't know who he is or where he came from. Renja clicked his tongue, glaring. Useless. Manager Chu swallowed hard, lowering his head as Renji shoved himself up from his seat. I'll find more of this alcohol myself. His robes flared as he turned toward the door, behind him. Manager Chu called out hastily, Young master, what about the courtesans? Renji didn't even glance back. I don't care about them right now. I need more moonshine until I'm satisfied. His voice was filled with genuine hunger, his pulse quickening at the thought of tasting that burn again. It had been so long since he'd found a drink that could actually make his chi stir, and mind dizzy in a good way. He needed to find this. Leaving his stunned lackeys behind, he strode swiftly into the streets, his feet automatically taking him toward the only place he thought might have it. The alehouse. It wasn't the most dignified establishment out of everything his clan owned, but if anyone in this wretched city had rare liquor, it would be there. Pushing through the heavy wooden doors, he stepped inside, his presence commanding attention. His gaze landed immediately on a man and woman behind the counter. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, voice booming loud across the room. I, Jurenji, young master of the Ju clan, need moonshine. Asterisk, 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 An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 77. Shen Bao, the leader of the Black Fang hunting party and a peak chi refinement realm cultivator, scowled as he leaned forward, his nose scrunched up in frustration as he locked his eyes with the Phoenix Tear Tavern's owner, Lo Duyi. He scoffed. He was a man that was used to getting what he wanted, and the response that came from the tavern owner was something that definitely displeased him. What do you mean you don't have moonshine? He demanded, his index fingernails scratching the outer surface of the table with an eek. I was informed a man was here with a container of it just 3 days back. Did it already get sold out? Across from him, Lo Duyi kept his head lowered. He lifted his head just enough to catch the annoyed face of the cultivator. I am sorry, Master Shen, but we didn't buy it, he said carefully. He hesitated, then added, But may I ask how you came to know of it? Shen Bao narrowed his eyes. Someone delivered a bottle of it to my estate yesterday, he said, voice thick with displeasure. My subordinates thought it was poison at first, but when one of them dared to try it, they realized it wasn't just safe, it was damn good. They brought it to me, and I have to say, it is a fine drink. Not as refined as spirit wine, but it has a kick. A real, satisfying burn. Unlike the watered-down swill you all sell in this town. His lips curled slightly, whether in amusement or disdain was unclear. So tell me, why don't you have it? Lo Duyi clenched his jaw, lowering his gaze. A frown etched deep into his forehead, his mind racing. He hadn't expected this, hadn't thought much at all when he rejected the young man who had come to sell the moonshine. But now, under Shen Bao's scrutiny, He realized his mistake. Some people did try to sell it to me 3 days ago, he admitted reluctantly. And I won't lie, I liked it. But we couldn't agree on a price, so they left. That's the reason your people saw someone with moonshine entering the tavern. There's nothing more to it. Please, believe me. Shenbao studied him for a long moment, his sharp, wolf-like eyes measuring the truth in his words. Then he leaned back and let out a low grunt. Fine. Then tell me, where are these people? I'll find them myself and buy the moonshine from them. His voice turned harsh, a flicker of impatience threading through it. You need to understand. I don't like something every day, but when I do, I make sure I get my hands on it. Lo Dui straightened hurriedly, nodding with forced enthusiasm. Of course, Master Shen. The whole city knows you don't give up on things easily. There is no way I wouldn't be aware of that. Then, a crease formed between his brows, but I actually don't know where they are. They just left after saying they wouldn't sell for the price I was offering. They didn't give an address. He hesitated, rubbing his chin. But if they sent you a bottle as a gift, they should still be in the city. Shenbao's fingers stilled against the table. A slow grin spread across his face. Though there was nothing pleasant about it. Then we'll just have to find them, won't we? Lo Dui wiped his hands on his apron, forcing a smile as he gestured toward the door. Why don't you try some other pub, Master Shen? Maybe someone else has what you're looking for. Across the table, Shenbao's expression didn't change. His wrinkled hands rested on the worn wood, scraping the wood until little parts were stuck in his nails. Then he shook his head. I already did. Luo Dui stiffened. You already did. Shenbao nodded. Yes, the ones who came to sell you moonshine tried every pub in the city. Not a single one of you offered them a good enough price. He leaned forward, his lips curling into a slow smile. If I hadn't gone around myself and heard the same story from every other tavern, I wouldn't have believed you so easily. The corners of his lips curled up. I would have taken my time getting the truth out of you. A cold sweat broke across Luo Duyi's brow. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. I'm glad then, he stammered, forcing out an uneasy laugh. But as the silence stretched, an idea struck him. He straightened, his expression turning earnest. Don't worry, Master Shen. I'll make sure I get the moonshine in stock next time you visit. Shenbao's smirk deepened. I hope you do, he said, his voice smooth. Because from what I hear, a lot of people have suddenly started looking for this alcohol. Lo Duyi's brows furrowed. Where did you hear that from? Shenbao chuckled, shaking his head. I wasn't the only one who received it out of nowhere. A lot of places where cultivators gather inns, gambling dens, even brothels have mysteriously acquired bottles of moonshine. And quite a few people found a gift waiting at their doorstep. His eyes gleamed. You're not an idiot, Luo Duyi. You must have some idea of what's going on. A flicker of realization dawned on the tavern owner's face. His fingers tightened around the edge of the table as he connected the pieces. Shenbao continued, his voice almost casual. Soon, demand will soar as these people search for more. If any pub manages to secure a steady supply, their business will boom overnight. He paused, letting his words sink in. Right now, the Zhu clan controls the biggest share of the market, not just in the city, but in nearby towns and villages. But this is an opportunity. His gaze sharpened, a chance for another pub to close the gap. Luo Duyi exhaled slowly, then nodded. I understand. His face grew serious, determination setting into his features. He straightened his back. Don't worry, Master Shen. I, Luo Dui of the Phoenix Tear Tavern, will make sure we have a batch of moonshine ready when you return. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even though Chen Ren had expected his plan to work, he had never imagined it would unfold this smoothly. Or to this degree. Not only had he managed to slip his moonshine into the hands of some of the most influential people in the city, but he had also spread it into public venues where cultivators gathered in large numbers. Courtesan houses, training halls, gambling dens, and even some prominent inns. It wasn't difficult. A few well-placed bribes ensured that the right hands carried the bottles to the right places. From the start, he had known his alcohol would be a hit. Cultivators had stronger bodies, faster metabolisms. Regular liquor barely scratched the surface of their tolerance. They needed something potent, something that could burn its way through their enhanced systems, and moonshine, it did the job better than anything else. What he hadn't expected, however, was just how much cultivators in this city loved their alcohol. The reports from Zihan and Hongyi painted a clear picture demand was rising faster than expected. The first bottles had barely made their rounds, yet already, cultivators were searching for more, their first stop. The bars and taverns scattered across the city, but none of them had any moonshine to sell. Chenren smirked. He could already imagine the panic spreading among the pub owners. Right now, they had to be scrambling, kicking themselves for turning away his sellers. Some were probably already making desperate attempts to source a new supply. The Zhu clan, in particular, had moved fast. One of their men had come to the inn, requesting a meeting on behalf of their master. Chen Ren had ignored it. The timing wasn't right yet. If he caved too early, he'd lose leverage. No, he had to let them stew a little longer, let the demand climb higher. The game was still at halftime, and he had no intention of ending it prematurely. A knock sounded at his door. Chen Ren leaned back, exhaling slowly before speaking. "Come in." The door opened, and Hong Yi stepped inside. The moment the door shut behind him, he reached up, pulling away the mask that concealed his true face. His features shifted, revealing the familiar face that immediately locked onto Chen Ren. "I just returned from the Black Lotus Tavern and the Dragon's Fang Bar," Hong Yi reported. "As you suspected, the rumors are starting to spread. Even regular folks are talking about our moonshine now." Chen Ren's smile widened. "Is that so?" Hong Yi nodded. "Yeah? Just like you said, rumors spread without us having to do anything. Now, even the mortals know that the city's cultivators are interested in moonshine, and they want to try it themselves. There's always someone in the bars asking for it, and the owners are going crazy." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Zihan also told me that we've received a lot of invitations from both bars and individual cultivators ever since they found out we were staying here." Chenren chuckled. "Yes, but I am stalling for now. Fortunately, Ashen City has strict laws, so I don't have to worry about cultivators barging in uninvited. Just their servants, and they've been pretty amiable after learning that I'm a Qi refinement cultivator. In Ashen City, Qi refinement cultivators were considered heavyweights, the highest-ranking figures. The heads of stronger families and powerful hunting groups were usually in the early stars of the Foundation establishment realm, but they wouldn't show their faces out a lot and would be busy trying to advance their cultivation for more lifespan, being old men with a time limit. Anyone with better talent in the young generation would have left for a sect long ago. That meant that as far as the city's residents were concerned, a Qi refinement cultivator like Chen Ren was someone to be treated with respect, if not outright caution. That gave him all the time he needed to let the rumors about moonshine spread. Another reason he had been left alone was the fact he had fed the bar owners that he was part of a sect. Even if the city's cultivators wanted to get their hands on his product, none of them were reckless enough to offend a sect, even one they hadn't heard of before. Not over a mere drink, at least. "So what are we going to do next?" Hong Yi asked. "How long are we stalling for?" Chen Ren's gaze sharpened. "Not much longer. Just one more day. After that, we'll start hearing out the bar owners and see who's willing to give us the best price." Hong Yi tilted his head. "Do you want me to go with Zihan to the bars and see how much they're willing to pay now?" Chen Ren shook his head. "Number, we're far beyond the point of going to them. We have a product that's becoming a hit among the city's cultivators, and they want it. Let them come to us. Not separately, but all at the same time." Hong Yi raised an eyebrow. "I see that you already have a plan, sect leader Chen." Chenren smirked. "I do. And it's something businesses often do when they're trying to secure a partnership." Hong Yi's eyes narrowed. "And what's that?" "It's simple," Chenren said. "It's called a tender document." He paused. "Let me explain it to you." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zhu Yuan scratched the beard that had slowly grown along his jaw, his frown deepening as he leaned against his desk. He reached for the half-full mug of beer beside him and downed it in one gulp, but the bitterness only added to the headache brewing behind his eyes. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. It's only been a year since I took over the tavern. But why am I already so close to losing it? Slumping back in his chair, he cursed his rotten luck. He knew that in business there were opportunities that could make or break you, golden chances that, if seized, could secure wealth for years to come. But if ignored, someone else would take them and leave you in the dust. And recently, he had let one such opportunity slip through his fingers. Just a few days ago, that man Chen Ren had come to him, offering to sell his alcohol. At the time, Zhu Yuan had turned him down. Not because the product was bad. No, far from it. He had been drinking since he was 13, sneaking sips from his father's stash. And by 18, he was a regular at every bar in the city. He knew good alcohol when he tasted it, and that moonshine had been something else. Strong, smooth, and with a kick that would even affect a cultivator. But still, he had refused to pay the price Chen Ren was asking. It was a product the city had never seen before, brought in by an outsider, no matter what sect he claimed to be from. Zhu Yuan had been sure that his decision was the right one, that Chen Ren would come crawling back, desperate to make a sale. Then, he could have forced him to sell for a fraction of the price. Yet, instead of things going his way, demand for moonshine had exploded almost overnight. Now, even his uncles, the ones who usually left the bar matters to him, were asking about it. The old men of the Zhu family held considerable power, each carrying decades of favors and influence. If they found out that he had turned down the contract for moonshine, Zhu Yuan was certain he wouldn't just be scolded. He'd be taken down a notch, maybe even have some of his authority stripped. But that wasn't even the worst part. If another bar managed to secure the contract instead, then his alehouse was doomed. That thought alone made his stomach churn. An unbearable emptiness gnawing at him, no matter how much he drank or ate. All because of that damn man, Chen Ren, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his face in frustration. It wasn't even like the fame of moonshine had started out of nowhere. Zhu Yuan knew Chen Ren was behind it and was pulling strings from the background. He and his people had believed in their product enough to push it directly into the hands of the city's big shots. Zhu Yuan didn't know how they had managed to do it, but somehow they had made all the influential figures in Ashen City taste moonshine. And once those bottles ran dry, those same big shots had started looking for more. With each inquiry, rumors spread like wildfire. Every drunkard and alcoholic in the city had heard about moonshine by now. Yet, despite the growing demand, Chen refused to meet with him. In fact, he wasn't meeting with any of the bar owners. He was keeping them all in the dark. Zhu Yuan could only hope that this was just a negotiation tactic and not something worse. Because the only thing he truly feared now was Chen Ren opening his own bar. More competition was the last thing he needed, especially when the product in question catered Ayol cultivators, a market that was already rare and highly profitable. He exhaled sharply, tapping his fingers against the wooden desk as his mind spun in circles, weighing his options. Then, a knock on the door. "Come in," he barked. The door opened, and one of the receptionists entered, bowing slightly. In his hands was a parchment, the edges sealed with an unfamiliar mark. Zhu Yuan frowned. "What now?" The receptionist straightened, clearing his throat. "Young Master Yuan, one of Chen Ren's men, just came by." He wanted to discuss the sales of moonshine. Zhu Yuan jumped to his feet, his chair screeching against the floor. Is he still outside? "Let me go meet him." The receptionist paled and shook his head hurriedly. No, he already left, but he left this. He stepped forward, placing the parchment on the desk. Zhu Yuan narrowed his eyes and snatched it up, tearing open the seal. His gaze ran from the top of the document to the bottom, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. Then, he let out a harsh breath and muttered under his breath. "What the hell is this? Tender! Asterisk, 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 An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 78. Heavenly Sleep Inn was a fairly unremarkable place. A middle-tier establishment that catered mostly to merchants and travelers, it saw a steady flow of customers. People of modest means who came and went without drawing much attention. That was why. On this particular morning, the sight of several extravagant carriages pulling up outside sent shockwaves through the people in the inn. The moment the first carriage door opened, a hush fell over the common room. Conversations died mid-sentence. Patrons turned to gawk. Even people outside the inn gathered around, craning their necks to get a better look. The realization spread quickly, whispered from table to table. These were the men who controlled the city's alcohol trade. Half a dozen figures entered, each dressed in finely embroidered robes that bore the insignias of their respective clans and trade associations. They moved confidently, the weight of their wealth and influence pressing into the space like an invisible force. Yet among them, only 3 men truly stood out. The first was the owner of Phoenix Terre Tavern, Lo Dui, a shrewd businessman who had once entertained a visiting noble and boasted about it for years. His sharp eyes swept over the inn with a deep-set frown. The second was an elder from the Gujam clan, Gujam Deshan, a man who had controlled the silver jug bar for decades. He stepped inside while clenching and unclenching his fists in habit, his eyes moving across the room searching for something unseen. And the last was Juyon of the alehouse. His round face lacked any sort of expression as he took his place among the others, giving nothing away. A tense silence stretched between them as they moved toward the largest table in the inn. The servers, looking nervous, rushed to bring water, placing the glasses carefully in front of them. Finally, they sat down and Luodui broke the silence. He scowled down at the glass of water before him, then scoffed. "What kind of place has that man called us to?" he muttered, the upper lip curling in disgust. "Couldn't he have chosen somewhere decent?" At that, Gujam Deshan chuckled. "I'd love to see if you'll keep that tone and attitude when Chenren arrives." His wrinkled fingers tapped the rim of his glass before he leaned back in his chair with a creak. "Your servants already sent him gifts yesterday, didn't they? Hoping to buy his favor? And yet, they were turned away. You should be grateful that you're even getting this opportunity to purchase moonshine." Lo Dui shot him a glare. "So, you've been keeping track of my servants, old man?" he asked with a smile that mocked the attempt. But his eyes remained cold. "Don't pretend you haven't done the same. From what I've heard, you outright refused to meet Taoist Chenren's people when they first came to sell moonshine. And now that it is turning into the most sought-after drink in the city, here you are, scrambling to secure a deal." Deshan's face darkened at that, his grip on his cup tightening slightly. But before he could shoot back a retort, Juyun clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Enough. You two should stop bickering like children. We're in a public place." He looked around and took note of all the eyes that were peering down on them. Luodui scoffed, crossing his arms. "This isn't bickering. It's called talking. Fighting is done with fists. And let's not forget, we're all competitors here. Do you really expect us to sit around and chat like we're at a family dinner?" A few of the seated businessmen nodded at that, but Juyuan remained unimpressed. He merely sighed before speaking again. "It doesn't matter how much we argue. In the end, none of us can change the outcome of who gets the exclusive contract for moonshine." Then, his gaze swept across the gathered merchants. "I assume all of you have already decided on your tenders." They exchanged looks before nodding. Dewey clicked his tongue. "I still don't understand this whole tender process. I've never seen anything like it before. Why can't he just conduct business the normal way, like any proper merchant?" Deshan exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "People from sects have their own ways? And in a way, this is revenge. He wants to see which of us is the most desperate to get his product after we rejected him." A wry smile appeared on his lips. "A bitter but clever move. Since we're not allowed to change our offers once the tenders are submitted, he's making sure we reveal exactly how much we're willing to pay without him having to negotiate at all." Dewey parted his lips to retort. But before he could say anything, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the inn. Instantly, the room fell into silence as all heads turned toward the staircase. Chenren walked down the steps calmly, his robes crisp and his face held a neutral expression. Behind him, 2 of his subordinates that they remembered as Zihan and Anji followed closely. The tension in the air thickened as the merchants instinctively straightened their postures. As he reached the table, the gathered businessmen stood in unison and gave him a slight bow, a gesture of respect. Both for his status as a cultivator and as the man they were here to negotiate with. Chen Ren nodded at them. Please, sit down. I apologize for the delay, but let's begin this meeting. He took his seat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. For a few seconds, he simply observed them, letting the silence linger just long enough to remind them who held the power in this negotiation. Then, with a small, almost polite smile, he spoke. I see that all of you have decided to come here today with your tenders. First of all, I appreciate your interest in our moonshine. But before we begin, let me make one thing clear. There will be no second chances. Whatever offer you've prepared will be final. There will be no renegotiations. A ripple of tension ran through the merchants, but they nodded in agreement. A few of them even voiced their assurance. We are here with our best offer. Even Dewey, who had been the most vocal earlier, now seemed to have adjusted his attitude. With a more respectful tone, he said, My Phoenix Tear Tavern will secure this contract. One by one, the merchants reached into their robes, retrieving their tenders, rolled up parchments sealed with wax, each holding their final bid. Chen Ren accepted them, stacking them neatly in front of him. He let his fingers brush over the topmost scroll before meeting their eyes once more. Now, shall we see who will have the privilege of selling moonshine in this city? He then started opening them, one after the other. Chen Ren looked down at the neatly stacked parchments in front of him, fingers brushing lightly over the wax seals. He had anticipated that the bar owners would realize they were in direct competition and would submit strong offers, and he had to admit he wasn't disappointed. Each proposal was significantly better than the initial ones he had received. The desperation to secure the moonshine contract was evident in the generous terms they had put forward. Now, all that was left was to choose one. Rather than overcomplicating things by immediately looking for the best deal, Chen Ren started from the bottom, gauging which offers were the weakest. His expression remained neutral as he unrolled each parchment, scanning the contents before setting aside the ones that failed to meet his expectations. With each rejected tender, he silently passed the parchment to Anji and Ziwen, who stood beside him. He had to admit choosing a winner wasn't easy. The bars had gone all out, offering him terms that were almost ridiculously favorable. He guessed they now viewed moonshine as their golden ticket to expanding their reach into the cultivator market, a customer base that was notoriously difficult to cater to. And because of that, they were offering terms they probably hadn't given to anyone before. Part of it was obviously fueled by their competition with each other. No one wanted to lose. But at the end of the day, this was an exclusive contract. Only one of them would be walking away with the rights to sell moonshine. After shifting through the parchments for a while, weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ren finally came to a conclusion, and he had to say, it wasn't a surprising one. If anything, he had fully expected this outcome. Lifting his gaze from the documents, he looked at the gathered businessmen. Honorable gentlemen, thank you for your patience as I reviewed your offers. He placed the parchment that he had in his hands on the table. I found them all to be quite generous, and I appreciate the effort each of you put into your proposals. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. The men at the table tensed ever so slightly. They had maintained an air of composure throughout the meeting, but in truth, they all understood what was at stake. Whoever lost this contract wasn't just losing out on one product, they were losing an entire market share. Their competitors would gain the upper hand, while they would be left scrambling to catch up. Ignoring their expressions, Chen Ren continued, So, after careful consideration, I have decided that the establishment that will receive the exclusive contract for moonshine is... He paused for just a fraction of a second. The Zhu clan's Owl House. The atmosphere immediately turned dire. Zhu Yuan's eyes gleamed as he tapped the table, his jubilant smile widening. The murmurs of surprise spread like wildfire among the gathered crowd, while Lo Dui's face paled, his throat constricting as he hastily swallowed a large gulp of water, mistaking it for alcohol in his panic. I offered 50 silver wen per container, Dewey sputtered, his voice shaky. How did I not win? You've made a deal with the Zhu clan already and called us here to humiliate us. Chen Ren's eyes remained unbothered. His expression didn't shift as he met the man's gaze. I have no such intention. I chose the Jew alehouse because they gave the best offer. Deshan, seated quietly at the back, let out a low sigh and leaned forward. Can we know what the Jew clan offered? Chenren turned his gaze to Zhu Yuan, who smiled proudly, thoroughly enjoying the attention. He leaned back in his chair with exaggerated ease before answering in a voice that boomed with authority. I just gave an offer that can't be surpassed. 40 silver wen per container. Lol Duyi's jaw dropped. But before he could protest, Zhu Yuan wasn't done. He raised a hand, signaling for silence, and continued. And 25% profit on every sale of moonshine. Gasps rippled through the inn, the man on the table turning to each other, eyes wide in disbelief. Even Gujam, who had clearly seen many deals in his time, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. With such rates? He started, his voice tinged with incredulity. How are you even going to make a profit? Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his grin unwavering. You don't need to worry about that, old man. Now that my bar has the contract, I'll handle the rest. He leaned back in his chair, eyes locking with Chen Ren's. I hope we'll be good business partners, Taoist Chen. Chen Ren offered a polite nod, his fingers brushing together in the subtle gesture of respect. Certainly, young Master Zhu Yuan. The tension in the room seemed to diffuse as the deal was sealed, the murmurs turning into whispers. But Chen Ren didn't care about any of it. The important part was that he had finally secured a deal for the moonshine. Ansei, the final decision was made, confirming that the Jew clan had secured the exclusive contract for moonshine. The atmosphere in the inn shifted dramatically. The men, who had been seated at the table moments ago, quickly gathered their things, eager to leave. They barely cast a glance toward Zhu Yuan or Chen Ren. He could sense the mix of frustration and resignation when they left. It was clear they were desperate to be anywhere else. Still, to Chen Ren's surprise, none of them overtly showed their displeasure. They bid Zhu Yuan and him farewell with polite smiles, maintaining an outward calm. Lo Dui, on the other hand, had trouble hiding his discontent, his mood souring as he muttered under his breath. But Chen Ren couldn't help but respect the restraint shown by the other bar owners. It spoke volumes about their professionalism. He appreciated their ability to control their emotions and avoid making enemies. In this world, knowing how to handle business and keep one's pride in check was just as important as any deal. After all, the exclusive contract wasn't permanent. It only lasted for 2 years. If a better deal came his way in the future, Chen Ren wouldn't hesitate to consider it. Once the last of them had left, Zhu Yuan looked at Chen Ren with a grin. I'm glad this is all settled, he said, his voice cheerful. I'd like to have you as a guest at our estate while you're in the city. Chen Ren didn't hesitate before accepting. He had no intention of staying in the inn any longer. Its comfort was lacking, and he knew it would be more beneficial to stay in the Zhu clan's estate, especially considering it would give him a good chance to bolster better relationship between his sect and the Zhu clan. I'd be happy to, he replied, with a smile that was just as measured as ever. Without wasting time, they began to shift everything and move to the Zhu clan estate, where they decided to store every bit of moonshine they had brought in the carriage. As the Zhu clan workers began moving the moonshine into the warehouse, Zihan, Hongyi, and Anji made sure nothing was broken in the process. Zhu Yuan led Chen Ren to a tour of the estate. The grandness of the place made it clear that he was in a clan that has a history of hundreds of years. Just the architecture looked regal yet sturdy. As they walked, Zhu Yuan turned to Chen Ren with a more serious expression. I know we didn't start off on the best footing, he said, but I'm genuinely excited to have good business with the Divine Coin sect. We'll make this work. Chen Ren nodded. What happened in the past isn't important. As long as we're good business partners and make profits, I believe we'll both be happy. He glanced at Zhu Yan, his eyes steady. That's the nature of this business. Zhu Yan's grin widened at the words, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Exactly, he agreed, pausing before adding. With the way moonshine's been gaining fame, I'm confident the business will be booming. Honestly, I was almost scared I wasn't going to get my hands on it. Chen Ren smiled. I can understand. I myself didn't expect such interest in my product, he said before adding. Though, I expected you to get the deal. At Chen Ren's words, Zhu Yuan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You expected me to get it? He asked. Chen Ren nodded. Yes, out of all the bar owners, you needed it the most. He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing. First of all, you're really young Master Zhu Yuan. From what I've gathered, you've only recently taken over the alcohol business from your father. It's obvious you want to prove yourself to him. If you had let the moonshine slip through your fingers, and some other tavern made a success of it, your position within the clan might have been in jeopardy. Zhu Yuan's expression shifted as he intently listened to Chen Ren's analysis. His posture straightened slightly, and he flinched, as if he recognized the truth in what Chen Ren was saying. That was enough for Chen Ren to know he had hit the mark. Moreover, Chen Ren added, raising his third finger, the Zhu clan has been trying to forge more connections with sects, sending their young members there to explore the wider world and become better cultivators. A brand of alcohol catering primarily to cultivators could help with that. Even if higher realm cultivators might not be interested, it could open doors with the lower realm cultivators in the sects. A connection with even an outer disciple in the sect can be vital after all. When he had arrived in the city first, Chen Ren had searched for every bit of information he could find from various sources, other merchants and the inn servants of the large clans, and even by giving away a bit of moonshine to some establishments. And then he had pieced it all together. It was almost unbelievable how much could be learned from just keeping an ear open. The larger the clan, Chen Ren continued, the more likely they are to leak information. There are always weak points. Zhu Yan didn't respond immediately, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded, his lips curling into a small smile. I see you've done your research, he said, acknowledging Chen Ren's information, but he didn't confirm or deny any of the points raised. Before Chen Ren could say anything further, his gaze shifted to the side. Something caught his eye, a faint glow of heat rising from a forge. His attention snapped to it, his focus sharpening as he saw a man standing in the center, hammering a piece of armor. The heat from the forge was intense, and the air shimmered around it. But what truly caught Chen Ren's attention wasn't the fire or the steel. It was the subtle pulse of qi that flowed from the man's hammer with each strike, rippling through the air like a hidden current. Chen Ren's eyes widened. The man's movements were smooth, his control over the hammer and the forge seemingly infused with internal energy. Every strike sent a faint but distinct wave of qi into the metal. This wasn't just someone with an impressive skill for forging, or someone who's trying their best to be skilled in their craft. That man was a cultivator. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 79. A wave of heat passed through Chen Ren as he walked towards the forge. Sparks erupted with each strike of the hammer. Fire burst into existence before dying just as quickly. Regardless, Chen Ren walked closer. The man at the forge didn't look up from the armor he was working on, utterly absorbed in his craft. But this close, it was unmistakable. He was a cultivator. He could feel the flow of qi radiating from the latter, his realm and star matching Chen Ren's own. Yet something was off. The man was attempting to infuse his qi into the metal, but it wasn't working. Every pulse of energy bounced off the armor, dissipating into the air rather than sinking into the material. Was the metal simply unfit to conduct qi, or was it a flaw in the craftsman's technique? Chen Ren didn't know, but the process intrigued him, his eyes following every movement of the hammer with rapt attention. A heavy pat on his shoulder pulled him from his thoughts. You got any weapons you need fixed? Zhu Yuan grinned at him. This guy's no good in a fight, but he does well enough with scraps of metal. The man at the forge remained focused, hammering away as if he hadn't heard a word. Zhu Yuan's grin turned into a scowl. Hey, Feiyu, can't you see I'm here with an esteemed guest? His voice took on a sharp edge. Why aren't you bowing yet? At that, the forger's hammer froze mid-swing. Slowly, he lifted his head, eyes widening as he registered their presence. Now that he was facing him, Chen Ren got a proper look at the man. Feiyu was in his mid-20s, a few years older than Chenren, with a face roughened by hard work and exposure to heat. His skin was tanned, his arms corded with lean muscle from years of swinging a hammer. Sweat dripped down his forehead, matting his short, unkempt black hair, and his brows were furrowed, not in anger, but in intense focus that had yet to fade completely. His eyes, a deep brown, held the sharpness of someone used to measuring things with precision. Chenren could say that his robes were once a deep blue. But now, it was all stained with soot, patched in a few places where stray sparks had burned through. The forge behind him was a sprawling workspace, an open-air structure that let out waves of heat with every billow of the flames. Iron tools lined the walls, some simple, some not so simple, their purposes unknown to the untrained eye. A massive anvil stood at the center, its surface dented and scarred from countless strikes. Buckets of water sat nearby, the surface of one still rippling from the latest piece of metal being tempered. The pounding of steel against steel had momentarily stopped, replaced by the crackling of the flames and the faint hissing of cooling metal. Chenren's gaze flickered back to Feiyu's chi, faint traces still lingering in the air around the unfinished armor. A craftsman with some cultivation, but not much talent, someone who struggled to walk the path of a cultivator, yet still held on. Though Chenren knew that calculating a person's spirit roots based solely on how fast they reached a certain realm wasn't entirely accurate, it gave him a rough estimate. But in this case, he could be far off. He had no idea about Feiyu's Tao, and from the way Juyen spoke about him, it was safe to assume that the blacksmith didn't follow a martial Tao. It would explain why he was in the Qi refinement realm even with not being in martial arts. Feiyu's lips pressed together before he finally gave a stiff nod, his voice slightly hoarse from disuse. "My apologies, young master." Then he bowed deeply, his posture rigid and submissive, his eyes glued to the floor. "I'm really sorry, young Master Yuan," he said once again, his voice thick with apprehension. "I didn't realize you were here." Juyen glared at him, arms crossed and stepped towards him. "Didn't realize?" he sneered. "It seems like your senses have gotten worse. For a slave, you sure aren't attentive enough." Feiyu stiffened, bowing lower. "I just apologizing won't correct your disrespect." Ju cut him off. "You're going to be sleeping with the horses tonight? Maybe getting kicked in your sleep will teach you better manners." Feiyu paled, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. "Please no, young Master Yuan," he pleaded. "Last time, one of the horses nearly crushed my hand in my sleep. There's no space there. That's not my problem." Zhu Yuan waved him off, uninterested. Shenren exhaled through his nose, seeing the interaction, questions bubbling in his mind. A punishment like that wasn't just cruel, it was completely unproductive. The man clearly had talent and was a cultivator, and letting him sleep with the horses was clear disrespect. Though Zhu Yuan didn't seem to feel that. In the back of his mind, Chen Ren somehow felt obliged to help the man. No one deserved a punishment just for not noticing a person due to being focused on work. "Wait, young Master Yuan," Chen Ren interjected. "How about instead of sleeping with the horses, you assign him to repair my carriage and a few weapons I have? That should take him a few hours, and I believe it'll be a good enough lesson. After all, forcing him to sleep in the stables won't do anything productive." Ju blinked at him, frowning as he mulled it over. Chen Ren saw how Feiyu raised his eyes to meet him, but soon he looked back at the ground in respect. After a long pause, he finally shrugged. "Fine." Then he turned to Feiyu. "You heard him. Serve Taoist Chen well. If I hear any complaints, I'll throw you into a spar with my older cousins." Feiyu hurriedly nodded, bowing once more. "I will make sure you have no complaints, Taoist Chen." Satisfied, Zhu Yuan gestured for Chenren to move, leading him away from the forge. As they walked, Chenren found his gaze drifting back, his mind lingering on the whole interaction. Something about it felt strange. It wasn't Juyen's attitude. He had expected that from a young master of a powerful clan. No, it was something else. Something about the way Feiyu reacted. After all, Zhu Yuan was a young master. Most of them had no idea how to talk to others, being too arrogant and haughty. Chen Ren didn't like it, but he wasn't going to say anything in the man's own home, especially when they were about to become business partners. Still, his thoughts kept circling back to the blacksmith. By the qi the man gave off, he was a cultivator, and not a weak one. On the other hand, Zhu Yuan was a mortal. Even if he had the backing of the Zhu clan and was part of the family, he doubted he could talk like that to a cultivator serving his family. Normally, these were rogue cultivators who formed contracts with clans, trading their strength for resources, protection, and a place to cultivate. They were expected to be subservient, but there was still a limit. No cultivator would tolerate open disrespect, not unless they had no choice. But Zhu had spoken to him like the man was a mortal, even calling him a slave. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he finally asked, "Young Master Yuan, that man we spoke to, who is he?" "Oh, him," Zhu snorted. "He's just a slave." Chen Ren frowned. "A slave! But he's a cultivator, and slavery was abolished in the Empire." He knew it was common knowledge that slavery had been outlawed. For a long time, about 100 years ago, it had been legal. Most clan servants were once slaves, bound not just by circumstance, but by powerful contracts and techniques that etched slave marks onto their souls. Even cultivators weren't exempt from this, forced into servitude through binding techniques that left them with no choice but to obey. But the current emperor, after his own experiences with palace slaves, had declared it inhumane and abolished it completely. So what Zhu Yuan was admitting to was a grave crime, especially when the man in question was a cultivator. Zhu caught the look on his face and waved a hand dismissively. "You misunderstood. Taoist Chen. The man isn't an ordinary slave." Chen Ren's brows furrowed. "Then what is he? He comes from a caste of slaves." Zhu Yuan smirked, as if the explanation was obvious. His father was a slave, and before him, his grandfather was a slave. Even if our glorious Emperor Xian abolished slavery, there were still special circumstances. Chen Ren's expression didn't change, but inside, his thoughts raced. Zhu continued, clearly unbothered by the lack of his enthusiasm to agree. "There are those who were pushed into slavery due to their crimes. That man's grandfather was one of them. He killed a member of our Zhu clan, and in exchange, the court sentenced his bloodline to 250 years of servitude." Chen Ren exhaled slowly. "So that's how they justify it. Even if slavery had been abolished, loopholes still existed. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more." As Chen Ren heard that, understanding dawned on him. His gaze flickered to Zhu Yuan, sharp and assessing. "So, the man is a slave because of his ancestors?" Zhu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, he still has 90 years left in his servitude, but fate has finally smiled on him." He chuckled. Since he turned out to be a cultivator, he'll actually live long enough to see the end of his sentence. Most of his ancestors weren't so lucky. Chen Ren hummed, neither agreeing or disagreeing. Zhu then paused, lowering his voice as if sharing a great secret. "Let me tell you, it wasn't easy creating a slave mark for him, especially since they're forbidden now." He smirked, puffing up with self-importance. "But my uncle..." Chen Ren barely heard the rest. His mind was already elsewhere, turning over what he had just learned. His thoughts lingered on the blacksmith, the cultivator treated as a slave, bound by the sins of his ancestors. Even if the Empire had outlawed slavery, the powerful still found ways to keep people in chains. His focus was so distant that he didn't even notice when Zhu finished his story, laughing to himself as he pushed Chen Ren into his guest quarters. The door shut behind him with a dull thud, leaving the room silent. And in that silence, only one question remained in his mind. Was that man the one he was looking for his future plans? It took an hour for his 3 subordinates to return after unloading all the alcohol in the warehouse. Surprisingly, Yalen was with them too. Before anyone could settle, Chen Ren cut straight to the point. He told them about Feiyu, about the man's cultivation, the slave mark, and the way he was treated. He left nothing out. He explained how good blacksmiths were already rare, but a blacksmith who was also a cultivator. He might never get such an opportunity again. And how he wanted to get the man in the sect to work on some projects. Both Anji and Zihan didn't seem to mind the extra stay, but Hongyi wanted to get back to the sect as soon as possible. Apparently, the man wasn't happy, being away from working on his puppets for so long. Even when they talked about Feiyu, he seemed much more interested in carving away on wood. Chen Ren didn't mind it, and assured him that it won't take more than a few days. And so, the decision was made. They would remain for a few more days. Once that was done, he started considering how they were going to even poach Feiyu from the Zhu clan. Judging by what he had witnessed, the man's treatment under Zhu Yuan had been anything but good. That alone suggested he would be eager to leave. However, there was always the possibility that the other clan members treated him better. Still, Chen Ren doubted it. Large clans rarely treated their servants with respect, let alone slaves bound by an unbreakable mark. That mark was a major obstacle itself. Chen Ren had no way of breaking it himself. The only one who could even try was Yalan, but when he asked her, she shook her head, claiming that even if she could, it would probably cripple or kill the man outright. Chen Ren didn't want to take such a risk no matter what. That left only one option, getting the Zhu clan to break the mark themselves. And he had no idea how to make that happen. Though before that, he knew the first thing he had to do was to make friends with Feiyu. He had to find out if the man was even capable of helping him out in making the weapon. If he wasn't, then Chen Ren could forget the idea of risking a good relationship with one of the biggest clans in Ashen City. So, he took advantage of the punishment that Zhu Yuan had given him. At night, he went to talk to Feiyu. Chen Ren crouched beside the carriage, inspecting the damage from their long journey. The hinges on the door were loose, the wheel alignment was slightly off, and there were cracks in the axle that needed reinforcing. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to warrant repairs. And as luck would have it, the punishment meant the blacksmith cultivator was the one fixing it. As Feiyu worked beside him, his calloused hands moved, tightening bolts, adjusting wooden joints, and hammering weakened spots back into place. Chen Ren watched closely, taking note of the ease with which the man handled metal and wood alike. I believe this is a dumb thing you're trying to do. Yalan's voice echoed in his mind. She sat nearby, making herself comfortable and looking around the night sky. Chen Ren didn't even blink. It's not. I'm just trying to get capable people into my sect. Let me rephrase it, she said dryly. You're attempting the impossible. Even if the slave is a cultivator and wants to leave, you have no way to make it happen. Are you planning to ask the Zhu clan to hand him over? Even if you're business partners, why would they give up a cultivator who's completely bound to them? One who literally cannot betray them? Chen Ren exhaled sharply through his nose. She was right, of course. The logic was solid, but logic and opportunity rarely aligned. He had been given a chance, and if he didn't at least try, he would regret it. I know the complications, he admitted, but no blacksmith I've met so far could even come close to understanding my diagrams on the way here. If this man can, then he'd be the biggest asset to the sect. Yalan gave him a long, searching look before shaking her head. If he can, right now, you don't even know if he's capable. You're right! Chen Ren rubbed his hands together and let the debris fall to the ground. Let's find out. He looked at the blacksmith, who was bent over a few inches away, hammering a metal pin into place. We didn't get a proper introduction before, Chen Ren said, keeping his tone light. Feiyu paused, his grip tightening around the hammer before he turned his face toward Chen Ren. His dark eyes narrowed and looked at Chen Ren from head to toe. Chen Ren didn't falter. My name is Chen Ren. I'm from the Divine Coin sect, currently in business with the Zhu clan. The man held his gaze for a moment before turning back to the carriage, adjusting a loose bolt. I'm Feiyu, though I'm sure you know that already, Taoist Chen. His voice was even, but there was a trace of bitterness beneath it. I'm a slave. And a cultivator, Feiyu scoffed, shaking his head. Barely. Just because I have spirit roots and know a few martial techniques doesn't make me a cultivator. I feel like an imposter. Chen Ren crossed his arms. If you don't want to be called a cultivator, then what else would you rather be called? The man didn't hesitate. A blacksmith. I come from a long line of them. It's in my blood. I like creating things, fixing things, like your carriage here." Chen Ren nodded, watching the way the man spoke with conviction. He hesitated for a brief moment before taking the next step. "Are you interested in weapons?" he asked. "Obviously," Feiyu said. "Weapons are the things that I deal with the most in the clan. I like working on them the most. Seeing my weapons in action." Chen Ren nodded before asking the question he had been waiting to ask. "So, are you interested in developing a new kind of weapon?" Feiyu's hand stilled. Slowly, he turned around and pursed his lips. "What do you mean? I didn't get it." Chen Ren pulled out a parchment from his robes and handed it over. "This is an ancient artifact our sect has information on. Can you understand it?" Feiyu took the parchment, his thick fingers brushing over the surface as he unfolded it. The moment his eyes landed on the diagrams, his expression shifted. His pupils widened, his breath hitched just slightly subtle signs, but enough for Chen Ren to notice. He wasn't just looking at it, he was processing it. Seconds stretched into silence as Feiyu's gaze flickered over the details, his lips parting slightly in contemplation. Then, slowly, he lifted his eyes to meet Chen Ren's. There was something different in his gaze now. "What are these called?" Taoist Chen. Chen Ren allowed himself a small smile. "Guns. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here." Chapter 80. When Chen Ren first decided to bring mortals into his sect, it wasn't just to have them handle merchant activities while the cultivators acted as the sect's muscle. No, he had bigger plans for them, plans that involved making them stronger. The problem had been how? In a world where even a one-star body-forging realm cultivator could slaughter a dozen mortals without breaking a sweat, how was he supposed to bridge that gap? Worse still, most mortals would rather bow or flee the moment they saw a cultivator, not stand and fight. That fear had been ingrained in them for generations, passed down like an unshakable curse. So, how was he supposed to make them strong enough to at least stand against a cultivator? The solution was simple. Give them a weapon that could kill one. The idea first struck him when he read a story in Ching He's shop. It was about a mortal boy who found an artifact with a spirit stone embedded in it. Using that artifact, he killed a cultivator who had slaughtered his family over a petty grudge. Obviously, that was just a fairy tale. Even if it had been real, the cultivator in question must have been pathetically weak. But the story had done its job. It had planted a seed. While Chen Ren couldn't forge artifacts for every mortal in his sect, he could create something else. A gun workshop. Arm every single one of the mortals. That was one of the main reasons he had sought a sect location, far from Cloud Mist City, somewhere secluded. If he had started building guns in the city, and word had leaked out, some powerful clan would have taken an interest, or worse, an accident could have exposed his plans before he was ready. No, he had to be patient, careful. Thou, the hardest part of making a gun still remained, finding a blacksmith capable of crafting one. Chen Ren watched the man in front of him, eyes scanning the parchment with an almost feverish intensity. His fingers traced the diagrams, his brows furrowing, and then relaxing as he absorbed every detail. This was the moment. Was this man truly skilled enough? Finally, Feiyu spoke. "I think this is very, very interesting." His eyes sparkled when he looked up from the parchment. He tapped a finger on one of the diagrams. "I've never seen a design like this before. If this really works, if it can launch this metal casing at such speed, it would be a lethal artifact capable of killing even Ku." He stopped mid-sentence. His face shifted, his eyes now wary as he looked up at Chen Ren with newfound scrutiny. A long pause stretched between them before the man spoke again. Chen Ren didn't say anything. He didn't rush the man to spit out his words, or even show any sort of emotion at his sudden outburst. He simply stood, waiting for Feiyu to grasp the weight of the diagrams. "Can I ask you some questions, Taoist Chen? I'm very curious about this." Chen Ren nodded, retrieving the parchment from his hands. "Go ahead." Feiyu wasted no time. To push out this metal thing that you seem to have called a bullet, it would require some kind of explosive force inside the weapon's body. Is it some sort of alchemical compound? Shenren shook his head. No, it's something different, gunpowder or black powder. It's not exactly an alchemical creation, but a chemical mixture. We don't have it yet, and our sect is missing some parts of the formula, but I know the basics. The man nodded, his fingers drumming against his thigh as he processed the information. I see. Then, how do you prevent the weapon from exploding? I didn't see any rune inscriptions on this design to reinforce the structure. Chenren smiled faintly. That's because the original design doesn't use runes. Feiyu's frown deepened. Then how does it not blow up in the user's hands? Simple. The design allows some of the explosion to escape, preventing it from building up too much pressure. If we completely sealed it, the weapon would be too dangerous to handle. That means every step of crafting and handling it would need to be precise. One mistake, and the weapon could kill its own user. Shenren nodded. That's true. But then again, isn't it the same with a sword? A slow smile spread across his face. I suppose it is. A sword's sharp edge can cut its wielder too, Shenren said, mirroring Feiyu's smile. But in the case of a gun, it'll just blow you to bits. He chuckled before adding, but don't worry. Once I get my hands on the weapon, whoever we give it to will have to go through extensive training before they're allowed to use it? Feiyu nodded in agreement. That would be the right way. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Though, am I right in assuming even a mortal could use this? Shenren didn't answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the man, weighing his trustworthiness. If Feiyu babbled to the Ju clan, they might get unnecessarily interested. But then again, as a slave, it was unlikely anyone would take his word seriously, and even if they did, Shenren could always deny everything. After a moment, he nodded. Mortals can use it. Feiyu's eyes widened. I see. His fingers twitched as he processed the revelation. Then, if this could be mass-produced, and there were enough of them, like common weapons, it might change everything. Shenren exhaled sharply. That's true, but I have no intention of letting it fall into other people's hands. This is one of my sect's most precious artifacts. Then why did you show it to me? There are a few reasons. Feiyu raised an eyebrow, urging Shenren to continue. First of all, I don't think you can do much with what you've seen. Sure, maybe you could forge a metal case that resembles a gun, but you don't have the powder to make it work, and you already understand how dangerous it is. If you try to build it without the right knowledge, there's a good chance you'd get yourself killed. Feiyu slowly nodded, his fingers gripping his own arms as he listened. Shenren continued. Secondly, I showed it to you because I want your help in making it. The man's head snapped up. His eyes searched Shenren's face, as if trying to determine if he had misheard. Me? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, thick with disbelief. He met Feiyu's gaze and nodded. Yes, you look like a capable blacksmith and a cultivator, too. I'm pretty sure working on this will help your Dao. You know my Dao? His eyes widened at that. Shenren even noticed the subtle twitch in his lips. Shenren smirked. It wasn't hard to guess. I've heard you're not good at fighting, and you don't like to sit and cultivate either. You're always in the forge, hammering away, and yet, despite that, you've reached the Qi refinement realm. That's true. I'm not good at fighting no matter how hard I tried when I was small. I follow the Tao of the forge. Every time I create a new piece of equipment, something better than anything I've made before, or something truly unique, I gain insights. But it's not easy to improve while stuck here. Shenren crossed his arms. Then you'd be interested in guns. The man's eyes gleamed with intrigue before it dimmed wholly. He shook his head. I am, but I can't help you, Taoist Chen. Shenren raised an eyebrow. Because you're a slave, Feiyu smiled, but it was a bitter one. Yes, I'm a slave. Even if I wanted to help, I can't. Not for the next 90 years. He let out a short laugh, shaking his head. If you're still looking for a blacksmith after 90 years, you can always look me up. I'll help you. With that, he turned back to the cart he'd been working on, his hands moving as if the conversation had never happened. Chen remained standing there for a while, watching Fei Yu work. The man hadn't even hesitated when he said he was a slave. There was no bitterness in his voice, just a quiet acceptance of his fate, as if it had long since settled into his bones. Yet, despite that, his eyes had gleamed with interest when they talked about the gun. That spark, however fleeting, was enough for Chen Ren to know that Fei Yu wasn't completely resigned. He still had ambition, buried, restrained. But there, Chen Ren let out a slow breath. The man had grasped the design far better than any other blacksmith he'd spoken to. More than that, he was interested. But his slave status, that was a problem, a big one. Chen Ren let out a slow breath. If he could free him, he wouldn't just be getting someone to forge him a gun. He'd be gaining a blacksmith who specialized in the Tao of the forge, someone whose entire cultivation path revolved around creating superior weapons. But how was he going to do it? The more he thought about it, the more he realized this might be the most complicated problem he had faced so far. The next 3 days went by in quiet observation. Chen Ren kept his distance at first, watching how Fei Yu interacted with others. Just as he had expected, most of the Zhu clan members weren't kind to him. While they didn't outright beat him, they treated him like a tool and object to be used when needed and discarded when not. They ordered him around with the same casual disregard one might show to a servant, rarely acknowledging his skill beyond what was necessary to get their work done. If you come across this story on Amazon, it is taken without permission from the author. Report it. The man spent most of his time doing odd jobs repairing carts, reinforcing weapons, fixing farming tools, whatever the Zhu clan needed. Only in the free time he managed to scrape together did he return to the forge, hammering away at whatever project he had been working on. That was when Chen Ren approached him. Fortunately, Fei Yu wasn't cold toward him. He would engage in conversation on a large number of topics, from metallurgy to cultivation techniques, from the best way to temper steel to the flaws of certain battle formations. He was knowledgeable, well-spoken, and most importantly, he was rational. The more they talked, the more certain Chen Ren became that he wanted this man in his sect. He was skilled, disciplined, and ambitious in his own way. While he didn't openly declare his desires, Chen Ren could see it in the way he worked, how he strived to improve his craft, how his eyes sharpened when discussing designs, how his hands moved with certainty even when experimenting with something new. But once again, he confirmed that his ambition was chained, and the man knew it. More than once, he told Chen Ren outright there was no way to break a slave pact before the required servitude time ended. Chen Ren had initially dismissed that. There had to be a way. But as the days passed, doubt crept in. It wasn't as if he wasn't trying. He had spent the last few days racking his brain, trying to think of a loophole, a weakness in the system, anything, that would let him break the pact. But every possibility he came up with led to a dead end. And worst of all, Fei Yu wasn't even hoping for it. He had accepted his fate. Chen Ren clenched his jaw. He refused to do the same. He had spent the past few days maneuvering through the Zhu clan, engaging in casual, yet much-needed conversations. Zhu Yuan had been a frequent target, as well as any other influential figures he happened to cross paths with. Each time, he had subtly broached the topic of acquiring the blacksmith. Each time, he had been met with rejection. It wasn't hard to see why. A cultivator bound by servitude was a rare commodity, and the Zhu clan had no intention of letting Fei Yu go without bleeding him dry first. They didn't understand his Tao, probably didn't even realize he had one. If Fei Yu had kept it hidden, it was with good reason. The Zhu clan thrived on the martial Tao, fists and blades carving their path forward. To them, forging was merely a means to an end. Yalen had warned him more than once. "You're wasting your time. It's a lost cause." But Chen Ren couldn't bring himself to agree. Something in his gut told him otherwise. He didn't need brute force or wealth to get what he wanted. Just an opening, a single crack in the foundation that he could slip through. And on the 4th day, that crack finally appeared. The sun hung low in the sky. Chen Ren sat cross-legged on the wooden perch near the forge, eyes half-lidded as he slowly guided the immense surge of qi within him, absorbing what he could from his deal with the Zhu clan. The quiet hum of the forge filled the air, steady and unbroken, until it wasn't footsteps sounded out. His eyes flicked open, A group approached the forge. A young man led them, his confident stride and the smug tilt of his chin making it clear that he was here to enjoy himself. He was Zhu Renjie, someone Chen had a conversation with 2 days back while trying to get to know more people in the clan. Beside him, a handful of lackeys followed, grinning like they were in on a private joke. But it was the girl among them who caught Chenren's attention. She walked stiffly, her gaze darting away from the forge as though she was dragged here. Unlike the others, she carried no amusement in her eyes. Her robes, fine with artistic embroidery, marked her as a Jew, one of Renji's cousins, most likely. But he knew one thing: she didn't belong with them, not entirely. Her expression was tight, her shoulders stiff. She wasn't eager like the lackeys, nor was she indifferent like Renji. Instead, she looked reluctant. Uncomfortable. Her gaze flitted around, never settling too long on anything. And though she walked with them, there was a hesitation in her steps, as if she would rather be anywhere else. Chenren's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. The group came to a stop before the forge, and Feiyu, who had been hammering away at a piece of metal, slowed his strikes before setting the hammer down. He turned toward them, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhu Renji smirked. Still toiling away, I see. Feiyu straightened. His hands tightened at his sides before he quickly stepped forward, bowing low. Young Master Renji, he shifted, lowering his head toward the girl beside him. Young Miss Lingen, this slave greets you. The young woman hesitated before inclining her head in return, her sleeves shifting as she folded her hands together. Her gaze flickered downward, barely meeting Feiyu before shifting away. A hand clamped down on Feiyu's shoulder, casual in appearance, but pressing with weight. Feiyu, Renji said. It's been far too long. I figured you'd be holed up in this forge, hammering away all day. Thought I'd come check on you. Feiyu's jaw tightened. The fingers on his shoulder curled slightly, a not-so-subtle squeeze. He lowered his head again. Young master, I am but a servant. It is my duty to work. Nonsense. Renji's laugh was light, airy, almost friendly, if not for the sharp glint in his eyes. You're a cultivator, aren't you? A man like you should be exchanging pointers, testing your strength. It wouldn't do for your skills to dull, would it? The forge crackled behind them, filling the brief silence. Feiyu's shoulders stiffened. Chen, watching from his perch, saw the faintest shift in his stance, the smallest pullback, the subtle hesitation of a man who wanted to refuse but couldn't. Feiyu bowed again, deeper this time. It would be an honor. A smirk played on Renji's lips as he stepped back, his lackeys chuckling behind him. Chen exhaled slowly, his fingers tracing the grain of the wooden beam beside him. This wasn't going to be a simple spar. Everyone knew the outcome of it and were awaiting it. Except, perhaps, the girl, her hands clenched at her sides, knuckles pressing against the fabric of her sleeves. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to speak, but the words never came. Renji, oblivious or uncaring, turned on his heel. Let's go. Feiyu followed, his footsteps steady but heavy. Chen watched them go, his mind already turning. The two cultivators moved to the open ground, stepping into their respective positions, the space between them thick with anticipation. The lackeys whispered among themselves, their grins widening and laughter crackling amidst the blood that was about to spill. Chen let his gaze flicker past them, something catching his attention, a small detail others had missed. The girl's hands were cupped together, fingers tightening against the folds of her sleeve. Her eyes, hesitant and fleeting, darted toward Feiyu, lingering for a heartbeat before shifting away. Feiyu did the same. His bow was precise, his stance composed, but his eyes just for an instant betrayed something else. They found the girl searching before quickly lowering again. Chen fingers tapped lightly against the wooden railing. You see it too, don't you? Yalin's voice came through his mind. She scoffed, getting comfortable near him. He didn't flinch at her sudden presence. He was used to it by now, but he exhaled through his nose, eyes still fixed on the two below. They know each other, she continued, and not just in passing. He nodded slightly, his mind already turning over the implications. I haven't done proper research on Feiyu after all. There was more to him than just being a slave blacksmith, more that Chen Ren hadn't considered. Will their connection help you? Chen Ren's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. Maybe. If things go right, I might have finally found a way to get our hands on him. And as those words left his mouth, the spar began. Asterisk, 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 Ian. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 81. As soon as Renji lunged forward, Chen Ren knew the outcome was already decided. It wasn't because Renji was a higher realm cultivator, far from it. From what Chen Ren had gathered, Renji was at most in the 9th star body forging realm. A level Feiyu should have been able to contend with, even surpass easily, despite his lack of formal martial training. But when Renji's fist shot forward, Feiyu didn't move. The punch slammed into his chest with a dull thud, forcing him back a step. His stance wobbled, but he caught himself before falling. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. He could understand taking a single hit to gauge an opponent, but this wasn't that. Renji smirked and didn't let up. He twisted, sending a sharp kick toward Feiyu's ribs. This time, Feiyu reacted. His arms snapped up, blocking the strike just before impact. A faint ripple of chi pulsed over his forearm, reinforcing his body, but the force still made him grimace. Chen Ren observed silently. Renji wasn't terrible, but he wasn't particularly skilled either. His attacks were riddled with openings, his footwork sloppy. Even an amateur could exploit them, yet Feiyu never struck back. He absorbed each blow, muscles tensing, face tight with restrained pain, his arms trembling from the repeated impact. The lackeys watching snickered. One of them clapped. Young master, just knock him down already, Renji scoffed, eyes gleaming with arrogance. You really are a coward. No guts to do anything but block? He took a step back, planting his feet. Fine, try blocking this. Iron Bull Punch. He roared the technique's name and charged. Chen Ren watched carefully. The attack wasn't particularly fast. There was a clear opening, an obvious moment to sidestep or counter. But Feiyu did neither. He simply raised his arms in a crossguard. The moment the punch landed, a shockwave rippled through the air. Feiyu's feet lifted off the ground as he was sent flying, crashing hard onto the dirt floor with a sickening thud. Dust billowed around him. The lackeys burst into laughter. Chen Ren leaned forward slightly, eyes sharpening. Why? Why wasn't he fighting back? Feiyu pushed against the ground, trying to rise, but before he could even lift his chest, Renji was on him. With a swift movement, the young master pinned him down, knees digging into his ribs, pressing him into the dirt. The lackeys howled with laughter. Don't let him crawl away, young master. Teach the dog a proper lesson. Chen Ren barely spared them a glance. His focus remained on her, Lingyan. The girl stood frozen at the edge of the circle, fists clenched at her sides. Her lips parted as if to protest, but no words came. She wanted to step in. He could see it in the way her weight shifted forward, in the way her fingers twitched, but she forced herself still. Chen Ren turned his gaze back to the fight, if it could still be called that. Dust clung to both men's robes, streaking their sleeves, darkening the once pristine fabric. But that was where the similarities ended. Renji's face was untouched, still twisted in a cruel grin, while Feiyu's skin bore the evidence of his silence. Bruises blooming across his cheeks, his jaw, his neck, blood on his lips, and his eyes they were bloodshot. Chen Ren exhaled sharply and rose to his feet. Young Master Renji, I think that's enough. The strikes halted. Renji's fist froze midair before he lowered it, turning toward Chen Ren with a raised brow. Recognition flickered in his eyes the next second. Taoist Chen! I didn't know you were watching. Chen Ren met his gaze evenly. I was here from the start, he said. His voice was even, calm, though his fingers twitched at his sides. It was a good spar, but he lost. Let him go. For a moment, Renji said nothing. Then he smirked. Of course, he said smoothly. He stood and dusted off his robes before looking down at Feiyu, still sprawled on the ground. Just when Chen Ren thought he'd let Feiyu go, the man spat just shy of Feiyu's face. The arrogant asshole knew no bounds. It was a good session, Feiyu, Renji drawled and then chuckled. I hope you learned something. Do better next time. Laughter erupted around them once more. Chen Ren's eyes went to the lackeys. They clearly enjoyed the bullying. Still sprawled in the dirt, Feiyu inhaled sharply, forcing himself upright despite the pain. His voice remained steady, though his ribs trembled beneath the weight of bruises forming. Thank you for the pointers, young master. He bowed. Renji grinned, wiping dust from his sleeves. Anytime you need them, I'll be happy to oblige. He said lightly, but the mockery laced within it was unmistakable. He turned back toward his lackeys, who snickered, whispering amongst themselves about the so-called spar. As he passed the young Miss Lingyan, he leaned in, murmuring something, just for her ears. She didn't respond at first. Then, slowly, she smiled wry and forced. Her hand came towards her opposite elbow, rubbing slow circles. Her entire form screamed that she was uncomfortable, but it looked as if she had no other choice. Chen Ren watched as they walked off, their laughter fading into the evening air. Only then did he step forward. Feiyu groaned, trying to push himself up from the ground, his arms trembling under the effort. Chen Ren extended a hand. Let me help you up. A pause, then rough, calloused fingers gripped his own. Chen Ren pulled him to his feet, steadying him when he staggered. That was a tough one to watch, he said, glancing at the bruises forming along the man's jaw. Why didn't you fight back? You were holding yourself back. Feiyu exhaled through his nose, wincing as he rolled his shoulder. If I so much as scratch him, I'll have worse problems than a beating. I might get in trouble just for calling him that, but that bastard knows it well. That's why he does this. Every time he loses a fight to one of his cousins, he comes to me. Chen Ren nodded, the picture becoming clearer. Have you ever hit back? A bitter chuckle. Aunts! Feiyu's fingers curled into fists at his sides. They made me sleep on the cold floor in winter. No blankets, no warmth. I was barely a cultivator then, and I shivered all night. The next morning, I took lashes for harming a family member. His voice was quiet now, but the weight of it hung heavy between them. I don't want to talk about it. Taoist Chen. Chen Ren studied him for a long moment before nodding. I get it. Then, with a lighter tone, he added, For now, let's get you patched up. I might have some herbs that'll help. Feiyu snorted, but didn't refuse. Chen Ren took that as a yes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk after the spar. Feiyu was in no shape to work. His bruises ran deep, and though his cultivation would speed up recovery, Chen Ren guessed it would take him at least 2 days before he could properly return to his forge. And 2 days was more than enough time for someone to visit him. Just as Chen Ren had expected, on the first night after the fight, the young Miss Lingyan slipped through the quiet halls, moving towards Feiyu's quarters. From the shadows, Yelin tracked her movements, her presence silent and unseen. Lingyan entered the cabin with ease, and from her hidden vantage point, and Yelin listened to every word spoken between them, and Chen Ren had to say, it was everything he had expected. First, she apologized earnestly for her cousin's actions, her voice carrying a rare gentleness. Then, she presented a small pouch, filled with concoctions meant to speed up his healing. Feiyu simply smiled, his eyes soft through the entire exchange. At first glance, it was obvious what kind of relationship they had. Unlike the rest of her family, she spoke his name with ease, without hesitation, without contempt, and throughout their conversation, they held hands. For the young miss of an affluent clan, this was as clear of a sign as any. Still, even with this new insight, Chen Ren didn't act immediately. He waited, planned. This wasn't a matter to rush. One wrong move could turn everything into an unsalvageable mess. And he couldn't afford it, especially because he needed Feiyu in his sect. Even with the knowledge of their relationship, there wasn't much he could do without Feiyu accidentally losing his head. Doing things himself without involvement was also out of question. Even if Feiyu didn't agree to join his sect, he wasn't a person who would throw a man towards his death. A scandal with Lingyan was something that would have his head fall in an instant. Not only because she belonged to Ju clan, but because she was the current patriarch's youngest daughter, and someone with around 79 spirit roots, making the clan put a lot of hope on her. This was common information he had found after searching about her. In a way, Feiyu was playing with fire by having a relationship with the clan's princess, and as he had talked to Yalin and others on what they could do here, he felt like other than trying to poach the man in his sect, he was also saving him. After all, it was clear that the relationship was going to come out one day, and when it happened, Feiyu would be buried with his ancestors. So, before that could happen, Shenren played his hand. Once he had a solid approach in mind. On the evening of the second day of Feiyu's recovery, he finally stepped into his quarters, intent on having a conversation. When Feiyu saw him, the man shifted, trying to sit up despite his injuries. "No need for that," Shenren said, raising a hand. "Just lay down. How are you feeling now?" Feiyu grunted. "Better. I'll be back at my forge by the evening," Shenren chuckled. "You really love that forge, don't you?" A sheepish grin spread across Feiyu's face. "It's all I have," he admitted. "Technically, it belongs to the Jew family, but I've worked there since my father taught me how to hammer metal. It's like my home, the only place I feel safe." Shenren nodded. He could understand that sentiment. He had felt the same about the room he lived in at the Tang Clan, and had been pretty upset about leaving it. Then, after a brief pause, he asked, "Do you ever think about having a forge of your own? One that belongs wholly to you?" Feiyu blinked at him. Shenren knew what exactly went through his mind, and then he sighed. "Of course. Once my slavery period is over, I plan to save whatever money I can and start a forge in a small village. Spend the rest of my years there in peace." His voice was calm like a river, but Shenren could hear the quiet yearning beneath it. "I probably won't ever reach the Foundation establishment realm," Feiyu continued. "So I'll have maybe 40, 50 years left after my servitude ends. That should be enough." Hearing that, Shenren nodded before his eyes darkened slightly. The conversation he was going to have played through his mind. And for a second, he wondered how Feiyu was going to take it before he decided to lock away his worries. "I don't think you'll ever have that forge," he said in a hushed tone. Feiyu frowned. Confusion flickered in his bruised eyes. "Why?" Shenren clutched his hands in front of him and looked directly into his eyes. "Do you really think the Jew clan will just let you go?" he asked, not just as a question, but also a statement. Silence filled the room as Feiyu hesitated to answer. Making use of it, he continued. "You're a cultivator, a good blacksmith, and more than that, you can't disobey them." Shenren's voice was steady, but his words were hefty. "You have too much value. You're useful. Do you think they'll just let you walk away when the time comes?" Feiyu's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. "If I had to make a guess," Shenren continued, "near the end of your slavery period, they'll accuse you of something. Maybe theft. Something severe enough to justify extending your servitude. And once they do, that will be it." His voice grew colder. "You'll never be free." Shenren watched as Feiyu's face fell, the color draining from it. Even though his body was healing, he suddenly looked sick again. The weight of realization settled on his shoulders, his mind racing through the implications of what Shenren had just said. The fear, the helplessness. Shenren could see it all, sinking into him like a stone in deep water. But just as the man teetered on the edge of despair, Shenren spoke again. "There might be a way for you to have your own forge." Feiyu's gaze snapped to him, hope flickering behind his exhaustion. "How?" Shenren smiled slightly. "Come with me. My sect, the Divine Coin Sect, needs a capable blacksmith. I'll build you a forge, and we can work on the guns together." The man's lips parted slightly in surprise. "You follow the Tao of the forge, don't you?" Shenren continued. "I'm certain that working on such an artifact will not only strengthen your craft, but also push your cultivation toward a breakthrough. And it's not just one project. You'll have the chance to work on different types of weapons, new ones, powerful ones." Feiyu didn't respond immediately, but Shenren saw it, the unmistakable spark in his eyes. Greed. Not for money, not for power, but for creation, for the chance to work on something that truly mattered. It was admirable. For a moment, it looked like he might accept. But then, just as quickly, the light dimmed and he shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, Taoist Chen, truly. But I'm a slave. There's no way I'd be able to leave." Shenren's smile widened slightly, having waited for the exact words. What if there was a way to break your slave contract? Fei Yu blinked, then scoffed lightly, as if Chen Ren had just made a joke. But when he looked at him again, really looked, he saw that the young cultivator wasn't laughing. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. How could that possibly be done? Chen Ren's gaze remained steady as he spoke. Anything is possible with a good plan and the conviction to see it through, but it won't be easy. There is a risk especially for you. Fei Yu hesitated for only a second before exhaling sharply. If I can really get out of being a slave, I'm ready to take any risk. And like you said, there's a good possibility I won't ever be free if I don't try. If there's a way, I'll take it. Chenren's expression didn't change as he said, even if it involves her? Who? Fei Yu froze. His body tensed, and his eyes flickered with a storm of emotions: anger, shock, confusion, and something else. Something deeper. His throat moved as he swallowed hard before finally asking, "You know?" Chen Ren nodded. "I saw how she looked at you during the spar. Then, I saw her moving toward your quarters last night. I'm surprised no one else knows." The man lowered his head, exhaling through his nose. "She's careless. It hasn't been found out because no one expects her to feel anything for a slave. She's the patriarch's daughter. No one would dare accuse her of something like that." Chen Ren hummed in understanding. He had already guessed as much. After a moment of silence, he asked, "So, do you love her?" There was no hesitation. "Yes, I do. But we both know it's impossible. Sooner or later, she's going to be betrothed to someone else. And with my status, I can never even think of something like that." Chen Ren's eyes sharpened. "You can if you get rid of the slave mark." Fei Yu's head snapped up. "How?" His voice was rough, almost desperate. "You said it involves her, but if anything happens to her, I won't be able to forgive myself." Chen Ren's expression softened slightly. "Nothing will happen to her. The patriarch loves her too much to punish her, no matter what." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Either way, my plan involves her. And if we succeed, not only will you be free, but you'll actually have a chance to marry her." Fei Yu remained silent, staring at him, torn between hope and fear. Even if he had been willing to risk everything for freedom, involving the person he loved in it was different. Chen Ren understood that. In the end, the man took a deep breath and nodded. "I'll hear you out. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here, join the Discord server here." Chapter 82. The air felt heavy, pressing down on him like an invincible force of chi suppression. The room around Chen Ren closed around him, making his lungs tighten. Of course, it was just an illusion. No one in the room was actively using their cultivation against him, but the sheer tension hanging in the atmosphere made it feel like he was being suffocated. The people sitting inside looked like they had just witnessed their ancestors being cleaved apart by a vengeful cultivator. Faces were taut, eyes grim, and not a single person spoke. Beside him, Zhu Yuan, his first companion in the clan, sat in an uncharacteristically stiff posture. The fatty, who would normally be gnawing on something or drinking even in the most serious of situations, had lost all traces of his appetite. His plump fingers were curled into fists on his lap, his gaze darting uneasily around the room before landing on one man in particular. At the very center of the gathering sat Zhu Gang, patriarch of the Zhu clan. The old man's presence alone was enough to silence a room. His long, snow-white beard contrasted against the deep red of his high-collared robes, embroidered with golden flame patterns that curled like dancing fire along the sleeves. His hair, streaked with silver, was tied into a strict topknot, and though he sat motionless, his aura crackled with restrained power. He was a Peak Foundation establishment realm cultivator. He wasn't the strongest cultivator Chen Ren had ever met, but in this room, he was an immovable mountain. The half-lidded eyes that peered out beneath thick, furrowed brows seemed to weigh every person present, stripping them down to their very bones. Half of the tension in the room came solely from him. The rest was from the subject at hand. Seated around the patriarch were other elders of the Zhu clan old men draped in muted but luxurious robes, their faces lined with years of experience and scheming. Their presence was nothing more than a formality. Zhu Gang was the only one who mattered. And Chen Ren, he was the only outsider here, the oddity in the room, the one who could easily be kicked out if necessary. Finally, after a long silence, Zhu Gang moved. He lifted a piece of parchment between his fingers, shaking it slightly before his tiny eyes locked onto Chen Ren. "This letter," he huffed. "Are you sure it's true?" "Taoist Chen, my daughter could not have possibly involved herself with a slave," he said as if he couldn't believe it himself. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to the letter, the one he had handed over himself. One of the latest ones Zhu Lingyan had written for the blacksmith, and the very thing that had dragged him into this storm. Zhu Gang's sharp gaze remained fixed on Chen Ren, his fingers tightening around the letter. "Yes, it's true, Patriarch Zhu," Chen Ren said. "I would never do anything to tarnish the relationship between the Divine Coin Sect and the Zhu clan." He gave Zhu Yuan a glance. The fatty visibly flinched, but quickly nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "Yes, that's true, Patriarch," Zhu Yuan confirmed. Chen Ren continued, keeping his expression carefully neutral. "I was simply fortunate that one of the sect disciples I brought with me happened to come across it and delivered it to me. I consulted Zhu Yuan the moment I learned of it, knowing how serious the matter could become." Zhu Gang exhaled sharply, as if reining in his emotions. His qi, which had been rippling slightly in agitation, steadied. After a moment, he spoke, his voice colder but more composed. "You did the right thing, Taoist Chen. On behalf of the Zhu clan, I thank you." Chen Ren nodded. "I understand. Patriarch Zhu, I originally come from a clan as well. I know how these things work." A beat of silence followed. Then, he carefully added, "May I ask what you intend to do with the slave?" The moment the words left his lips, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The patriarch's already sharp eyes turned frigid, his aura shifting like a storm ready to break. The pressure of his qi surged, leaking into the room in droves, heavy and suffocating. Zhu Yuan stiffened beside Chen Ren, his knuckles white as he clenched his hands under the table. The elders, too, remained silent, impassive, but none dared to intervene. Finally, when Zhu Gang spoke, his voice sounded like steel. Obviously, his head will fall. His words carried absolute finality, no hesitation whatsoever. "He has tried to manipulate my daughter. For that, I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Chen Ren had expected this. From the moment he revealed the letter, he had known that Zhu Gang would demand blood. He had thought and calculated every reaction the patriarch might have. And so far, the man had acted exactly as he predicted. But no matter how expected, Chen Ren couldn't allow Feiyu to die here. He took a steady breath and spoke before anyone else could. "But Patriarch Zhu," he paused deliberately, letting his words linger. "We have only found a letter from the young miss." The patriarch's qi wavered slightly. Nowhere in the letter does it say that the slave coerced her in any way. Chen Ren met the old man's gaze evenly, as if he weren't standing against a peak foundation establishment cultivator who could crush him with a flick of his fingers. "Wouldn't such a punishment be unbefitting of a righteous cultivator such as yourself?" A heavy silence gripped the room. For the first time, something flickered in the patriarch's eyes, whether it was irritation, consideration, or something else. Chen Ren couldn't yet tell. But he knew one thing. He had his attention. Zhu Gang's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Are you suggesting that my daughter was the one who tried to seduce a mere slave?" Suddenly, he felt the man's anger reeking through his voice, and immediately, murmurs spread through the room like ripples in a pond. The elders exchanged glances, some frowning, others whispering under their breath. Beside Chen Ren, Zhu Yuan went pale, his hands trembling slightly as he wiped sweat from his forehead. But Chen remained calm. He had dealt with powerful figures before, prideful, overbearing, quick to judge. This was no different. "No, I don't mean that. Patriarch Zhu," he said evenly. "As I just stated, we don't have any evidence that the slave had any involvement at all." He met the patriarch's glare without flinching. "And a righteous cultivator does not make hasty decisions. A wise man such as yourself would surely know that." The tension in the room thickened. Zhu Gang's expression twisted into clear displeasure, but he didn't lash out this time. He stared at Chen Ren for several long moments, as if weighing his words. Internally, Chen Ren smiled. His plan was working. By presenting the evidence of an illicit affair directly to the patriarch, he had made himself important, not just some merchant, but a sect-affiliated individual bringing critical information to the clan. And he knew from his research that Zhu Gang prided himself on his upright nature, always preaching about the righteous path. Cornering a self-proclaimed righteous man with his own beliefs was a strategy that rarely failed. In the end, Zhu Gang let out a slow breath and gave a curt nod. Let's hear both sides then. With that, he gestured toward one of the elders. Bring the slave! The elder rose immediately, leaving the room. A tense silence followed as they waited, the pressure lingering thick in the air. Chen Ren simply folded his hands together, waiting patiently. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the hall, and then Fei Yu entered. The blacksmith's face was pale, his steps hesitant. The moment he stepped into the room, his eyes flickered to the gathered elders, to Zhu Gang sitting at the center, and then to Chen Ren. His expression twisted with barely restrained fear, and without a word he fell to his knees. Before he could even properly bow, a surge of qi filled the room. Chen Ren's eyes sharpened as he watched it happen. Zhu Gang's energy moved with frightening precision, pressing down on Fei Yu like an invisible mountain. The blacksmith barely had time to react before his forehead slammed against the floor, hard enough to make a sharp cracking sound echo through the room. He was forced into a deep kowtow, his body trembling under the sheer weight of the patriarch's qi. Chen Ren exhaled through his nose. He had expected something, but to see it in action was another matter entirely. Now, the real game would begin. Fei Yu? The patriarch's voice cracked through the room like a whip. I know your tainted bloodline has been one of criminals, but still, we gave you shelter, work, and even helped in your cultivation. And in return, you dare put your hands on my daughter? His qi flared once more, sending a suffocating weight pressing down on Fei Yu's trembling form. What do you have to say for yourself? Fei Yu's breath came out ragged as he gulped. His face was ashen, his entire body shaking under the patriarch's gaze. Patriarch Zhu. His voice was barely above a whisper. I had no hand in this. It was the young miss who sent me those letters, but I never reciprocated. Please, spare me. Silence filled the hall for a brief, suffocating moment. Then, a case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. So you mean to tell me it was my daughter who sought out a mere slave like you? That she would lower herself to such filth? Zhu Gang's fury exploded. His chair screeched against the floor as he shot up, his qi surging violently. Without hesitation, he raised a foot to kick Fei Yu straight in the chest, but before he could, several elders moved at once, stepping forward to block his advance. Chen Ren followed suit, shifting slightly to stand in the way. Patriarch, one of the elders urged, holding out a hand. Please calm yourself. It all happened too quickly. Zhu Gang's eyes blazed with rage, but even he wasn't so far gone as to ignore the restraining hands of his own clan members. Fei Yu remained on his knees, his head pressed against the cold stone floor, trembling so hard that it looked like he might collapse at any moment. His lips moved soundlessly, as if searching for words, but none came. It was all too silent, the unspoken tension warming up the room alongside the patriarch's qi that was heavy in the air. Finally, Chen Ren exhaled softly. He had seen enough. Patriarch Zhu, as I have said, Fei Yu has not acted upon any of this. The situation can still be salvaged without anyone dying. Zhu Gang slowly turned his gaze toward him. Taoist Chen, I do not see how this matter can be resolved without this slave losing his life. And why, exactly, are you speaking in his favor? His voice held suspicion now, eyes narrowing at Chen Ren as if seeing him in a new light. Chen Ren met his gaze evenly. I am not taking any sides. Like you and me, Fei Yu is a cultivator. That does not change simply because he is a slave. He let the words sink in before adding. By his association with the Zhu clan, he is counted among the righteous path cultivators as well. I merely believe that one should not be condemned without guilt." The room fell silent once more. Zhu Gang's chi still crackled faintly in the air, but something shifted in his face. The man was thinking about what Chen Ren had just said. It was good. It was an opening of sorts. Chen Ren hung on to that hope. "Then all of this was done by my daughter?" Chen Ren shook his head immediately. "I don't think the young miss even realizes what she's doing." "What? In my time here, I have learned that she is kind. She looks out for others, mortal or cultivator alike. Her heart is pure." Zhu Gang scoffed. "So what?" "I have heard tales that she has gone out of her way to help servants in need, feeling bad for them. If I may speak plainly, Feiyu, the slave is not treated well by anyone. In the few days I have been here, I have seen him shouted at, ridiculed, and even beaten under the guise of sparring, all while the young Miss Lingyang was in attendance." His gaze swept across the gathered cultivators. "I am certain there have been many such instances before my arrival." Another long moment of silence passed between them. Chen Ren allowed the weight of his words to settle before delivering the final push. "Don't you think that, seeing such treatment, the young miss, being as kind as she is, felt bad and tried to make amends in her own way? To compensate for the behavior of the younger generation of your family?" The elders glanced at each other, the earlier tension in the room shifting into contemplation. A few muttered among themselves, their voices hushed yet audible. That could be true, Patriarch." One elder hesitantly spoke. "Young Miss Lingyang is soft-hearted," another murmured. "Perhaps she saw the way Feiyu was treated and acted out of pity." Chen Ren watched them carefully before nodding. "Yes, oftentimes emotions become tangled. We mistake one feeling for another. Sympathy can be confused with affection, especially at her age." The murmuring grew louder. Some elders exchanged knowing looks. Others sighed in realization. Zhu Gang remained still. His jaw was clenched, his fists tightly clenched till his knuckles turned white. The fury in his eyes hadn't vanished, but Chen Ren could say that the man was hesitant. Therefore, he waited. He looked at Feiyu, whose head still remained bowed. Good. He was playing his part well. Meanwhile, the patriarch took time to consider his words. If Chen Ren had judged him correctly, then Zhu Gang's love for his daughter would make him find excuses for her behavior rather than outright punish her. And if that happened, then the entire incident would be reframed as a simple misunderstanding. One where his daughter had only mistaken sympathy for affection. That meant she would escape punishment. Fortunately, from what Chen Ren had heard, Lingyan was a talented cultivator. Even if the Zhu clan attempted to marry her off to save face, she had a few years to resist. Cultivation always took priority, and most cultivators delayed marriage until their progress slowed. If he could, he would have simply asked her to join his sect, taking Feiyu with her. But the relationship between his sect and Zhu clan wasn't so great yet, and they already had connections with other sects, so that plan had died in infancy. Zhu Gang's nose twitched. Even if Lingyan is not at fault, it does not change the fact that a scandal was about to erupt. Punishment must be dealt. And what if she does not let go of her sympathy, her infatuation? There is a bright future ahead of her, and yet she would risk destroying the reputation of our clan over a mere slave. His eyes turned cold as he glared down at Feiyu. This slave still needs to die. Feiyu shuddered. His hands formed into fists by the ground. A few elders nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. Just as the tension reached a peak, Chen Ren spoke again. "I believe killing him would be detrimental in the long term, Patriarch." "What did you just say?" The Patriarch's gaze snapped toward him, along with the elders. Chen remained calm. He had to. If he let himself feel at least a small ounce of fear, everyone would know. "I do not mind Feiyu being killed here. He is a slave of the Zhu clan. You all have the right to do with him as you wish. But consider this. Will killing him truly make the young miss forget her infatuation?" That made a few elders frown. One of them finally spoke. "And why would it not?" Chen Ren exhaled slightly as if exasperated. "Think about it. Feiyu never leaves the clan grounds. He is a blacksmith dedicated to his craft. As a cultivator, His body is sturdy. He won't simply drop dead. He swept his gaze over them before delivering the key point. If he suddenly dies, will she not find it suspicious? I mean, Feiyu is already mistreated. If Lingyan discovers that the clan killed him, what do you think will happen? He let the question hang in the air before answering it himself. Her infatuation will turn to anger, resentment. He looked directly at Zhu Gang, and that anger will not be directed at Feiyu. It will be at the clan. Zhu Gang propped down in his chair and let his fingers dig into the armrest. Chen Ren could see the hesitation beginning to form in his expression. If she begins to resent you, Chen Ren continued, she will be harder to control. And if she rebels against the clan, then all of this would have been for nothing. Chen Ren turned back to the patriarch. I'm sorry if I'm way over my boundaries, but in my sect, I have seen many younger disciples lose their way like this. I don't want the young miss to go through the same. That is why I'm telling you all this. Zhu Gang narrowed his eyes. Then we won't let anyone know of his death. Chen Ren shook his head. Secrets always find their way out. She can always make a guess and confront someone. And when that happens, it'll be difficult to maintain the lie. One of the elders scoffed. Then is there any better way? Tell me if so. If not, this man is surely losing his life tonight by the patriarch's hands. Chen Ren frowned, as if deep in thought. He let a few moments pass before exhaling. I have a way. The room's atmosphere shifted. Every eye turned to him, waiting. Zhu Gang's gaze sharpened. What is it? Chen Ren glanced at Feiyu, still kneeling with his head down, before speaking. Banish him. Murmurs erupted in the hall. Chen Ren continued, ignoring all the raising voices. He couldn't even tell if they were opposing his idea or raising concerns, but he ignored it. If you send him away, the young miss will be unable to hold on to her infatuation. You can tell her that he was caught stealing and was cast out of the clan. An elder frowned. Why would we sully our own reputation by saying a slave stole from us? Chen Ren's lips curled into a slight smirk. Why would it sully your reputation? He already has the blood of a criminal in him, doesn't he? A slave with a tainted lineage? No one would doubt the story. The patriarch's fingers tapped against his chair. The logic was sound. Chen Ren pressed on. Even if the young miss grieves for a while, she will eventually recover. And if you're still worried about him ever returning, make him swear a chi oath to stay away from the clan forever. The room fell into silence once more. Chen Ren took a step back. Of course, the final decision rests with you, Patriarch. I'm just an outsider, offering my opinion. Zhu Gang's expression remained unreadable. His fingers stilled. Slowly, he leaned back, exhaling. We respect your opinion, Dois Chen. A decision will be made after careful thought. With that, he went silent, lost in contemplation. Chen Ren didn't let his expression shift, but his heartbeat quickened. Would the patriarch take his advice, or would Feiyu lose his life right here? It was a matter of word from the patriarch. The uncertainty gnawed at him. He kept his breathing steady, waiting. It felt like forever. But he knew at any second, the patriarch would Zhu Gang finally opened his mouth. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 83. Soot fell on Chen Ren's face. He reached up to wipe it away, pausing as he leaned against their still carriage. Above, the sky was vast and cloudless, a pale blue that felt too serene for what had just transpired. They were finally out of the Zhu clan's domain. The road ahead twisted through the mountain pass, leading away from Ashen City and toward Cloudmist City. From there, they would make their way back to Meadow Village. As he stood there, the carriage window creaked open. Anji's head poked out. She paused for a moment, as if checking Chen Ren's mood, but since he didn't say anything right away, she opened her mouth. It's unfortunate what happened with Feiyu, she murmured. I wouldn't wish something like that on anyone. Chen Ren exhaled, a wry, sad smile tugging at his lips. He chose it for himself. He knew the consequences. There's nothing we can do about it. I believe he had it long coming. His voice was steady. but his fingers curled against the rough wood of the carriage. In life, there are choices we make. Right or wrong, they're often final. Anji was silent for a long moment before speaking again, her voice softer. I understand choices, but we can still regret them, right? Chenren nodded. Yeah, there are plenty like that. His gaze drifted toward the distant peaks. I have my own regrets. Anji tilted her head. Like what? Chenren scratched his head, a bitter chuckle escaping his lips. For one, the tournament at Cloud Mist City? I should have been more careful. I was lucky, saved by circumstances. But if not for the golden dragon, his fingers twitched. I'd be dead right now. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The mountain wind swept past them, rustling the trees. Anji studied him for a moment before nodding. About that golden dragon, I had questions. Are you comfortable talking about it? Chenren opened his mouth to respond. But then he felt it. Footsteps. His head snapped to the side. A figure approached from the path leading out of Ashen City. Feiyu? His eyes were red, as if he hadn't slept, but his face was resolute. A worn pack was slung over his shoulders, the fabric stretched thin and patched in places. He moved with the stiff, uncertain gait of someone stepping into a world that had never before been his to walk. As he neared the carriage, his eyes found Chenren. A small smile glazed across his lips. Then, without hesitation, he strode forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for everything. His voice was raw, hoarse with emotion. I never thought a day would come when I would be without a slave mark. He pulled back his sleeve. The skin of his forearm was burnt, the flesh marred by angry red scars where the brand had once been. His hand shook when he showed it from his pointy finger. Freedom had come at a price. Chenren kept staring at it for a solid minute. The faint lines of the slave mark were still visible, but the symbol had been usurped, its power erased. Feiyu was a free man now. Fortunately, the patriarch listened to me and made the right decision, Chenren said. Then, after a pause, did you get her letter? Feiyu nodded, gripping the strap of his pack tighter. Yes, I did. He cleared his throat. She said she understood my decision, and that she'll wait for me to come back for her as a strong cultivator. Her father's already planning to get some proposals for her, but she's going to push it off for as long as she can. That's good. If you said the oath the way I told you, you'll be fine. I did, and they didn't seem to suspect anything. Chenren smirked slightly. People like to think chi oaths are unbreakable, not realizing they're just contracts with stricter rules. He had found that chi oaths were one of the most interesting things in this world. Since using the chi oath on Tang Yucho back then, Chenren had been curious about its mechanics. He had spent time experimenting with them, testing whether they were truly foolproof, or if there were ways to manipulate their wording for loopholes. As expected, the wording played a crucial role. Back in the city, he had tested it on Lehua by making her take a chi oath not to eat his noodles for a week. Yet because the restriction only applied to his noodles, she had no issue eating those made by Shulan or anyone else. That small distinction proved that a carefully crafted oath could be circumvented. He had used the same trick with Feiyu, structuring the oath so that he would stay away from the Ju clan's Lingyan butt. The oath would only apply while she remained part of the Ju clan. According to their plan, the girl would join the Divine Coin sect in a year or two, once his relationship with the Ju clan improved. When that happened, she would abandon the Ju family name, effectively nullifying the restriction. It wasn't an uncommon practice for sects to sever their disciples from mortal ties. And while convincing the Ju clan would take time, Chenren was confident in his ability to handle it. Thinking of the trick, Chenren was glad that chi oaths weren't taken lightly in this world. Their absolute nature made them a rare tool, used only in special circumstances. That was precisely why the art of exploiting them wasn't widely spread. If chi oaths had been used for everyday contracts, someone in the Ju clan might have caught on to his loophole. But in this case, they would never suspect that their own daughter might one day be willing to give up her family name. And of course, all of this had been planned with her. Lingyan knew what was going to happen. Now, all he could do was trust that she would play her role right. Brushing aside his thoughts, Chenren turned his attention back to Feiyu. So, are you ready to join the sect? I have a lot of work for you, and I'm pretty sure you're going to love it. Feiyu nodded, but there was a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Chenren caught it immediately. What's wrong? It's nothing. Feiyu shook his head before exhaling. It's just, you've done me a great favor. And before you decide whether to keep me in the sect or not, I want you to know everything about me. Chenren paused, thinking about his words for a second. What do you want to tell me? Feiyu hesitated, then squared his shoulders. About my history? Why is my bloodline that of a slave? Ah, that. Chenren studied him, wondering if whatever Feiyu was about to reveal would truly change his decision. He already knew that Feiyu's grandfather had been accused of murder, but what had really happened? Had he been framed? He had no idea about the specifics, and even if he had tried to ask Juyuan, the fatty didn't have the information for him. Now that Feiyu was ready to reveal it, he wasn't going to say no. Getting to know his past might just give him more knowledge on how to handle him. Go ahead, he said. Feiyu glanced at the others in the carriage, hesitating for a bit. But in the end, he didn't seem to care about them as he spoke. I'm sure you already know my grandfather was accused of murder. Chenren nodded. I do. That's true, but it wasn't as simple as it sounds. What do you mean? Chenren asked almost immediately. A look of conflict crossed Feiyu's face. He clenched his fists but didn't back away from his words. My grandfather didn't just kill one person, he killed 3 members of the Jew clan. Chenren stiffened slightly. 3 teenagers, mortals, Feiyu said further. My grandfather used to have a shop in Ashen City, one of the bigger forges there. But those three kids would use the Jew clan's authority to get wares for free, insulting him as a lowly smith. For a while, my grandfather couldn't do anything. No matter how many times he tried to directly talk to the Jew clan patriarch, he did nothing, and even the local guards weren't willing to do anything against members of a clan. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Feiyu clenched his fists, the story coming out in pieces. So one day, after those 3 took swords and bows from him to go hunt rabbits, my grandfather, he snapped. I don't know what exactly happened that day. I've heard different versions of it, but the story I heard said something broke in him. He got too angry, too rageful. Maybe it was because the forge had stopped working as well, or maybe he was going through something mentally. But in the end, he killed them mercilessly. A chill ran through the air, and Chenren felt the weight of Feiyu's words settle around them. Immediately, he was seized by guards. They put him on trial, but even then, he injured some of the guards. From that moment on, my bloodline was branded as demonic, tainted. He paused. Chenren noticed that Feiyu avoided his gaze. Probably ashamed of his grandfather's actions, but he still continued the tale. I still don't know why he did it. I understand they were thieves, but they were teens. They were just drunk on the power of their clan. My grandfather never spoke about it. After that day, he never even said a word, just worked as a slave for the rest of his life. My father, he was the same, beaten down by the sins of his father, and he passed away early because of it. Feiyu's voice faltered before steadying again. But thanks to you, I'm free. I'm no longer a slave. I can finally live the life I wish to live, but it doesn't change the fact of what my grandfather did. His eyes dropped for a moment, but then he lifted them to meet Chenren's. I never knew him, but I feel like I carry the blood of a man with no self-control, a short-tempered, mortal demon. I'm not proud of his actions or to carry his blood. Chenren listened intently, his expression unreadable as Feiyu's family's history ended. And he had to say that it was something that did give him stuff to think about. If he was honest with himself, the Jew clan hadn't struck him as righteous, at least not in the way they carried themselves. There had always been something about them that seemed more driven by power and name than any true sense of justice. A part of him had suspected that Feiyu's grandfather had been framed for the murder, that there were forces behind the scenes using the incident to their advantage. But the reality was different, though in the end, Feiyu's family had suffered not just from the crimes of their ancestor, but from a system that used them as pawns. And yet, despite the gruesome past, it didn't change anything in Chenren's decision. Did this story make him hesitate to take Feiyu into his sect? No, not at all. If anything, it strengthened his desire. Feiyu had come to him, ready to lay bare his truth. Despite the shame and the weight of it all, and knowing there could be consequences to his confession, that kind of honesty was rare, and Chen Ren valued it deeply. Judging a person based on ancestry, religion, or who they served had never sat right with him, and it never would. He wasn't the kind to carry the sins of another. So he reached out, patting Feiyu's shoulder. I don't think you should have gone through all those years of slavery because of your grandfather. Even your father shouldn't have. You just suffered for the crime of someone else, and I'm not going to hold that against you. You're an honest man and a capable blacksmith. I don't expect anything more from you. There was a pause, the air feeling lighter now as Feiyu's shoulders relaxed, the tension in his posture slowly easing. Welcome to the sect, Chenren said. Feiyu's eyes widened, numerous flickering in them as he took a deep breath, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Chen. Chen Ren's lips twitched, and he quickly corrected him. Sect leader Chen. Feiyu blinked, caught off guard. Our sect is new, Chen Ren continued, his voice calm yet with a quiet authority that seemed to come naturally now, and I'm its sect leader. I don't reveal it to others, though. I just act as a representative of it. But trust me, you'll get plenty of time to learn about Divine Coin Sect on the road. Feiyu processed the words, a mix of astonishment and acceptance crossing his face. After a moment of silence, he asked, And where are we going, sect leader Chen? Chen Ren smiled faintly, his eyes turning distant for a moment. Cloud Mist City. The place where it all started. The road to Cloud Mist City was smooth, with the group traveling comfortably and having a good time. Along the way, they were joined by other carriages headed in the same direction, their convoy expanding as they traveled. The journey from Ashen City took 2 days, following the winding mountain path that led to a wider road, easier and faster to travel. And throughout the trip, Chenren kept himself busy, engaging in constant discussions with Feiyu about forging techniques, even throwing in a few pointers about firearms and the uses of guns. He also spent time with Zihan and Anji, discussing their plans for Cloud Mist City, how he would check in on his former businesses there, and what actions they'd need to take moving forward. To his surprise, Hong Yi, who had been quietly drawing new designs for his puppets on parchment the entire journey, seemed interested in trying out the noodles Chenren had briefly mentioned about. He hadn't pegged him as a foodie, but he supposed everyone had their hidden interests. As the days passed and the distant city grew nearer, the group's pace remained steady, and soon enough, Cloud Mist City came into view. It wasn't as bustling as it had been during the tournament, but there were still plenty of carriages waiting to go out. Like any other cultivator, Chen Ren was given easy preference once Zihan showed the sect crest, allowing them to pass through without much delay. We are almost there, Chen Ren said. He wasn't eager to go into the city himself. He needed to let his disciples handle the smaller tasks, and he had a strong suspicion the city hadn't fully recovered from the Dragonheart fever yet. So, while the others discussed the task he had given them, Chenren observed the familiar streets, noticing the ebb and flow of people. He even caught sight of a few women carrying perfumes from the Heavenly Fragrances store. That was a good sign those perfumes were still selling well, just like before. However, as they reached Market Street, something caught his eye that made him freeze. Just at the entrance of the street, 2 noodle stalls were set up, and though there were a few people loitering around them, they were unfamiliar to him. The stalls didn't carry the sect crest, which meant they were knockoffs, copycats who decided to jump on the noodle craze he'd started. Chenren narrowed his eyes, watching them carefully, until Hong Yi, who had been quiet until now, finally broke the silence. Are these the noodle stalls you own? He asked. Chenren shook his head, his lips curling into a small smile. No, they're copycats. Probably people who saw the success and decided there was good money to be made. It's not hard to replicate the setup. They're simple to make. He paused, continuing to observe the stalls with mild amusement. Honestly, I expected them to pop up a while ago, but it seems people didn't want to offend a cultivator. They waited until I was out of the city. To be honest, though, I couldn't care less. The copycats were just that, imitators with no creativity, trying to capitalize on something that had already gained a reputation. Chen Ren wasn't concerned. If they wanted to make a few coins off noodles, let them. He had bigger plans than petty competition with these amateurs. As they moved on, Chen remained thoughtful, but his focus shifted as they neared the Tang clan estate. There was still much to do, but for now, he couldn't help but wonder just how far his little noodle venture would spread. It had been a good starting business, and he was proud of it, but it wasn't making as much money, or chi, as he'd hoped. Not yet anyway. There were still bigger plans ahead, particularly for once his mortal sect members could stand on their own and help expand it. But for now, his mind had other things to focus on. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when they crossed the street toward the Tang clan estate. The carriage came to a stop, and he quickly exited, stepping onto the familiar grounds. The guards at the gate saw him and immediately bowed respectfully. Without missing a beat, he asked, "Is young Miss Tang Yucho home?" They nodded, and as he made his way through the estate, his entourage followed, eyes scanning the surroundings with quiet curiosity. The courtyard was peaceful as always, but the soft shuffle of footsteps echoed as suddenly Tang Yucho appeared at the door. She was accompanied by her maid and another servant, clearly informed of his arrival. As soon as she saw him, a smile tugged at her lips, but it quickly faded, replaced by a more serious expression. "Chen Ren," she greeted, her voice carrying a hint of something urgent. "It's good to see you again. You've come at the right time. We're facing a big problem. ******. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here." Chapter 84. After Tang Yucho ordered her maid to get lodging for his disciples, Chen Ren moved with her through the hallway alone. He could see that her steps were hurried, and she kept looking back at him to ensure that he was following her. "What is wrong?" Chen Ren asked, but Yucho only shook her head. "I'll explain once we're inside the room," she replied tensely. He nodded, silently following her. Once they entered her room, and the door closed behind them. Chen Ren took a seat across from her, his eyes scanning the room, then moved back to her. It hadn't been long since they'd parted ways, but the change in Yuchu was palpable. The familiar soft elegance was still there, but the atmosphere around her had shifted. She wasn't the same person he had left behind. The once carefree yet determined woman had clearly grown into someone who carried more responsibilities on her shoulders. She had been running the perfume business alone, managing the details Chen Ren had left her. It was clear it had taken a toll, both physically and mentally. Tang Yuchu spoke first, breaking the silence that hung between them. "It seems like things are going well for you," she said, her eyes shining. "There are quite a few new faces. Cultivators?" Chen Ren gave a small smile. "2 among them, and more back in the sect. I got lucky with them." He paused for a moment. "Though there are far more mortals. I'm hoping they're setting up the alcohol production right now." "Alcohol?" Yuchu raised an eyebrow. "You got into that now?" "Yes," he answered with a half smile. "It's a different type than the ones out in the market. Stronger. I sold everything I had, or I would have brought some for you." Yuchu waved her hand dismissively. "It's okay. I don't drink much, and you know my father. It is better if he doesn't drink." After that, a brief silence fell over them. Chen Ren could feel that small talk was over, and the topic she wanted to talk about was going to come now. He waited patiently, eyes steady on her face. She sighed, noticing the urge in his eyes, and leaned back in her seat. "Anyway, the problem I talked about. It started once I looked into your expansion plan and tried to build up this mall you mentioned." Chen Ren's brow furrowed slightly as he leaned forward, sensing the concern in her voice. "I didn't think you would find problems in Cloud Mist City," he said, his tone betraying his confusion. "Before leaving Cloud Mist City, Chen Ren had given Yucho the expansion plan for heavenly fragrances since he knew he was going to be busy with his sect. It was to ensure his income would keep increasing while also boosting his cultivation at the same time. Building the sect had always been a priority for Chen Ren, but this didn't mean he was going to leave his current businesses behind. So, he had given her the idea of a mall to house multiple shops in one location, although it wasn't as grand as the ones back on Earth. They had planned to start small, with only 3 to 4 businesses in the mall, a manageable beginning before they expanded further. "Actually, the problem didn't come from Cloud Mist City," Tang Yuchu said. shaking her head slightly and bringing him back from his thoughts. It went smoothly here. I was able to increase the floors in heavenly fragrances and created a structure, like you told me. It's small right now, and we aren't renting out the space to other businesses yet. I want to see how it works before increasing its size. Thankfully, there's enough space around it. She paused, gathering her thoughts, but the problem came when I inquired about expanding to other cities. And let me tell you, it isn't going to be easy. We've already received threats. Chenren's eyes widened, his surprise visible. What kind of threats? He leaned forward, the protective instinct rising within him. I'm surprised anyone would dare give threats to the Tang clan. Yuchu looked at him as if he was not understanding the situation. They can't do that in Cloud Mist City, but the world is wide, and there are places even my father wasn't able to expand into. One of those places is Jingxi, and I've chosen it as the main place where we could set up our next mall. As you know, our products are mainly catered to women right now, and that city is perfect for it. It's a major trade route for merchants, with a solid middle-class population that can afford our products without hesitation. There are sects nearby, but nothing major enough to worry about. It seemed like the perfect place. Chenren was about to speak when she raised her hand, indicating that there was more to the story. But the major problem in the city isn't the sects. It's the clans and trade associations, she continued. They are powerful enough to be a real problem, and they've already gotten wind of our intentions, and they love to show off their power. She rolled her eyes as she spoke. They're already trying to prevent us from acquiring property there. They seem to have figured out just how big our products have gotten in Cloud Mist City. I was even offered a supply contract, but the terms were so bad, I couldn't even consider it. Chenren slowly absorbed the weight of Yuchio's words, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of inevitability. He had expected something like this. Established clans rarely took kindly to upstarts trying to break into their markets. And the perfume business was no exception. Anyone would act accordingly if they felt threatened, at least in this world. He nodded, letting the silence linger for a moment as he processed the situation. His thoughts spilled to different possibilities, but none would be set in stone until he knew the exact depth of the situation. So, are we unable to acquire property there? He asked. Yuchu shook her head. It's not that. I did get one building, but looking at the place, considering all the pressure, we won't be able to set up a full perfume factory there. If we do, it would mean transporting raw materials from far away, and that's not feasible since it is harder to find the herbs we need in the city. We can manage transportation, but not for everything. He paused for a beat, then shifted the conversation, wanting to focus on the more positive developments. And how's the cloth project going? At the mention of it, Yucho's face lit up, the worry temporarily vanishing from her eyes. A soft smile tugged at her lips as she rose to her feet. I've been meaning to ask you about that. The designs were tucked so far back in those parchments you gave me, so I missed asking you about them when you were leaving, but how did you even come up with something like that? Chenren watched as she moved toward a nearby chest, retrieving a box. She carefully pulled out a selection of women's dresses. She handed them over to him, and he ran his fingers over the material, the texture telling him that Yucho hadn't skimped on anything to get them made. They were exquisite. Chenren ran his fingers over the smooth fabric once again, appreciating the attention to detail. Was she making these to sell, or had she created them for herself? The dresses were undeniably beautiful, but there was something subtly different about them. Unlike the tightly fitted garments that most women wore, those that clung to the body, leaving little room for comfort. The dresses Yuchu had created were much more fluid and free, where most dresses focused on accentuating curves and restricting movement. These seemed to offer a new sense of freedom, as though the wearer could move without feeling constricted. The cuts were soft, flowing, designed to drape elegantly around the body rather than cling tightly. Yucho had taken care to ensure the design was modest without being plain. The folds gathered at strategic points, around the waist, over the hips, creating a sense of structure, but also allowing for comfort. The way the dresses were designed to hang just off the shoulders or around the neck made them feel more comfortable. And the pattern of the dress. He picked a dress from the pile and looked over it, seeing the bold lines and flower designs that accentuated the beige color. Chenren could imagine how dresses like these would complement a woman's body, not by drawing attention to a single feature, but by making the whole form appear graceful and dignified. He could already picture a woman walking in one of these dresses, every movement highlighting the elegant folds of the fabric, making her feel as though she were wearing something truly unique, something that made a statement without saying a word. He turned to her with a small smile, gently placing the dress back on the table and answering her earlier question. I asked Chulan and the others for input, and then I realized how restrictive and unthinking most women's clothing is. I wanted to create something comfortable, something that would be both practical and fashionable. He tilted his head slightly, eyeing her. Did you like it? The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Tang Yucho's smile broadened. I love them. I wore one of these to a gathering 2 weeks ago, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me. I think they'll be a huge hit. They might even be the next big thing. Chenren felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Let's hope so, he thought. He had created the designs, thinking about how clothing has evolved over time, blending Chinese fashion sense with modern-day designs, hoping to craft something that would appeal to the masses. He had spent time during the tournament, waiting for his turn in the fighting arena, brainstorming the designs. He'd never expected that something born from idle thoughts would end up becoming a potential game changer. And he realized these designs would complement the perfume line perfectly. Unlike perfume, which required a complex network of raw materials and precise measurements, clothing could be mass-produced by simply gathering women who were looking for work and teaching them how to weave. It was a simpler process once they got the supply for the material. Chenren thought about how easy it was to set up a small-scale factory for the clothes, and a small, almost absurd idea crossed his mind. Should I start building a sewing machine? Because after all, this world didn't have any automation, which meant that everything was crafted. The thought lingered for a moment, but before he could dive deeper into it, Yucho's voice brought him back to the present. I've been working on getting a group of weavers together to start building more of these dresses, she said. We should have a good amount ready soon. Chenren nodded, his mind already thinking ahead. That's good. I might be able to get one more product for the mall opening in Jingxi, but I'm still trying to come up with it. He paused, rubbing his chin. How long do you think it will take? Yuchu smiled, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. We're still constructing in Jingxi, so it'll be about a month. But you can check out the progress at the Heavenly Fragrances shop right now. It's coming together well. Chenren's eyes brightened at that. I'll take a look, he said, his mind already working on the possibilities. Then, as if something else had occurred to her, Yuchu hesitated for a moment before asking, How many days will you be in the city? 2 days, he answered. I mostly came to see your progress and the accounts, and also to meet with Qinghe. I had wanted to consult her on some things. Yuchu nodded. That's all right. I think I have the account books here. Let me bring them to you, but I have to say, our sales have been really good. I think you're going to like what you see. Chenren smiled, feeling a surge of relief. I'm looking forward to it. As Yuchu had said, the money coming in from the perfumes and even the food stalls had increased significantly. For the perfumes, Yuchu had been handling everything with her usual efficiency, and it was clear that her efforts had paid off. More and more women were returning to purchase more of the fragrances once their previous bottles ran out, a trend that only seemed to grow with time. But it wasn't just about the steady sales. Yucho had also started researching ways to expand their perfume line, working tirelessly to develop new scents and recruit more people to help with production. Chenren couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Everything seemed to be progressing faster than he had even hoped. He'd felt the surge of qi entering him over the last month, and he couldn't help but think it was no coincidence. The success of the perfume line, combined with his growing cultivation, made him certain that the next time he broke through, he might just cross a few stars in his advancement. As for the noodle stall, well, it had grown into something even more profitable. They had expanded the offerings to include crispy chips alongside the noodles. And even with some copycats emerging, their stall remained just as popular, generating steady profits. Unfortunately, summer had come to an end, which meant that sales of the ice cream had dropped off more than he would have liked. But Chen wasn't worried. He already had plans for the next summer, and he was confident that he could turn things around when the season came back. After checking the accounts and taking a tour of his businesses, Chen decided it was time to leave Yuchu to handle the rest of her work. He made his way to the tea shop to meet Xinghe, the old woman who had become, in many ways, his second master after Yalen. He brought Feiyu along, knowing that the conversation would be important for him, and the two of them entered the tea house. The scent of tea leaves filled his nostrils, and there, seated where she usually was, Xinghe, sipping tea. Her face was neutral as she slowly placed the cup in front of her. As soon as Chen entered the tea house, Xinghe's eyes snapped up, locking onto him with an intensity that almost felt like a physical force. But there was no warm welcome in her gaze. Instead, a scowl quickly replaced the usual calmness that Chen had grown used to. "I was thinking the wind is a bit different now," she said, her voice edged with sarcasm. "But I can see that you're back in the city after a failed attempt at starting the sect." Chen walked towards her without responding immediately and pulled a stool out, sitting down casually. "Failed?" he echoed with a raised eyebrow. "I already have some new disciples and things are going better than expected." He gestured toward Feiyu, who stood by his side, ready to back him up. "Qing!" His gaze shifted to the young man standing there. She gave him a quick once-over, her sharp eyes evaluating him in a way that seemed to peel away layers, and then she spoke. "You look like a good cultivator. Not that talented, but not bad. Why are you following this fool?" Her words were blunt, and she didn't even attempt to mask the judgment. Feiyu didn't hesitate. Standing tall, he looked directly at Xinghe. "I will follow sect leader Chen. All my life," he said with sincerity. "He has given me a new leash on life, and there's nothing that would change my decision." "Qing." He raised an eyebrow at the conviction in Feiyu's voice. Her scowl, fading into a hint of surprise, her gaze flicked back to Chen, who had a faint, amused smile on his face. "You've learned some manipulation techniques, kid," she remarked dryly. Chen chuckled, the soundbite but with an edge of confidence. "Why don't you believe he's being genuine?" he asked, leaning back slightly. "I have a lot that could help him out." Qinghe's lips twisted into a brief, almost imperceptible smirk, but it was gone just as quickly. "I hope so," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Or I would feel bad seeing that man get the wrong end of the stick. So why are you here?" "Really?" she asked. Clearly knowing Chen ways by now, then seemed to hesitate and stand up from her seat. "Actually, I was hoping you would stop by. I have something to show you that might help you out," she added. Chen interest was piqued. "What is it?" he asked, already trying to read the situation. Qinghe glanced at the few customers still present in the tea house, then back at him with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "You're lucky. It's not the peak hour," she said. "Walk with me." She stood and motioned for him and Feiyu to follow her. Chen exchanged a quick glance with Feiyu before they both rose and trailed after her, heading towards the staircase. They walked up the stairs in silence. Chen couldn't help but wonder what kind of revelation she was about to reveal, but he knew better than to press her for answers too soon. When they reached the room that Chen had often frequented, the space that had once been filled with books and scrolls, he noticed something strange. The floor, usually organized, was now scattered with books. Some were open, others simply discarded. But in the center of the chaos, there was one book that immediately caught his attention. It had a cover that depicted the 4 heavenly beasts with a golden dragon at its center. His heart skipped a beat at the sight of it. He had never seen this particular book before, and something about it made his heart skip a beat. Qinghe, noticing his reaction, gave him a small smile. "After you left," she began, "I decided I needed to do some reading of my own. I wanted to find out more about that dragon inside of you." She bent down, her eyes now focused on the book. "What I found? I don't know if you're going to like it or not. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 85. Chen Ren knew that he was somehow tied up in a conspiracy far above his pay grade. It wasn't something he liked to dwell on. Knowing he was missing crucial pieces of the puzzle only frustrated him. But the truth had been clear for a long time. A dragon lived in his star space. No one in history had ever carried a dragon in their star space and lived a simple merchant's life. That just wasn't how the world worked. Despite that knowledge, he had stubbornly clung to his chosen path. He built his businesses, trained when he could, and tried to carve out a future where, if trouble ever came knocking, he'd be strong enough to handle it. But now, he thought grimly, it seems like the time has come to stop pretending. The book lay sprawled on the floor in front of him. Standing out among the others, Ching he had gathered. Just looking at it sent a shiver of unease down his spine. The cover was unlike anything he had ever seen. Old yet pristine, as if untouched by time, the dark leather was embossed with different designs. And at the center, surrounded by the 4 sacred beasts, the white tiger, the black turtle, the crimson phoenix. And, of course, in the middle was the golden dragon coiled in a spiral, its head raised as if it were staring straight into his soul. It reminded him of the actual dragon he'd seen in his star space. His fingers hovered over the cover before he slowly picked it up. It was heavier than expected, the kind of weight that made him feel like he was holding more than just a book. Taking a steadying breath, he opened it. His eyes scanned the first few lines, expecting something that would shake his world. Instead, his brows furrowed in confusion. He blinked, rereading the words, but he knew he couldn't. "I can't read this," he said finally, glancing at Xinghe. She scoffed. "Obviously, you can't." Before he could react, she plucked the book from his hands, flipping through the pages with a sharp snap of her fingers. If it were that easy to decipher, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on it in the first place. Do you know how many dusty old coots in my sect would sell their souls to study this? She tapped a page. The only reason they let me keep it is because no one understands ancient immortal script. The language it's written in, even I could only make sense of parts of it. And that was after hours of painstakingly translating every single word. Chen Ren mulled over Qinghe's word, his mind catching on one detail in particular, her sect. She had never once let anything slip about her background before, not even a hint. Yet now, she had practically confirmed it. Shed had belonged to a sect. But which one? That he would have to find out in time. For now, he kept his attention on the book still in her grasp. His eyes shifted to the cover again before he asked, "Ancient immortal script? What's that?" Qinghe's gaze lingered on him for a second before she spoke. "It's ancient like its name. We call it the language of the old, from the era of the ancients. Even among top cultivators, it's not something widely known, unless they're deeply invested in history." She flipped through the pages idly, then added, "I found this book in an old tomb buried near the lair of a Tier 5 beast." Chenren arched a brow. "And you can read it." Qinghe smirked. "Parts of it." Then, as if realizing how much she'd revealed, she snapped, "Do you even want to know what's inside the book or not?" Chenren met her gaze steadily. "Yeah, I do!" She studied him for a moment before nodding. "All right." Flipping back to the first page, she ran a finger over the faded ink. "This book is an account from the era of the ancients. A time when the world was ruled by 4 primary sects. There were no empires, no kingdoms, just those 4, each one tied to one of the heavenly beasts." She began listing them out. The sect of the Crimson Phoenix, the heart of alchemists and blacksmiths. They harnessed the flames of the beast they worshipped, refining artifacts and pills unlike anything seen in our time. The sect of the White Tiger, a brotherhood of warriors, martial cultivators of the highest order, acting as the protectors of the world. The sect of the Black Tortoise Masters of restoration and healing, wielding techniques that could mend not only the body, but the very land itself. Then she paused. Chen Ren caught the hesitation immediately. "What about the golden dragon?" Qinghe exhaled, glancing back down at the book. "That is harder to say." She tapped a passage thoughtfully. "The book describes it as the sect that ruled over all the others. It didn't just govern, it oversaw prosperity itself. At that, Chen Ren tilted his head. Prosperity? Was that a metaphor or something else entirely? Did it mean the Golden Dragon sect was simply a prosperous governing body for the other three sects? Or was there a deeper meaning behind it? A thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Is there any mention of it being focused on wealth? Money?" Qinghe immediately shook her head. Number the character for prosperity in ancient immortal script is entirely different from the one used for wealth or trade. There's no connection. She sighed, flipping a page. "Let me continue." Both Chenren and Feiyu, who had been quietly listening this whole time, nodded. The four sects were rivals, yet they functioned within the same system supporting one another, Qinghe explained. It was an era of opportunity and peace. Back then, spirit manifestations were as common as rice. Nearly every cultivator had one, and the heavenly beasts themselves frequently revealed their presence in the world. Chenren's brows furrowed. Spirit manifestations as common as rice? Qinghe continued. And from the way this book describes it, the average cultivator back then was much stronger than the ones today. But in the end, all of it changed. Chenren caught onto the shift in her tone. His mind immediately jumped to something Yalen had once mentioned, a calamity that changed everything. His throat felt dry as he asked, "Changed? Did something happen that ended the era of the ancients?" Qinghe's eyes flickered to something. Chenren couldn't point exactly. The book doesn't go into details, but something forced the sects to come together. Every cultivator in the world was called upon to deal with it. She took a breath, her fingers tightening around the book's cover, and with that, a war erupted. Chenren's eyes narrowed. It says that during this war, tens of thousands died every single day, and it lasted for months. For months, tens of thousands dead every day. That sentence alone brought a grave silence that stretched between them. Then, Feiyu, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. What were they fighting against? Qinghe let out a slow exhale. The book calls them devourers. Chen Ren felt an uneasy chill crawl up his spine at the name. Devourers? Qinghe nodded. There's no information on where they came from or what exactly happened. Not even a description of what they looked like. She hesitated, then added, "For all we know, they could have been giant bugs." Chen Ren shuddered. Giant humanoid bugs that could stand against every cultivator in the world? No amount of coin would help him with that. Seeing the look on his face, Qinghe chuckled. "Relax, I wasn't being serious. Like I said, we don't know what they looked like." She tapped a finger against the book. "All we know is that they destroyed everything." Chenren's lips pressed into a thin line. Everything. The war left no clear victors. Qinghe's expression darkened. There's no mention of who won or how it ended. Just that civilization collapsed, and the heavenly beasts disappeared, leaving their sects buried in the ground. She sighed. I'd assume the Devourers were either defeated or driven away, or we wouldn't be ignorant of them today. But even though humanity survived, the structure of the world was completely crushed. Chen Ren's mind raced. The era of the ancients gone. Their sects, once the ruling force of the world, buried. The heavenly beasts vanished. All of it felt more like a story than what had actually happened. But a part of him knew it was true. Maybe there were parts the book was missing, but it helped give him a general sense of what had transpired. Qinghe turned another page. The book briefly details the rise of a few small civilizations after the war, but none of them lasted. Most cultivators had died. Without them, society crumbled. She frowned. There's no mention of the Kallian Empire, which I'm guessing came much later. In fact, this book might have been written during that transitional period. She tapped the page again. But one thing it does say is that the heavenly beasts were so injured, they had to hide to heal themselves in case another threat ever came to the world. At that, Qinghe finally stopped speaking, letting the weight of the words settle between them. Chen Ren exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening slightly. A lost civilization wasn't surprising. Even on Earth, there had been ancient societies that disappeared. The Aztecs, the Indus Valley civilization. History was filled with collapse and rebirth. but an entire world built around worshipping the heavenly beasts. That was different. His mind spun as he pieced things together. If Qinghe's information was correct, the heavenly beasts had been damaged in the war, needing thousands of years to recover. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. But the dragon he met, it didn't look injured in any way. So, had it already recovered? And if so, what was its purpose now? Had it chosen him to rebuild the civilization that had once been lost? Or was it something else entirely? As Chen Ren pieced everything together, an extremely terrifying possibility formed in his mind. His heart thumped harder as he glanced at Qinghe. Do you think? The golden dragon is back because it believes the devourers will return soon? Qinghe's fingers stilled against the ancient pages. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Her face seemed more serious under the lanterns that casted heavy shadows. But he could see it. The same thought had already crossed her mind. I don't know, she finally admitted. It could be, but it could also be that it's just healed, Chen Ren scoffed. I doubt it. His arms crossed, brows furrowed. That goes against cultivation logic. Qinghe raised an eyebrow. I don't know your logic. All we have are possibilities right now. That was true. He exhaled sharply, nodding. He understood her point, but the frown on his face remained. Learning about an ancient civilization connected to the heavenly beasts and their destruction gave him context. But in the end, it wasn't something he could act on. Not yet. Not until he spoke to the dragon again. But that was another problem. He hadn't seen it since that encounter in the tournament. He could only hope it would appear again, perhaps once he broke through further in chi refinement and became stronger. His fingers tapped against the table, mind whirling. But eventually, he turned his gaze back to Qinghe and inclined his head. Thank you, he said, for finding more information about the golden dragon for me. Qinghe waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. He smirked slightly, then leaned back against the wall. That said, I think the best thing I can do is just get stronger. Prepare for what's coming. At that, Qinghe nodded. That's a good way to go. Chen Ren's lips curled into a small grin. Glad we agree. Speaking of that, I wanted to ask for your help with a weapon. Qinghe blinked. A weapon? Chen Ren nodded. He glanced toward Feiyu, who silently pulled out a tightly rolled parchment and placed it before Qinghe. She picked it up, unrolling it carefully. She went through everything in a single swoop of her glance-detailed schematics, exact measurements, notes written in a mixture of his own script and symbols meant for easier understanding. For the next 5 minutes, Qinghe said nothing. She simply studied it. Her eyes flickered over every detail, scanning the blueprint with intense focus. And for the first time, Chen Ren saw a spark of genuine surprise on her face. Finally, she placed the parchment down and met his gaze. I've never seen a weapon like this. Her fingers tapped lightly against the paper. Making the body might be simple enough, but I'm guessing what you really need my help with is this. She pointed at the description of a powder. The explosive compound that gives it the strength to fire off this shell called a bullet. Chen Ren grinned. You're smart. His hand came up, rubbing his temple with a sigh. The problem is, he admitted, I know the components of the gun and exactly how to make it. But the powder, that is where things get tricky. His brow furrowed. I barely remember the formula. I need someone experienced in alchemy like you to create a replacement. Qinghe tapped her chin thoughtfully. Alchemists aren't usually known for making explosive pills. Their focus is more on enhancing the body, healing, or refining qi. Yeah, I figured that much after going through the books you gave me. He exhaled, drumming his fingers on the table. But I was hoping there was an exception to that rule. Is there no alchemist you know who could help us? As he hoped, Qinghe's eyes suddenly lit up. A ghost of a smile played on her lips. Well, she said, I can think of one alchemist who was very interested in making explosions out of pills. Chen Ren straightened. Who? Instead of answering immediately, Qinghe stood and walked over to a shelf, rummaging through a small pile of old leather-bound books. She pulled one free, dusting it off before setting it on the table in front of him. This one. Chen Ren glanced down at the cover. An Idiot Cultivator's Guide to Blowing Himself Up 2 in Volume 1 by Yandi. A long pause ensued between them. Chen Ren blinked, unable to hide his surprise, shock, and confusion at the title of the book. What? Qinghe smirked. You should read it first. Chen Ren gingerly picked up the book, turning it over in his hands. Who wrote this? And why does the title sound so? He struggled for the right word. Unhinged. Qinghe crossed her arms. A short-lived cultivator who only reached the peak of Qi refinement realm before dying while testing what he called the all-consuming explosion pill. She shook her head. Ironically, it consumed him. Chen Ren let out a low whistle. I guess he knew what he was getting into. He lived around 200 years ago, Qinghe continued. Got kicked out of his sect for blowing up too many buildings while experimenting with explosions. But he became famous for his series on explosive pills, which are now considered treasures. Chen Ren exhaled through his nose, a dry smirk curling on his lips. Yeah, I can definitely imagine some lunatic cultivator with an anarchist streak running around, throwing bombs like a madman. That's honestly terrifying. Qinghe nodded in agreement. He flipped through a few pages of the book, scanning the chaotic notes and diagrams. How many of these books did he write? Qinghe shrugged. I don't know. The first volume has a few copies floating around, but the second and third are much harder to find. There are rumors of a fourth, but nothing confirmed. I only managed to get my hands on the first volume thanks to some contacts I have. Figures, Chen Ren muttered. Explosive pills aren't exactly standard market fare. Right, Qinghe agreed. But this guy was known for using pills exclusively for battle and destruction. If we're looking for a substitute for your black powder, I'm pretty sure his work will help us. Chen Ren grinned. That would be great. We can go over his work, and I'll try to piece together what I remember about different types of guns and gunpowder. For the first time since the discussion started, Feiyu, who had been completely silent, suddenly spoke up. There's more than one type? Both Qinghe and Chen Ren turned to look at him. Chen Ren smirked. Oh, Feiyu, you have no idea? You can make a lot of different types, he said, glancing at him. Simpler guns, deadlier ones, like rifles, and even long-range weapons like snipers. Feiyu nodded in curiosity before a frown covered his face. Chen Ren couldn't tell if the man was happy that there were so many other types, or was unhappy that it could only get complicated from here. But it didn't matter. Then if you do start this, I'm guessing it's going to be a long project. Qinghe asked, bringing him back into the conversation. Chen Ren nodded without hesitation. Yeah, I plan to arm everyone in my sect with these things. Even mortals can use them. That's a dangerous undertaking. She crossed her arms. If these weapons are really strong, then even the Guardian sects might take interest. And trust me, the current order of the Empire might collapse if mortals get that kind of power. Chen Ren's gaze was steady. I do understand that, he admitted, and I don't plan to sell them, he exhaled. But right now, even with a few cultivators, my sect is grossly weak. I need to do something about it. If sects come for it, then I'll deal with that when it happens. His fingers clenched into a fist. If we actually pull this off and get more mortals into the sect, I'm pretty sure we'd be strong enough to not get crushed even by a guardian sect. Qinghe shook her head. Chen Ren caught the smile that played in her face. You and your ambitions, she sighed. Just make sure you don't slip up. You'd fall headfirst if you do? Chen Ren smirked. I'll try not to. His gaze softened slightly as he looked at her. So, are you willing to help me with it? Qinghe didn't answer immediately. She drummed her fingers on her robes, staring at the book in thought. That would mean leaving my shop here. Her lips quirked into a half smile. I think I said the same thing last time when you asked me to come to that little village where your sect is. The answer is the same. Chen Ren shrugged. It's temporary this time. Once we figure out the gunpowder, I don't think you'll be needed much after that. He leaned forward. Besides, I have something I can trade you for your help. Qinghe narrowed her eyes. Oh, And what would that be? How would you like recipes for different types of tea? Asterisk, 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 An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 86. It took a while, but Ching, he was finally on board with moving to the sect, temporarily to work on the gunpowder and assist with the casing of the gun itself. By the end of their discussion, she had even provided ideas for the weapon's construction, suggesting the use of runes to reinforce the structure and improve durability. Chenren hadn't given much thought to that aspect. His knowledge of runes was basic, limited to the ones he used for talismans. But Ching He's insights were detailed enough that even Feiyu found himself agreeing. By the time their conversation ended, he got the distinct impression that she wasn't just coming along because he asked her to. She was genuinely interested in the project itself. With that settled, they didn't linger in Cloud Mist City for much longer. He made his rounds, visiting the noodle stall, making rounds of heavenly fragrances, and checking in on the staff. He went over the accounts and spoke with Yucho about their next steps, making sure that they had a plan in place for expansion. While he wouldn't be around personally, he reassured her that he'd assist with any problems that arose, and that was all she needed. On set, that was done. He set out for the village with the rest of his party behind him. Fortunately, the roads weren't in bad shape, and they made good time on the journey, with occasional conversations and resting. Before long, they were met with the sight of the village. They soon made their way toward the sect's buildings. Even in the short time he had been away, he could tell a lot had changed. He could tell. Construction was still ongoing, but there was a clear sense of order now. The scattered chaos of early development had dissipated, giving way to something more structured, organized. And as they got closer, Chenren noticed a few mortal sect members lingering outside. It wasn't long before one of them moved inside, likely to call Tang Shulan as they stepped out of the carriage. Soon, she walked outside with Su Wen behind her, but Chenren's eyes didn't move to them. They locked onto the massive wolf, who was towering over both of them, and momentarily, he was stunned. Of course, little Yu's had been large before he had left, but now, the beast looked nothing short of a behemoth. He had grown a foot or two. His fur darker than the obsidian than was before and more imposing. And as he opened his mouth, Chenren caught sight of far more pointed teeth than he recalled. Good to see you both again. He looked back at Zuen and Shulan, but his eyes went back to the wolf for a while, assessing the changes closely, before turning his head back to Zuen. It seems like you were successful. Zuen nodded with a proud smile. Yes, I hadn't expected it. But once I found that link to my new path that I was searching for, things happened quickly. Even little Yu's changed once I formed a strong connection with him. I don't know why. Chenren hummed thoughtfully and tilted his head towards the wolf. Yalin told me that beast masters naturally accelerate the development of their beasts once they form a link. So it is probably that. But I'd love to experiment more to see what else has changed, though. He glanced back toward the carriage. I think we should wait until Yalin wakes up from her nap before bothering her. Zuen chuckled. That's fair. He scratched the back of his neck and spoke again. But sect leader Chen, it wasn't just me who connected to the Tao while you were gone. Chenren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then Lofeng, Shulan, who had been quiet so far, nodded. He is not here because he is tending to his fields. Apparently, he connected to the Tao of farming and has been there since then, only coming back for food. Chenren was genuinely surprised. He had always thought Ziwen's path would be of a beastmaster, so that wasn't shocking. But Lofeng, the man had been so eager about martial techniques before that he had suddenly connected with a Tao so seemingly mundane was unexpected, but also a pleasant surprise. He crossed his arms, thinking. He had heard bits and pieces from Yalin about the Tao of farming. Despite its name, it was one of the strongest Taos. Not only would Will Luofeng have a deeper connection with the earth and his crops, but he'd also be able to bypass the lack of chi in the surroundings, to grow spirit plants by infusing them with his own chi. He knew that eventually, his farm would become like a domain, where he would be the master of everything that grows and comes there. And, as Chenren continued to think over it for a moment, realization struck. If Luofeng's connection to the Tao of farming developed further, he might be able to help solve the sect's resource issues. That alone was a huge relief. "That's good news," he finally said. "I didn't expect to come back to such progress." Shulan gave a genuine smile. Her eyes lingered on his for a moment and looked behind. "Seems like you've made decent progress yourself, sect leader Chen." Chen Ren nodded, following her glances tote the two men who awkwardly stood with their hands clutched to the front. Ching he stood behind them, just looking over his sect buildings with an appraising eye. "Hong Yi is going to be in the sect now. Try to make sure he doesn't venture out too much. His sect has been dealt with, but you never know who might still be looking for him." He shifted his gaze to the other figure. "As for this guy, he's Feiyu, a blacksmith cultivator I found while negotiating the alcohol contract." He finally looked at the last person, a smile breaking into his own face. "I brought Qinghe back with me so she and Feiyu could work on a project for me, but we'll talk about that later." Ziwen let out a low chuckle. "Seems like there's still a lot of work to do." "Certainly," Chen Ren agreed. "First of all, we need to get the alcohol production going. Are the mortals making good progress?" Shulin nodded. "Yeah, a few of them are doing better than I expected. Even the ones who are just average are making slow progress. It is not fast, but at least they are moving. Good. Pick out some of the bright ones to head the alcohol production. We've managed to strike a solid deal with the Jew clan, but I want to set up at least 2 breweries. We'll also be making contact in the west and south to see if any clans there are interested in buying moonshine. The Jew clan has good reach, but it doesn't cover the whole empire." He paused, then added, "I also need to check out Lo Feng and see his Dao for myself. But before that, I'll be heading to my room for the day." "Oh, already? Is there anything I could help?" "No, nothing like that," Chenren exhaled, feeling the faintly glowing strands of qi swirling within him. "I made a lot of progress during the journey, but most of it was in my business. Even in Cloud Mistity, things are going well. And now, I keep feeling these small strands of qi circling in my core. I think it's finally time to see how much I've grown. And for that, I need some quiet space." Shulin immediately understood and gave a brief nod. But as he said it, he couldn't help but wonder, was he about to leap through a few stars? The qi refinement realm usually took far longer to progress through than the body forging realm, but his businesses had been steadily minting him good money, and his qi had been accumulating. If he was right, this could be his biggest gain yet. Without wasting another moment, Chen Ren made his way to his room and immediately plunged into his star space. Feeling the air in his star space was always a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Even though he knew it wasn't truly the case, Chen Ren always felt the most secure there. The qi filled the space around him, steadying his breath, making him feel weightless yet grounded at the same time. As he floated within his star space, his gaze instinctively searched for the being that had eluded him for so long. But as always, no matter where he looked, there were no signs of it. Not even a trance of its magnetic eyes. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. With a sigh, he shifted his focus to the sky above. The stars twinkled, filling the sky. Slowly, as usual, their light dimmed, yet this time, something was different. Instead of leaving behind just 2 stars, a third one remained, a bit farther away from the first 2 but present. It shimmered with the same energy as the others, and he could already sense the qi contained within it. He exhaled, steadying himself before beginning the process of absorption. He started with the noodle shop. Compared to the others, it didn't hold much qi, but he noticed something else. It had grown. Not in terms of qi, but in size. The star itself was slightly larger now. He guessed it was because of the recent additions to the business, the chips and ice cream. Even the qi surrounding it felt more potent. Slowly, he started absorbing the energy, letting it flow into him. He wondered how the star would look once he fully expanded the stall business. The thought made his lips curl slightly, but he refocused on the task. He continued his absorption. By the time he was done, he felt like he had eaten a hearty breakfast satisfied, but still capable of taking in more. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze to the second star, the one representing his perfume business. Unlike the noodle stall, The perfume business hadn't grown much in size, but its steady success meant it was still wrapped in a significant amount of qi. He felt it in his core. Targeting middle-class women with affordable perfumes had proven to be a solid strategy. And as Chen absorbed the energy, he could tell that this star would expand soon enough. When it did, the amount of qi he was receiving now would be only a fraction of what he'd gain in the future. He sighed in contentment as he felt filled once again. With both of his primary stars drained of qi, he turned his gaze toward the third one. A frown appeared on his forehead as he stared at it for a while without doing a thing. He wanted, needed to take it all in. This star was different. It almost bubbled with energy. Pulsing as if barely containing the qi within, the alcohol business had brought in a large sum already, and with the profit-sharing model in place, he would continue receiving a steady flow of income every month. That meant this star would only grow brighter and more potent in the coming months. Chen stared at it, his mind drifting back to everything it had taken to get here. He had been constantly downplayed by the big players, forced to fight tooth and nail to carve out his own space. The only way he had succeeded was by creating demand, by making people want his product so badly that they couldn't ignore him. Contrary to what it had looked like from the outside, it hadn't been easy. The fact that Ashen City was filled with alcoholics had played a huge role in his success. But even that advantage hadn't been enough on its own. Getting his product into the right hands had taken a serious set of effort, and even after that, trying to get Feiyu in his sect had nearly ruined his partnership with the Zhu clan. It could have been worse. He could have ruined everything he tried to build in a heat of a second. But fortunately, he didn't. And all of it had been a lesson. In business, there were always dangerous waters to tread. One misstep could cost everything, and balance was key, knowing when to push forward, when to step back, and most importantly, when not to step on a business partner's toes. Because businesses were fickle, partners even more so, and keeping everything in balance was a lesson worth its weight in gold. The alcohol deal had drilled that into him. As he reflected on it, the star above him twinkled, and suddenly a surge of qi rushed toward him. Unlike the first two stars, this one felt overwhelming, dense and heavy, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. He hadn't expected such a massive influx of qi, and as it flooded his dantian, his body screamed in protest. Every muscle felt like it was being stretched and torn apart, but he gritted his teeth and bore through it. This was his moment. If he gave in now, he'd regret it forever. He mentally screamed in agony, but didn't let out a single whimper that tried to break past his lips. He knew he was strong enough to endure the change that was about to happen. He had to be. The qi raged within him, swirling through his meridians, breaking past bottlenecks he hadn't even realized existed. His entire being felt like it was being reforged, the pressure almost unbearable. But then, finally, the qi began to settle. It permeated every inch of his body, strengthening him in ways he couldn't yet fully grasp. And then, something shifted. A powerful sensation flooded his muscles, the unmistakable feeling of multiple breakthroughs hitting him all at once. And in that instant, his star space began to crumble. But just before everything collapsed, he saw it. Golden eyes. A massive dragon loomed above him, its gaze piercing straight through his soul. It had always eluded him before, appearing only in glimpses or sensations. But this time, he saw it clearly. He tried to speak, to call out, but before he could, the vision shattered, and he was back in his room. Chen gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. He hadn't realized when he had moved, but he was on his knees, his hands on the ground. His heart pounded against his ribs as he struggled to steady himself. Unlike his previous breakthroughs, there were no visible changes to his body, no sudden transformations, because the qi refinement realm was all about internal strengthening, purifying his qi, and preparing his foundation. Curious, he raised his hand and summoned a strand of qi. It crackled to life in his palm, far denser and stronger than before. Before he could fully process the change, a voice cut through the silence. "It seems like you made a bit of a gain." Chen snapped his head toward the window. Yalan stood there, watching him with an amused look. The cat's timing was always immaculate. Or was it that she was always watching over him? He didn't care at the moment. Instead, he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Fourth star," he muttered to himself rather than Yalen, made quite a big leap. He could still feel his heart throb in his ears at what had happened. Yalen, oblivious to his inner thoughts' change, purred, a sign of approval. Good. So, what about the dragon? She asked, her tone shifting to something a little more curious. He looked at her, his expression turning serious for a moment. Still hiding. But it'll come out soon, I think. Hopefully, Yalen said while licking her feet in a very cat-like manner. Anyway, things are going well. What's next for you? Chen Ren's gaze shifted, his mind already buzzing with tasks. There is a lot to get done. Setting up the brewery is the first priority. Gotta make sure the base ingredients are flowing properly. Then, I'll check on Luo Feng and Zaiwen. Test their powers, see where they're at. After that, I'll give Hongyi something to work on. Keep him occupied. Finally, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'll start making guns. It's time to see how they'll work out in this world. Asterisk, 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 ANE. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 87. Chen Ren looked over at the farm that scattered across him. When he had gotten rid of the locust problem, the village farms had been in a miserable state, worn-out soil, trampled crops, and a thick air of defeat clinging to the land like a curse. He had assumed it would take seasons before anything would grow again. Yet now, as he gazed at the fields stretching beneath him, he could feel a difference in his bones. The current of the air changed. The land no longer looked exhausted. The soil appeared richer, darker, as if it had drunk its fill of nourishment. Fresh sprouts pushed up through the earth, small yet resilient. Winter crops, the ones Lu Feng had planted weeks ago, had already begun to bud. As he observed the quiet miracle of nature, Lu Feng stepped beside him. His eyes were bright, and a grin broke into his face. Soon they'll grow big, he said with confidence. He exhaled, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. I can already feel it. After that, I'll plant wheat, sorghum, and flax. And there, he gestured to the left, that's where I'll start your spirit herb growth plan. Sect leader Chen. Chen Ren turned to him and nodded. And what of the spirit rice? Lo Feng's smile broadened. Already planning a patty for it, he said. But that'll have to wait until I reach the chi refinement realm. Right now, I can feel chi flowing into me as my connection with the land strengthens. But according to Master Yalen, I won't be able to truly infuse my chi into the soil until I step into that realm. Chen Ren nodded again. Taking in Luo Feng's words, it had been 2 weeks since his return to the sect. In that time, he had kept a close eye on Luo Feng, recognizing the potential hidden beneath the young farmer's dedication. There was something different about him now, an awareness, a growing strength that came not just from effort, but from understanding. And in cultivation, understanding was everything. Chen Ren had introduced Luo Feng to Yalen. Revealing her presence to him for the first time, she had once given a lecture on the Tao of farming, and what she revealed that day had opened Chen Ren's eyes. Luo Feng might just be the greatest hidden treasure of his sect. According to Yalen, cultivators who walked the Tao of farming had a rare and invaluable ability. They could infuse their land with qi, slowly transforming ordinary soil into a place rich with spiritual energy, much like the ancestral grounds of great sects. Moreover, they could enhance the growth of crops, making them far superior in both quality and potency. That single revelation had changed everything for Chen Ren. First, his sect had not been established on a natural qi vein. It was merely a patch of land with decent terrain, chosen more for its location than its spiritual properties. But with Luo Feng's talent, they could slowly create an artificial qi-rich environment. Second, and perhaps just as crucial, Luo Feng would be able to cultivate a generous supply of spiritual ingredients. That meant alchemical materials for Chen Ren's pill making, but also rare herbs and grains that could enhance the food he sold. If everything went well, his stalls and in the future restaurants wouldn't just serve good food. It would serve food infused with true spiritual energy, capable of strengthening even mortal bodies. Of course, all of this would take time. The process was similar to photosynthesis. Spiritual plants absorbed ambient qi. But some special varieties also released more qi than they consumed. Yalen had explained that by carefully cultivating such plants, Luofeng could gradually shift the land into a place that nurtured qi instead of merely depleting it. It would be at least a year or two before they saw any real results. But even that time frame was enough to make Chenren excited. Still, there were problems. He turned toward Luofeng with a slight frown. "Sorry," he said, exhaling. "Getting the Earth Aspected Cultivation Manual for you is taking longer than I expected. Without it, you can't progress in your realms." Luofeng shook his head, the corner of his lips lifting in an easygoing smile. "It's fine, sect leader. I'm already learning plenty just by working with the land. But once I get it, I'll make sure this place becomes something even the Guardian sects will envy. Right now, I am just happy being able to farm like this." Chenren chuckled, but deep down, he knew Luofeng wasn't just talking big. Given enough time, this man might just make that dream a reality, coupled with everything he himself had been doing for the sect. He rubbed his chin. "I understand. But the sooner you get the manual, the faster you'll be able to grow. Right now, we don't even have an earth-aspected technique for you, and while finding a spiritual farming technique might be difficult, at the very least, I want to get you some earth-aspected martial techniques. It is always good to know a few." He had already spoken to Qinghe about it, but even she didn't have much for Luofeng. There were books on Earth, aspected cultivators, detailing their abilities and theories, but no actual cultivation manuals. And that was the real problem. Technique manuals weren't things that could simply be found in bookstores. They were treasures hoarded by clans and sects, rarely making their way to the open market. It was a frustrating situation. Despite Luofeng's reassurances, Chenren had a few ideas on how to get his hands on one, but it would take a significant amount of money, possibly draining most of the low-grade spirit stones he had. As he thought over his options, he suddenly felt movement to his left, his senses sharpened, instincts kicking in only to relax a moment later when he recognized the massive figure approaching. A large wolf padded toward them, its fur dark as the evening shadows and its teal eyes locked ahead. On its back, sprawled in a completely unbothered manner, was Ziwen. Rather than sitting properly, the man had made himself comfortable, stretching his large limbs out lazily across little Yu's body, as though he had just woken from a nap. As the wolf came to a stop, Ziwen cracked one eye open and glanced at Chenren before smoothly rolling off. He landed lightly on his feet and gave a small bow in greeting. Chenren nodded at it. "Were you in the forest all day again?" Ziwen grinned, brushing dirt off his sleeves. "Of course. And just now, I reached the third star of the body forging realm." Chenren raised a brow. "Oh," Ziwen stretched, rolling his shoulders. "Training with little Yu's these past few weeks made me realize I was walking the wrong path all along. If I hadn't corrected my methods, I'd have been stuck at the first star for who knows how long." Like Luofeng, Ziwen had changed a lot, and it wasn't just his cultivation, his entire mood had shifted. He remembered how the man had been when they first met. Hollow-eyed, drowning in self-doubt, and looking like he had given up on the world. But now, he looked far more energetic. He stood straighter. His eyes had regained their sharpness, and for the first time since joining the sect, he had even spoken about regaining his ambition. Watching him, Chenren couldn't help but reflect on how important it was to have a path in life. When someone found a road they could walk one, where their efforts bore fruit, life seemed just a little bit better, a little bit brighter. He nodded at Ziwen and turned his gaze to the wolf standing beside him. "Little Yu's looks even bigger now." The massive beast, who seemed to be growing every week, now sat with his tongue lolling out, looking more like an oversized dog than a scary spirit beast. Ziwen chuckled. "He has a bit. With my connection, I believe he's going to keep growing with me. Right now, he's at tier 1. But in the future, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to reach the higher tiers once I do." Chenren nodded in approval. "And how's the task I gave you going?" At that, Ziwen straightened slightly and sighed. "Harder than I expected." He tugged the ends of his hair in the back. "Like you told me, I'm trying to form bonds with more beasts, but it's been tough. Little Yu's might have been special, or maybe it was just easier because he was a pup. I tried bonding with a nest of Weahawks, and even found a Ione ironhide boar, but no luck." The boar got aggressive, so I had to put it down. But at least little Yu's had a good meal. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it is taken without the author's consent. Report it? And whiskey. Ziwen let out a short laugh. Oh, he acts friendly enough, but he's got no interest in forming a bond with me. Chen Ren shrugged. Well, Yalan did say Lunaris are solitary creatures. Maybe that's why. Then, shaking his head, he added, that little beast is more interested in alcohol than anything else anyway. Ziwen huffed. You're not wrong. I swear. The only time he looks truly happy is when he gets his paws on a jar of moonshine. I'll still try. Defending the sect with tamed beasts is an interesting idea, and I'd love to help out. That'd be great. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked, You came here just to report your gains. Ziwen suddenly froze, his expression shifting. Number. I had more to talk about. I almost forgot. He sucked in a breath before hurriedly continuing. Feiyu's looking for you. Apparently, Elder Qinghe and he managed to make a breakthrough with that artifact you called a gun. They were trying to find you to give you a demonstration. Chen Ren's face changed completely. You should have told me that first. Without waiting for another word, he surged lightning through his legs, and in the next instant he was gone. The ground beneath him crackled as he blurred past the farmlands, buildings, and villagers, moving at record speed toward the heart of the village. His destination, the third building he had claimed, one that he had converted into a forge and alchemical workshop. As soon as he stepped inside, a pungent, acrid scent hit him, a mix of burnt metal, sulfur, and something distinctly chemical. He barely noticed it as he strode deeper inside, reaching the hallway that had essentially become a makeshift testing room. Qinghe and Feiyu were both there, deep in discussion, their voices animated. The room, however, was an absolute mess. Failed prototypes of guns and bullet casings were scattered everywhere. Some neatly stacked, others tossed aside haphazardly. On the far side of the room, protective containers housed failed samples of the gunpowder, or rather, explosive powder, as he was now calling it. Thanks to all the experimentation, there had been more than a dozen explosions in just the past week. Thankfully, they had been testing things out in the open, behind the building otherwise. The entire workshop might have gone up in flames by now. Chen Ren took in the chaotic scene, his pulse quickening in anticipation. All right, he said, stepping forward. Show me what you've got. As he strode toward them, both Qinghe and Feiyu turned to look at him. Qinghe was the first to speak, clicking her tongue. You are late, kid. My old bones don't like waiting. Chen Ren scoffed. I came as soon as I was informed, and you're not an old lady. You can run faster than me. Qinghe snorted but said nothing, only crossing her arms as Feiyu shifted the gun in his hands. Chen Ren's eyes twinkled as he caught sight of it, curiosity overtaking him. I heard you wanted to give me a demonstration, he said. Feiyu nodded. I've been making good progress, and I believe this gun will work well now. As he spoke, he handed the rifle over. Chen Ren took it, feeling the weight heavier than expected, long and bulky, but close to what he'd imagined. It looked like an early rifled musket. Long barrel, wooden stock, and reinforced frame. The rifling inside was clear Feiyu had pulled it off. What stood out most were the runes. Qinghe had carved them into the barrel and lock, boosting durability, keeping it clean, and steadying the aim. The bullets on the table had their own carvings, some meant to pierce, some to explode. Chen Ren felt a chill. Firearms alone were deadly, but with magic, they were something else. After thoroughly inspecting, he turned back to Feiyu and Qinghe. You sure this won't blow up in my hand like last time? Feiyu, looking slightly offended, straightened. Number, we've made sure the inscriptions will protect the one firing the bullet. Qinghe smirked. We'll know for sure when we take it outside for a demonstration. And even if it explodes, it's not like you die. I'd still get injured. Qinghe waved a hand dismissively. I'll protect you, just like last time. Chen Ren glanced at her, remembering the last time a gun had exploded in his hands. It was 4 days back, and his memory was vivid. The moment he pulled the trigger, something had gone wrong, and the entire thing ruptured in a blast of flames and shrapnel. Xianxia's ridiculous speed, possibly a movement technique, pulled him back just in time, and if not, he'd have lost more than some burnt fabric. Even the thought sent a shudder through his body. Shaking off the thought, he exhaled and said, "Let's go outside then." "I can't wait." Moving carefully through the mess of blueprints, shattered metal parts, and leftover powder stains, the trio moved toward the back door. As they stepped out, they entered a small training area, a cleared-out space with training dummies positioned at different distances. Chen had bigger plans for this spot. Eventually, it would become a designated gun training area, but for now, it was just a place for testing prototypes and making sure nobody lost their limbs in the process. He crossed her arms, smirking. "So, what are you waiting for?" Chen stretched his neck and moved his wrists in circles. "I'm starting." Walking forward, he stopped at a red line drawn into the dirt, marking the shooting position. He took a deep breath, gripping the rifle firmly as he raised it toward the central dummy and froze. It wasn't hesitation due to inexperience. He had fired firearms before, on Earth, during hunting trips, and even during earlier experiments. No, this was different. This wasn't just a normal firearm. It was something altered, enhanced, and made deadlier. Xianxia had been refining the explosive powder relentlessly, pushing its limits with the knowledge he had provided her from Earth, as well as what she had gleaned from ancient alchemical texts. He had no doubt that the weapon would work. The real question was, would it work too well? With one last deep breath, he steadied his stance, aligning his shot. He trusted Qing. He trusted Qinghe. He trusted Feiyu. Click. The trigger squeezed, and in an instant, the rifle roared to life. A violent explosion of force surged through his arm as the bullet tore through the air. The force almost pushed him back, but he gritted his teeth and stood firm. The bullet shot through the air like a streak of light, slicing through the wind with a sharp whistle. Then boom, the impact struck dead center on the dummy, sending a deep, resounding sound through the courtyard. Dust and splinters exploded outward from the sheer force of the shot, and for a moment, it was silent. Chen tensed, waiting for something to go wrong. The bullet to shatter uselessly, the gun to explode in his grip, or even some unexpected backlash from the inscriptions. But nothing happened. No fiery explosions, no misfires. The weapon had worked. His eyes flicked to the dummy. The bullet lodged cleanly in its center. Then, a grin split his face. He turned to Qinghe and Feiyu, excitement bubbling in his chest. "We did it!" His voice came out breathless, then stronger. "The demonstration is successful." Feiyu let out an exhilarated laugh. "It actually worked. No misfire, no explosion, nothing." "Whoa!" Qinghe smirked, crossing her arms. "Of course it worked. What, you think I'd let you lose a limb over this?" Chen huffed a laugh, still staring at the gun in his hand. "It worked." Chapter 88. The prototype gun model firing a bullet was a big win, even if it didn't seem like much. For Chen, however, it was just the start. He knew there were countless improvements to make, both in the design of the gun and the powder itself. He shot the bullets a few more times, and while the weapon didn't explode in his hands, it did jam after a while. It seemed the residual from the explosive powder was blocking the mechanism. After a thorough discussion with Qinghe and Feiyu, they determined the issue stemmed from the powder, not burning as efficiently as it should. The gun's design needed refinement to prevent the powder from sticking and clogging the system. What followed was hours of debate and idea sharing as they brainstormed solutions and ways to enhance the current model. Chen contributed his knowledge of modern firearms, outlining key design details while leaving the more technical aspects to the experts. The primary goal was to make the gun lighter and prevent future jamming, but the discussion quickly expanded to other concerns. One of the most pressing issues was the smoke that billowed from the barrel every time the gun fired. Chen knew that older weapons produced this issue, but modern weapons had long since transitioned to smokeless powder. He wanted that same advancement, not just for efficiency, but because the smoke would give away the shooter's position. Another issue was the noise. In a real fight, being able to conceal your location was crucial, and the gun's current sound was anything but discreet. Qing he seemed to understand. And with that understanding came the reality, more experiments. Unfortunately, an idiot cultivator's guide to blowing himself up 3D Volume 1 had nothing to offer on creating a smokeless powder formula. It was a task that would require her own ingenuity. Even she admitted it would be a tough challenge. And Chen could only hope she'd manage to make some progress. After wrapping up his discussion with both Fei Yu and Qing He on the guns, Chen headed back to his bedroom to focus on a task that had occupied his thoughts for the past few weeks. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Yalen already lounging on his bed. For some reason, the cat had taken a liking to that spot. Closing the door behind him, Chen barely had a chance to settle in when she asked, "How did it go?" He raised an eyebrow. "You already know I was trying out the gun?" Yalen lazily drew biscuits in his bed. "I heard the noise. I believe a lot of mortals know you're up to something with Qing He and Fei Yu, thanks to all the explosions and noise." Chen nodded. "Yeah, it was successful. We're closer to a working prototype. I think once we have the basic models ready, we can start training the mortals. I'm interested to know how the guns perform against beasts." He sat on the chair and leaned back. "We'll test it all out soon enough." He paused for a moment, then pulled something from his robe. "Anyways, right now, I need to see if I can decipher this." He set the medallion on the table in front of him, his gaze fixed on it. Since receiving it back from Feng Ming, and especially after the tournament, Chen had found himself increasingly drawn to the heirloom. He knew Gutian wanted it, and that only fueled his curiosity. He had a feeling that this medallion held secrets he was yet to uncover. He couldn't quite pinpoint why he was so interested in the medallion. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was tied to something bigger. He had heard the Spectre mention something about a Gate of Immortals, and it was easy to say that the medallion had a connection with this place or item. But how? What was this Gate of Immortals? He had yet to find out. If the gate was truly important, then others might be coming after him too. That made this even more critical to understand. But when he asked Yellen about the gate, even she had no answers. Qing He hadn't been much help either, until, by chance, she mentioned ancient immortal script. The mention of the script triggered something in Chenren's mind. It reminded him of the strange characters at the back of the medallion, the ones that had haunted his thoughts ever since he had gotten it back. Curious. He had asked Qing He for a book on the script, hoping to decipher the ancient words. But despite all his efforts, he hadn't made any real progress. The script was elusive, too intricate, too foreign. Still, giving up wasn't an option. He sat in his chair, poring over the ancient texts, comparing them to the letters on the back of the medallion. Every time he would feel like he had made some progress, and a letter felt similar to the one in the medallion, he would realize that it was a bit different, making him start from the beginning again. The hours slipped by unnoticed, with only Yalen's occasional stretch on the bed to remind him of the passage of time. He muttered to himself, frustration creeping in. This script has thousands of letters, and although they seem identical to the ones on the medallion, I can't find the exact meaning. Yalen stretched again and yawned before replying lazily. "I did tell you that the words on the medallion could just be written in a different dialect, or someone might have intentionally altered them, creating a secret code that only those they trust can understand. Higher realm cultivators often do that." Chen looked at Yalan. "I understand that, but if the script is really a secret code, then it might make it impossible for me to decipher what is written here. And if it's truly the ancient immortal script, then this medallion could be the oldest thing in the world." He paused, looking at the medallion more closely. "I originally thought it was made of some kind of copper, but now I think I could be wrong." Yalen, intrigued by his words, squinted her eyes, as if zooming in to see the medallion. "Yeah, that's true. But we won't be able to find out what material it is, nor will we be able to experiment to see how sturdy it is." Chen nodded. The medallion was too precious and important for him to risk breaking it just to see its durability and the material it was made from. In a way, breaking it would free him from the responsibility of owning it. But if the people after it were demonic cultivators, then it could be the key to something valuable. And there was always the chance of them trying to kill him for the medallion. But there were also questions that arose. Why had Gutian come after the medallion just now? The medallion had been in the Chen clan for generations, so why now? Maybe he was missing something? Maybe there was more context that he was not seeing, and those were always a thing. Maybe he should contact the Chen clan and ask them about it. But again, he didn't have any connections with them. Even in his memories, Chen Ren hadn't been close to anyone in the clan, especially after his parents had died. The thought of reaching out to the Chen clan felt like a daunting task, and Chen Ren couldn't shake the sense of unease that clung to the idea. Despite everything, he knew that getting more information about the medallion could be the key to understanding what Gutian and others were truly after. And perhaps, in the process, he would learn more about himself than he cared to. His mind briefly wandered back to the past of Chen Ren. He had been the typical young master, a figure who had once been expected to live up to the prestige of his lineage, but who had never been treated with the reverence such a role usually commanded. It wasn't simply because of his behavior, though he had been rebellious and distant. There were deeper issues at play within the Chen clan, things that festered beneath the surface, things even his memories struggled to clarify. As he closed his eyes, a wave of thoughts and half-formed memories began to flood his mind. But before he could focus on them further, a knock on the door startled him out of his reverie. He stood and walked over to the door, opening it to reveal one of the mortal members of the sect, a young man named Huang Hai. "Sect leader Chen," he greeted with a deep bow. "There's someone from the Tang clan here to see you?" They said it's urgent. The mention of the Tang clan instantly piqued Chen Ren's interest. "Urgent?" Chen Ren repeated, his brow furrowing. "Let's go," he said, walked down the mountain path. It was rugged. The sword strapped to his side made him remember the journey he was on. His eyes were filled with a fierce determination as he scanned the distance. So very often, he found himself looking back at the path he had already traveled. The soot that fell on his face from the distant smoke only seemed to deepen his pensive mood. Was there truly a point to this journey? Was it the right path? For a moment, he considered the comfort of staying in the sect. He could have continued his training there, surrounded by familiar faces and challenges. But then he shook his head, dispelling the thought. Staying in the sect had grown unbearable after his humiliating defeat at the Cloud Mist City tournament. The relentless challenges from both outer and inner sect disciples had only escalated. Every day, he found himself sparring for hours, sometimes with multiple opponents at once. They saw him as an easy target, thinking his defeat to the rogue demonic cultivator had weakened him. But he had crushed each one of them, one by one, his frustration simmering beneath the surface as he wiped the floor with their arrogance. But it wasn't the constant sparring that had pushed him to this breaking point. It was his master. After the loss to the demonic cultivator, his master had been tireless. The man's pride had been wounded, and in an effort to punish Li Xuan for his perceived failure, he had relegated him to menial tasks, sweeping the sect's steps, cleaning his master's old clothes, tasks meant for the outer sect disciples. These were things Li Xuan had never imagined he would be subjected to. The tasks had been demeaning, and as the days dragged on, they only served to humiliate him further. The real blow had come when his master had begun giving him personal sparring lessons. Not to help him grow stronger, but as a punishment. Each session felt more like an exercise in breaking his spirit than in refining his skills. Li Xuan clenched his fists, the memory of those painful lessons searing his thoughts. In the end, he had been unable to take it any longer. He had requested this journey, the one so many cultivators embarked upon to clear their minds, learn new things, and progress in their cultivation. He had hoped that this would be the escape he needed to regain his focus and find more success in his path. But now, as he walked alone down the mountain, the weight of the sword seemed to grow heavier with each step, and the doubts crept in. Was this really the right choice? Would he find the answers he sought out here? Or had he simply run away from the one place where he might have truly grown? But these questions will be answered soon. He knew it. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Days had bled into one another since he left the city. The hours spent in cultivation felt like a blur wild beast slain. Rogue cultivators dispatched, yet none of them had truly tested him. Their strength paled in comparison to his. their movements too predictable, too weak. A small, nagging thought kept tugging at him. What if he wasn't ready? What if his past defeat still lingered in his blood, in his mind? Should he call for a spar with Chen Ren again? The idea of facing Chen Ren again, of tasting another loss, sent a cold shiver down his spine. No, he wasn't ready. Not yet. He needed more time, more strength. So, he walked. The winding mountain road leading up to Ashen City became his path, his sanctuary from the noise in his mind. The few carriages that passed by were nothing more than fleeting distractions. The heat from the volcanoes made the air thick, oppressive, but Li Xuan breathed it in, as if trying to fill himself with something more than doubt. His lips moved quietly, reciting lines from Heavenly Soaring Manual, the familiar rhythm offering some semblance of peace. His thoughts drifted to his techniques, how to refine them, how to make them flawless. Each step was a thought in motion, each breath a subtle reminder that he wasn't where he needed to be yet, but he was getting closer. At least he hoped so. Then, a sound sharp, thunderous split the air, snapping him out of his thoughts. His feet slowed, his heart pounding in his chest. The cliff ahead loomed high, jagged rocks forming a natural barrier, and from behind it came the unmistakable sounds of struggle, the clash of weapons, the roar of the beast, and human shouts blended together into a cacophony of desperation. He moved quickly, his boots crunching over gravel and debris, sliding between boulders and weaving through the sparse trees that dotted the rocky terrain. The scent of burning herbs and sweat mixed in the air as he crouched behind a large rock to take in the scene before him. A massive creature that looked over 7 feet hovered below the cliff. He was covered in rough, scaled armor, and the texture similar to a serpent, but far thicker and more menacing. The long tail seemed to be its weapon as it whipped through the air, knocking one of the cultivators aside, sending him to the ground with a loud force. Its mouth opened in a horrific snarl, revealing rows and rows of bloodied teeth. It hissed at the group of cultivators trapped against the cliff face. The men were skilled. He could tell by the way they moved, using techniques that seemed honed by years of practice. But even their combined efforts weren't enough. The beast's movements were swift, and its attacks relentless. It wanted blood. Each strike of its claws sent shockwaves through the air, rattling the cultivators' stances, their swords barely able to penetrate its tough scales. From their clothes, Li Xuan could tell they were not normal cultivators. Their robes were fine, decorated with patterns that marked them as affluent individuals from prestigious clans. They should have been able to handle such a beast. Yet here they were, struggling for survival. It almost made him laugh, but he refused to understanding the sheer magnitude of the situation they were in. These men weren't prepared for a fight this dangerous, nor for the overwhelming power of the creature before them. The mountain path was their only escape, but climbing the cliff in their condition seemed impossible. Li Xuan's mind raced. The beast was clearly Tier 2, far beyond their abilities, and if they couldn't subdue it, they'd be doomed. The thought of turning back and leaving them to their fate flickered in his mind, but something inside him stirred. He couldn't just walk away, not when they needed help, not when there was something he could do. It was in these moments that the true nature of a cultivator was revealed, wasn't it? The righteous path was not just about personal growth or victory in battles. It was about using one's power to protect others, to stand against the darkness when others couldn't. The thought of what his master would say to him if he walked away from this only hardened his resolve. Without a second thought, he unleashed his sword and gripped it. His breath steady, he took a step forward and jumped down, revealing himself from behind the rock. The cultivator seemed momentarily startled by his sudden appearance. The beast's reptilian eyes locked onto him, a low growl rumbling from deep within its chest as it shifted its stance, clearly sensing a new threat. Li Xuan stood tall, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. He took a deep breath, his mind clearing as he called upon his cultivation, feeling the surge of energy within him. He was already in motion as he leapt into the air, his body a blur of motion. He charged toward it with a ferocity that shook the very ground beneath his feet. The beast's elongated body rippled with muscles as it crouched low, preparing to strike with its sharp claws, its massive tail whipping through the air like a deadly whip. He didn't have time to think. Not when its eyes locked onto his. A low growl came from its throat, echoing against the cliffside. The claws, they were much scarier to up front, long as swords, capable of rendering through steel with a single swipe without hesitation. His sword cut through the air, the blade shimmering with a surge of lightning as he moved to meet the beast's charge. It met the beast's stomach. A burst of electric light erupted, sending jolts of lightning coursing through its body. The beast recoiled with a shriek, its sharp claws tearing through the air in an attempt to strike Li Xuan down. He rolled on the ground, missing one of its sharp claws by an inch. Shit! The cultivators behind him gasped in awe, witnessing the display of power, but Li Xuan wasn't interested in their reactions. His focus was entirely on the battle. Stay back, he ordered coldly. He didn't have time to explain, and he didn't want them interfering. Ru'ar. His escape angered it as it swiped at him with claws again, and again, Li Xuan was already in motion. He moved around its attacks and felt the power of his recent training coursing through his veins. Now, at the third star of Qi Refinement Realm, his confidence had been sharpened with the knowledge that he was more than a match for this creature. Yet, he tried to avoid attacks until he found a good, weak spot to retaliate. From the corner of his eyes, he saw its tail lash out suddenly, aiming to crush him. But he was quicker. He jumped over the swinging tail, his sword flashing with lightning as he sent a rush of electricity, coursing through the air, trapping the beast in place for just a moment. It let out a growl of frustration, its body twitching, momentarily stunned by the electric trap. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuan closed the distance in a flash, his sword slashing downward. The blade struck the beast's underbelly with precision, cutting through its tough scales as easily as slicing through cloth. The creature's cry of agony filled the air, but it was too late. Before it could react, Li Xuan twisted the blade, driving it deep into the beast's vulnerable underside. The beast convulsed once, then collapsed, its body spasming as its life force drained away. Blood oozed out of its body as it let out one final roar that sounded like a moan of pain before its body went limp. Li Xuan stood over the fallen creature, panting lightly as he withdrew his sword from its body, the blade still crackling with residual lightning. Finally, Li Xuan huffed loudly and looked behind. The cultivators stood stunned, staring at him in awe. They had watched a creature they had thought unbeatable be taken down in a matter of moments. Li Xuan's gaze swept over them. One of the cultivators, a tall man with sharp features and a well-maintained robe, stepped forward cautiously, bowing deeply. "Honored cultivator, thank you for saving mine and my friends' lives," he said respectfully. "I, Zhu Renjie, am deeply grateful for your assistance and would like to know your name." Li Xuan gave a small nod, sheathing his sword as the crackling of lightning in the air died down. "Li Xuan," he replied simply, the name flowing easily from his lips. He then raised an eyebrow, curiosity peaking. "But tell me, how did you come across such a beast? None of you seem to be in the Qi Refinement Realm." Zhu Renjie hesitated for a moment, then looked toward his companions before turning back to Li Xuan. "We were hunting a few young backbreakers, like the one you just fought near their nest," he began, his voice tinged with regret. "We didn't realize the full-grown one was nearby, and it attacked us, chasing us all the way here. We were fortunate you came when you did. Had you not intervened, I fear we would not have made it." Li Xuan nodded, his face impassive. "You were lucky," he said flatly. "Next time, try to think things through before challenging a nest. It might save your lives." Zhu Renji bowed again, looking both humbled and impressed. "We will remember that, Taoist Li Xuan," he promised. Then, as if considering something, he added, "For your help, I would be honored to host you at my Jew clan in Ashen City. You can partake in a feast there, and we even have a batch of moonshine from the Divine Coin sect. Every cultivator in the city loves it. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Li Xuan's expression shifted at the mention of the Divine Coin sect, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had heard of them before, in passing, but he wasn't able to put where he had heard it until the face of the man who had defeated the opponent he hadn't been able to pop in his head. Hasn't his master mentioned that Chenren had rejected the Soaring Sword sect to create his own sect? And the name of that sect was also similar, Slowly, the connection became clear. Without hesitation, he fixed Zhu Renji with a sharp gaze. "Wait," Li Xuan said, his voice steady but with an edge of interest. "Is this moonshine from the Divine Coin sect connected to a cultivator named Chen Ren?" Zhu Renji's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Yes, it is," he confirmed, his brow furrowing slightly as he processed the question. "Do you know him?" Li Xuan's pulse quickened at the mention of Chen Ren's name. His gaze hardened, and he took a step closer to Zhu Renji, his voice low but firm. "I do," Li Xuan replied, the weight of his words settling between them. "Tell me everything you know about him." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. AN, you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. PS, we'll be looking into the gun advice in the last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here, Chapter 89. Chen Ren moved through the corridors of the building with steady steps and entered the one in the middle. Inside, a man from the Tang clan was already waiting for him. As he stepped inside the room, the man who'd been leisurely sipping tea raised his head to look at him. Almost immediately, he set the cup down and bowed. "You are young Master Chen Ren?" he asked, his voice surprisingly stern despite him looking like a young man around his age. He nodded. "Yes, and you are." The man straightened and presented a small crest bearing the insignia of the Tang clan. "I'm Tang Boming." Chen Ren took the crest, examining it to make sure it wasn't fake while keeping his eye out on the man. There was something about him that stood out from the ordinary subordinates he had dealt with till now. His eyes held a certain feeling of authority. After spending so much time in this world, Chen Ren had learned to distinguish between an ordinary person and a cultivator. Tang Boming was undoubtedly the latter. His conjecture wasn't just based on his atmosphere, but also the fact that the man had come here alone. Normally, mortals would always travel in groups along the road due to the threat of beasts. Though he had never seen the man before, he wasn't surprised. Tang Yuchu has been gathering capable people over the past few months. This one must be one of them. And by the way, he shared her surname. He might just be a distant relative of sorts. Chen Ren moved to the seat across from him after making sure the crest was real, settling in. "I wasn't expecting anyone so soon." Tang Boming poured another cup of tea, but didn't take a sip this time. "Miss Yuchu sent me at the first sign of trouble since things played out exactly as you predicted." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "So the carriages were attacked?" Tang Boming handed him a parchment. "Everything you need is in there." Chen Ren took the paper before leaving Cloud Mist City. He had spoken to Tang Yuchou about the possible obstacles they would face in Jingxi City. Both of them had known that the local powers would not welcome them with open arms, and it was for them to guess how they would attack. According to Yuchou, they had already attracted a considerable amount of attention. However, Jingxi City was an open market laws prevented any direct suppression of new businesses. The city thrived on trade, even encouraging fresh merchants to set up shop. But that didn't mean the established factions would sit idly by. Only a handful of clans and trade associations truly controlled the city's commerce. And when something or someone threatened their position, they wouldn't hesitate to act. He unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the contents. As he read, a wry smile tugged at the corner of his lips. One of the scenarios he had predicted had played out exactly as expected. While their new building was under construction in Jingxi City, Tang Yuchou had arranged for materials and perfume bottles to be transported from Cloud Mist City. But, as anticipated, the carriages never made it to their destination intact. Bandits had attacked the convoy, destroying everything in their path and making off with whatever remained. The drivers had barely escaped with their lives, but the carriages were left in ruins. Shenron exhaled sharply and shook his head. "They're really using cliché tactics." He looked up from the parchment, meeting Tang Boming's gaze. "So, I'm assuming the only real loss we took was the perfume containers and the carriages." Tang Boming nodded. "Just as you instructed, the carriages we used were old and worn, and were only carrying water in those bottles. The bandits smashed them to pieces, Aside from that, they destroyed some fabric cheap enough that it won't make a dent in our budget and took a few common herbs. Chen Ren sighed. We were lucky we ran this trial first to see how they'd react. Tang Boming inclined his head. Indeed. But this just confirms our concerns. The so-called bandits are clearly working for one of the local clans, and they're bound to come after us again. The real issue is, we still have a significant shipment to transport for our grand opening in a month. Tang Boming set his cup down. I will personally escort the carriages, along with a few other body-forging realm cultivators. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, having not expected the man to reveal his identity so easily. There is a whole group of them Tang Yucho hired. The man nodded. Yes, we were originally a mercenary team. The young miss gave us a good offer, and we agreed to serve for the next 3 years. I lead them, and I have some relationship with the Tang clan, so it was an easy decision. A few body-forging realm cultivators would certainly be helpful. But are you sure that's enough? From what we know, they might send cultivators after us. Plenty of rogue cultivators would be happy to take the job and disappear afterward. Our real goal is protecting the materials, and that'll be difficult since they won't just steal them. They'll try to destroy them. Tang Boming frowned. That is a concern. We could try to fortify the carriages, but I doubt that will do much against cultivators. It won't, Chen Ren said simply. Silence stretched between them as he leaned back, deep in thought. Though this was just about safely transporting materials on the surface, he knew it ran deeper than that. There were layers of complications that could spiral out of control. He needed a foolproof plan. First, he needed to understand exactly who they were up against. Chen Ren turned his gaze. Let's start with the basics. Who, exactly? Are the clans and trade associations opposing us in Jingxi City? I heard a bit from Yucho, but do you have any more information on them? The latter nodded. I do. We are trying to gather intel, and we have found that rather than a collection of separate clans and associations, it's more like a union. Chenren's brow furrowed. A union? Every major clan and trade association with influence is involved, he explained. They compete with each other in business, but when it comes to outside threats, they work together. That's why new businesses rarely succeed there unless they align with the right people. Chen Ren exhaled sharply, and out of all of them, who are our biggest problems? The Shuang clan, the Jinshi Trade Guild, and Lotus Mist Fragrances, Tang Boming answered without hesitation. All of them either have perfume businesses or clothing shops aimed at women. They're definitely the most purchased in the city. At the same time, they're the most shaken by our foray into the city. Miss Yucho believes that out of all of them, Shuang clan are the most likely to send bandits since they have a mercenary business on the side. It's easy to put 2 and 2 together. It's not that hard for some mercenaries to act as bandits. Chen Ren nodded, taking in the information about their competition. Previously, he'd faced a nuisance named Bai Hu Trade Association. And then there was the bun shop owner's petty schemes that had been nothing more than a flickering candle in the wind. But this was different. 3 opponents, a united front, and the merchant union lurking in the shadows, ready to tip the scales against him with a mere nod. A slow breath escaped his lips. Difficult. Yes. Unexpected. Hardly. Any growing business was bound to stir the hornet's nest. Rather than diving headfirst into chaos, he broke the problem down, one step at a time. His thoughts turned to transportation. Too many unknowns. The roads would be their battlefield ambushes, sabotage, hidden fees, and sudden inspections. His rivals would exploit every trick in the book, but so could he. The corner of his lips lifted up as he looked at Boming. A plan was already forming in his mind. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. I believe, he said. I have a way to deal with this. A group of people sat in a wide room, the chairs arranged at equal distances, creating an atmosphere of order and restraint. Servants moved between them, their footsteps light and practiced as they poured steaming tea into fine porcelain cups. The rich scent of brewed leaves filled the air, yet most of the attendees barely acknowledged it. Their attention was drawn instead to the two figures seated at the far edge of the room, locked in yet another bickering match. Yexuan, you really showed your fangs this time, the woman snapped, her eyes throwing daggers at him, so sharp and intense that any outsider would have flinched. Poaching my spirit rice supply from White Bear Sect? And now, you are even sitting there with that smug little smile on your face? The man across from her, Yexuan of the Jinshi Trade Association, merely sneered, his fingers drawing patterns against the lacquered armrest of his chair. It is an open market, Wenqing. You can't do anything about it. They simply thought your offer was cheap, just like you. His smirk widened. Would you like to file a complaint to the head? I'm sure he'd scoff just like I am now. Wenqing, the owner of a well-known chain of high-end restaurants, let out a laugh, though there was no humor in it. Oh no, I'm not like you, scumbag, sending lavish gifts to the head just to curry favor. Must be nice, having your hands in so many pockets. I could never. Those sound like the words of someone who wishes they had the White Bear Sect's rice supply. Wouldn't you all agree? Yexuan glanced around, an amused smile playing on his lips. The tension between them crackled, their rivalry long known among the union members. While the Jinshi Trade Association boasted of vast reach across multiple industries, including the perfume business, Wenqing had built her empire on her own. Without a powerful backer, she fought tooth and nail for every resource, and she wasn't about to let Yexuan walk over her without a fight. The rest of the room merely sipped their tea in amusement. Their bickering was nothing new, and until the meeting officially began, there was no harm in enjoying the entertainment. Then, the doors to the chamber swung open. A hush fell over the room as an old man strode in, flanked by two guards. His presence commanded immediate respect, and without hesitation, everyone rose to their feet in acknowledgement of custom. The old man gave a single nod before lowering himself into his chair at the head of the room. He spoke. I, Shuang Shenmu of the Shuang clan, call this meeting to order. And just like that, all distractions were set aside. As the last of the servants filtered out of the room, the heavy wooden door creaked shut behind them, leaving only the select few in attendance. Even the guards, who usually stood watch outside, were dismissed for this meeting. The lanterns cast shadows across the table where the heads of the various businesses in Jingxi City gathered. The old man, a sharp-eyed figure with a long, silvery, streaked beard, was the first to break the silence. Let's go over today's agenda. I trust everyone knows why we're here, he said, his gaze sweeping across the room. Wenqing snorted loudly, earning a few confused glances from her left. Do we really need a meeting for a new clan trying to enter Jingxi City? Happens all the time, doesn't it? She asked, stroking her slender chin. Yexuan. The burly merchant cut through with a scowl on his face. This one's different, he said, his thick fingers steepling before him. They've taken over half the market in Cloud Mist City, and their backing comes directly from a sect. That's not just some merchant group we can ignore. She, in return, scoffed, her eyes narrowing in disdain. You are only saying that because it's a threat to your precious perfume business, she teased. Shuang Shenmu raised a hand to silence the fight. His gaze shifted to each person at the table before she spoke in a calm but firm voice. I believe it is a threat to a lot of businesses. That silenced everyone, including Wenqing. Like Wenqing said, shops, merchant groups, and clans entering our city isn't anything new. But we created the union for a reason, to maintain the balance and protect our interests. We can't afford another clan moving in. From what we know, the Tang clan and the Divine Coin sect have big plans, and their actions up to now suggest they're not here for just a piece of the pie. They won't be happy with the breadcrumbs we feed to other merchants who came here for business. They want it all. If we don't act, they'll turn this place upside down. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone considered Shemu's words. Most knew that the old man's fervor had much to do with his own business interests, but no one dared to speak against him. The union had a structure, and words from the head carried weight. They had all seen what happened when someone disregarded that. Slowly, heads began to nod in agreement. The market was delicate. Too many new variables could send it spiraling out of control. They couldn't afford to let another faction in, especially one with the backing of the Tang clan. No one spoke up to challenge the old man, but the tension in the air was rough. The thoughtful silence was broken by the sharp voice of one of the men. a merchant who mostly dabbled in seafood. "So, what are we going to do?" he asked, and looked in between the head, Yushuan and Wenqing. "Are they still trying to get into the city after their carriages were destroyed?" Shuing Shenmu's brows furrowed. "That was a trap," he said. The words tinged with frustration. They wanted to see how we would react. A murmur of confusion spread through the room, and one of the younger merchants leaned forward. "How did you figure that?" Yexuan, his arms crossed, and his eyes scanning the table, grunted before speaking. "The perfumes and herbs we found." He paused, allowing the others to catch his meaning. "They were either fake or too common. Not the kind of materials you'd expect from a clan with such high aspirations. And even the driver, when we went to investigate, he ran at the first sight of the men we hired. He didn't even try to look at the carriage or material once." A few heads nodded in understanding. It was all a test, a way for them to gauge what we would do, and they played right into our hands. Wenqing let out a low chuckle, a smile tugging at her lips. "Ah, so they're smart and paranoid, the worst kind of people to deal with. It doesn't matter. What matters is that now they know we're aware of our little game. This just means they're going to be more cautious. They'll probably send a retinue of guards, maybe even cultivators. We'll need to prepare," Shuang Shenmu said. Wenqing scoffed, shaking her head. "Do we really need to? Although the Tang clan can be formidable, they won't put all their manpower into getting a foothold here, and this divine coin sect doesn't seem like much to me. It's not even a real sect, just a fledgling group with no real weight behind it. I have looked into it, and it is just an emerging sect." "It doesn't matter," the head of the table cut her off. "They'll still have cultivators at their disposal, and there are rumors, mysterious ones, about their leader. People in Cloud Mist City call him Dragonheart." The room fell silent for a moment, as everyone digested the name. One of the men scoffed, breaking the silence with a dismissive sneer. "Dragonheart? That's a stupid title. I bet he paid to spread those rumors to make himself feel important. I know enough cultivators who do that. It doesn't matter what you think of the title, Kian. What matters is that he won the Cloud Mist City tournament, and he defeated a demonic cultivator in the process. He's dangerous, and they're alert now, more so than before," Shenmu said pointedly. "We can send more men to take care of their carriages, but there's still a good chance they'll manage to get into the city. They're determined, and the girl from the Tang clan is shrewd enough to have already taken care of the legalities. She'll find a way in. Regardless of what we do, we can only harm them with tricks, subtly, not directly at all." Yexuan cleared his throat. Well, have you prepared any?" The old man sat up straighter, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "A few things," he said. "I called this meeting to discuss just that. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. PS changed the gun designs to be muskets, so there can be proper progression after looking into the comments. Thank you for advice. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here? Chapter 90. Yushu yawned. His long, bulky hands stretched behind his neck as he sat on top of a small hill overlooking a road. His back was against a tree as he felt himself almost falling asleep. When he had first become a cultivator and realized that rather than soaring over cities and practicing techniques that could shatter entire buildings with a single strike, cultivation was more about sitting in a room, absorbing the world's energy while popping pills like a drug addict. He had felt utterly betrayed. All those grand expectations reduced to hours of motionless meditation, chasing after some vague, unseen progress. And worse, while some people barely cultivated for an hour a day and still saw results, he could sit for entire nights and feel nothing. So he fought tooth and nail for pills to speed up his growth, only to realize that even that was a struggle. Between the politics of his sect, the resource hoarding, and the endless cycle of training on lifeless dummies, he had enough. If cultivation was going to be a slow death of boredom, he would rather risk dying on his own terms. And so, he left. Manny called him foolish, said things like, nothing good will happen, that he was walking down the wrong path, that the heavens would not look kindly upon a rogue cultivator, but in just his first year of being one, he had proven them wrong. Even as a mere first-star chi refinement cultivator, he received offers from various clans, each eager to recruit him. In the cities, women threw themselves at him, hoping to catch his eye and secure a better life. After all, even the lowest cultivator was far wealthier than ordinary mortals. In the end, he joined the clan that had given him the best offer, the Shuang clan of Jingxi City. They had given him pills every week, accelerating his cultivation from first star to third star in just 2 years. It was something that he felt was impossible before, but it happened. It became possible. Not only that, if he desired women, they were brought to him without hesitation. The clan leader had even attempted to betroth him to one of his daughters, eager for a grandson with cultivation talent. All in all, his life had suddenly become colorful, a complete 180 to the dull days of meditation and endless training dummies. But just a week ago, that had changed. His latest task had been too simple for his liking, which was to stop a carriage from some Tang clan trying to build a business in Jingxi City. He had done it easily. After all, it was just a carriage, not a cultivator. But apparently, it had been a trap. A false alarm that was well played by the Tang clan to gauge their reaction. Now, with the Shuang clan's true intentions exposed, the Tang clan was sending another batch of goods into the city, or at least that was what he was let on. This time, clan head Shuang, Shenmu had warned him that cultivators might be among the escorts and that he might actually have to fight. And if he was honest, he didn't mind. He was confident in his skills. Unless the Tang clan had somehow scraped together a peak chi refinement cultivator, or worse, a foundation establishment expert, he had nothing to worry about. And honestly, someone that's strong wouldn't waste their time on merchant escort duty. But the problem wasn't the fight, it was the waiting. He had been sitting on this hill for 7 hours now. The sun had set, the road remained empty, and the only thing accompanying him was the occasional night breeze. He almost felt like he was back in his sect, doing nothing but sitting around. And that pricked his scalp, not in a good way. He folded his arms in front of his chest and let his eyes partially close in boredom. This is just boring. I might as well shu Taoist Yushu. I see a carriage coming. The sound of wooden wheels rolling forward reached his ears. Right, he scoffed without even bothering to open his eyes. Not every carriage belongs to the Tang clan. We need to be sure before acting. But Taoist Yushu, the carriage is tinted red, and it has the Tang clan's crest on it. Yushu's eyes snapped open. This time, he took a proper look. A large carriage strolled through the road. The wooden frame was reinforced with dark iron, and the front held a driver's seat where there was a lone man controlling the vanes. Behind that, a middle compartment was made, probably for the guards or anyone traveling with them. And at the very back, an extra portion extended outward, possibly for storage. It was just like the last one. Yushu turned his gaze to the group behind him, 5 mortal men and 3 body-forging realm cultivators standing at attention. He smirked. Get ready. Their spines straightened instantly. Our goal is simple, he continued. Kill any ordinary people, capture anyone important, and confiscate or destroy whatever they're carrying. A wave of grim nods passed through the group. You, aim properly. Yushu motioned to one of the mortals, a bowman, who stepped forward and drew his weapon. The mortal narrowed his eyes, taking the aim. Yushu saw how he didn't even breathe for a second. They all waited for the perfect moment, locking their gazes on the rolling carriage. Then, with a twang, the arrow was in motion, slicing through the air, finding its mark right at the carriage wheel dead center. A splintering crack rang out. The wheel snapped, sending the entire carriage lurching to the side. The force of the impact made it tilt uncontrollably, the wooden frame groaning as it tumbled forward and slammed into a tree with a heavy crash. The driver's high-pitched voice pierced through the air as he flung from his seat, his body hitting the ground hard. He let out a grunt and another. Yushu grinned. Great shot, mortal. He was on his feet the next second, drawing his weapon. Now let's go, he heard his men acknowledge with battle cries, and together they rushed down the hill. One by one, they moved towards the wrecked carriage. The road was mostly deserted at this hour, fortunate for them, as there would be no interruptions. There, Yushu signaled his men. They veered off to deal with the driver who was groaning on the ground while clutching his sides. Yushu strode toward the carriage doors, fully expecting resistance from whoever was inside. He grasped the handle and yanked the door open. "Hello there," Yushu said playfully, but his eyebrows shot upwards. Empty. Is it the wrong carriage? But just as doubt began creeping into his mind, his eyes moved to the Tang Clan crest carved into the wooden door. This was definitely the one. Something was off. Something was definitely off. He sensed it in his bones. He turned towards the rear compartment, where he knew that goods were typically stored. Taking a steadying breath, he reached for the doors. His fingers curled around the handle. Click! The latch lifted, and as the doors swung open, his eyes widened. There were no crates of herbs, no bottles of perfume. There were only people inside. Or at least at first glance, they seemed like people. In the dim gloom of the compartment, their figures were shrouded in darkness. But before Yushu could make sense of the situation, the one in the middle suddenly flashed him a grin, and lightning crackled to life in his fist. Shit! Instinct kicked in, and Yushu leaped backward, but he wasn't fast enough. The lightning strike arced through the air, slamming into his leg before he could fully escape. Pain exploded through his limb as a sharp zap surged through his body, and he hit the ground with a cry. "Taoist Yushu," one of his men called out. The others snapped to attention, their weapons raised, watching their leader fall. But Yushu wasn't someone who would go down that easily. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up, his injured leg trembling under his weight. "Get ready for battle. We've been fooled," he bellowed. As his words rang out, the lightning-wielding cultivator stepped out of the carriage. The first thing Yushu noticed was his short, dark hair, then his smug smile. He tilted his head and sized the man up and down. He didn't even have a big build of a body to threaten Yushu, but his lightning packed a sharp jolt. His blood boiled at the audacity of the man. Who the F? His words died, and his breath hitched in his throat as he saw the other people step out of the carriage besides the cultivator. Though, it wouldn't be right to call them people, rather than flesh and blood. The figures that emerged were humanoid constructs, their limbs carved from wood, their joints held together by intricate mechanisms. He had mistaken them for humans in the darkness of the carriage, but now he could tell what they were. Puppets. Yushu felt a chill crawl up his spine. And judging by the energy rolling off of them, these weren't just for show. They could fight better than any mortal he had brought. His gaze flicked back to the lightning-wielding cultivator. "A puppet master?" Yushu muttered under his breath. Not just that one proficient in lightning arts that was in the chi refinement realm. His mind raced. The Shuang clan head had mentioned that the Tang clan was working with some small-time sect. Yushu had assumed that meant a few low-level cultivators in the body-forging realm. But this, a lightning user and combat-ready puppets were way beyond his pay grade. And he knew he couldn't just retreat. Grinding his teeth, he charged forward, calling upon his chi as his fists became encased in solid stone. A martial technique he had painstakingly practiced known as Earth Shroud Gauntlet. The lightning-wielding cultivator met him head-on. A crackling fist, wreathed in arcs of electricity, slammed against his own. For a split second, Yushu felt a tremor run through his stone armor, then a sharp fracture spread across its surface. Damn it! The force behind the lightning cultivator's blows was no joke. Still, he refused to back down. Circulating his chi, he stepped forward and launched into another attack stone avalanche strike. His fist came down like a hammer, aiming for his opponent's ribs, but the man moved like a phantom, electricity surging through his legs as he dodged, barely a flicker in Yushu's vision, before he appeared just out of reach. And the few times Yushu did manage to land a hit, his opponent simply took the blow head-on, his body absorbing the impact without hesitation. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. He is as strong as me, maybe stronger. Realization hit him harder than a physical blow. The lightning user wasn't just some useless cultivator with no battle experience. He had the technique and endurance to fight on even footing. But I am not done yet. Summoning all his strength, Yushu activated his core technique, Titan's Embrace. A surge of chi hardened his skin. wrapping his entire body in a dense layer of stone, turning him into a walking juggernaut. With a roar, he lunged forward, too swift for a dodge. And as he expected, the lightning cultivator didn't got any time to jump back. Instead, his entire body shimmered, bathed in a brilliant sheen of blue light, a defensive technique Yushu had never seen before. And when they collided, a shockwave rippled through. The ground cracked beneath them. For a moment, the two of them stood locked in place, neither giving an inch. Then lightning surged from the dark-haired man's fingertips. Before Yushu could react, a blazing fist shot forward, striking him square in the face. Crack! His stone armor shattered, and Yushu was sent flying. His body crashed against the hard ground, bouncing once before skidding to a stop. For a second, everything spun. His vision blurred. His ears rang. He couldn't even feel his limbs. The momentary defeat dissolved. Shaking his head, he forced himself to focus. His gaze swept across the battlefield. One of his fellow cultivators was already down. The other two were locked in a desperate struggle surrounded by 4 wooden puppets, their movements relentless and precise. As for the rest of his mortal men, they lay scattered, groaning in pain, completely overwhelmed by the puppets. Yushu counted 7 of them in total, each one, radiating the strength of a body-forging realm fighter. How the hell does a small sect have this many puppets? The sheer quantity of them was absurd. He had assumed that the sect backing the Tang clan was insignificant. Now, it was clear that he'd made a grave mistake. A sharp crackle made his heart lurch. He turned just in time to see the lightning cultivator charging toward him again, eyes locked onto him like a predator moving in for the kill. Shit! No time! Desperately, Yushu punched the ground. Earthquake fissure. A jagged crack split open the road, forcing the lightning cultivator to leap into the air. But that brief moment, that single heartbeat, was all Yushu needed to push himself back to his feet. His mind raced as he wondered what to do. Even if he somehow held his ground against this lightning bastard, how the hell was he supposed to deal with the puppets? And more importantly, who the hell was controlling them? Yushu barely had a moment to think. A surge of lightning arcs toward him, crackling like an unchained storm. Reacting on instinct, he forced chi into his skin. Earthen bulwark. Stone encased his body, forming a protective shell, but it wasn't enough. The lightning tore through, searing his flesh beneath the cracks. His knees buckled. His muscles spasmed. Move! He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain grounding him just enough to keep his stance from collapsing completely. His opponent was already closing in. Damn it! No choice. Yushu poured chi into the ring on his finger. A silver spear materialized in his grasp, shocking the lightning cultivator, whose eyes widened in shock. Too fucking late! Yushu thrust forward. The tip of the spear pierced through his opponent's arm, slipping past the thin sheen of his defensive technique. The lightning cultivator gritted his teeth and staggered back. But within moments, the starlight barrier flickered back to life, repairing itself. Tatch, not enough. Yushu refused to give him time to recover. He lunged forward, spear cutting through the air in rapid succession, aiming to break through the defense completely. But the lightning cultivator was too fast. With lightning coiling around his legs, he blurred out of reach again and again. Yushu growled in frustration. He had heard of lightning cultivators being nimble, but this was ridiculous. Enough with the tricks. It's time to end this. The words sent a chill down Yushu's spine. For the first time, the lightning cultivator stopped moving, looking at Yushu as if he was just a dead man standing. His stance held firm. Yushu didn't hesitate. He drove his spear straight toward his chest. It landed. For a fraction of a second, Yushu thought he had won. Then he saw it, the defensive energy converging. It wrapped around his spear, locking it in place. His eyes widened. Shit. No. He tried to pull back, but it was already too late. Lightning surged from his opponent's body. A storm condensed into a single devastating blast. Electricity ripped through him, burning, tearing, forcing his body into violent spasms. Yushu tried to form a final rock armor, but the moment it took shape, it shattered. His vision blurred. His body collapsed. The last thing he saw was the lightning cultivator's impassive gaze and his stupid smirk. He wished he could wipe that clean off of his face. But his eyelids grew heavy. Darkness overtook him. Asterisk, 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 Chen Ren exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His body still thrummed with the lingering aftershocks of battle, muscles taut from the strain. He glanced down at his side, a clean puncture wound, courtesy of the spear that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The injury wasn't deep, and the bleeding had already stopped. Still, he hadn't seen that attack coming. It was a mistake, one that had cost him blood. His expression darkened for a brief moment. Then he let out a quiet breath, dismissing the thought. His body would recover. Instead, his gaze drifted downward, settling on the unconscious figure sprawled across the ground. The man's breathing was ragged, his body still twitching slightly from the aftermath of lightning, coursing through his meridians. But Chenren's attention wasn't on his injuries. It was on the ring, a simple, unadorned band of dull silver wrapped around the cultivator's index finger. There were no gems, no engravings, nothing that would make it stand out to the untrained eye. But Chenren knew better. Even without touching it, he could feel the faint pulse of qi emanating from within, and the spear appearing out of nowhere already confirmed what the ring was. A spatial artifact, a coveted treasure. He knelt down, slipping the ring from the man's finger, rolling it between his own. Up close, the material was smooth, cool against his fingertips. There were faint etchings along the inner rim, almost invisible, but undoubtedly part of the formation that allowed it to store objects beyond normal space. He pressed a thread of his qi into the ring, testing its reaction. Would it recognize him? Or was it bound by the previous owner's will? Chen Ren furrowed his brows as his qi failed to make anything happen. The ring was apparently qi-bound. He clicked his tongue, eyes narrowing slightly. That complicated things. Before he could think further, footsteps echoed behind him, deliberate and unhurried. He turned his head, his guard still raised. But when the figure approached and reached up to remove his mask, a familiar face was revealed. Hong Yi. His silver eyes glinted with amusement as he glanced around at the unconscious bodies littering the battlefield, then let out a low chuckle. "Ha! That was a great fight," Hong Yi said, stepping closer. "I can't believe things went this easy." Chen Ren smirked. "That's because we planned for it, expected everything." His gaze shifted to the fallen cultivators around them. "And we got our prize." He lifted the ring between his fingers before gesturing at the defeated men. Hong Yi's eyes immediately locked onto the ring, a flicker of greed flashing through them before he let out a thoughtful hum. "A spatial ring?" Chen Ren nodded. "Yeah, and big enough to house a spear." Hong Yi's expression changed slightly at that. "A ring that size," he muttered, rubbing his chin. "It'd be worth at least a dozen spirit stones. Maybe more, depending on its size and functions. But they're really rare." He gave Chen Ren a sidelong glance. "Are you planning to use it for yourself?" Chen Ren twirled the ring once before sighing. "I can't seem to open it. Looks like it's qi-bound." His eyes flickered with consideration. "I'll need someone like Qing He or Yelin to go over it before I can use it. But yeah, it's a nice reward for all the trouble." He smirked, tucking the ring into his robes. "I'm sure the Shuang clan gave it to this guy." His gaze drifted over the unconscious man before him. "Wonder how they'll react when they realize they lost both him and the ring." Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters. 15 Magus Reborn and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. P.S. Sorry for late post. I'm sick. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 91. Shuang Shenmu, clan head of the prestigious Shuang clan, swung his sword, feeling the ripple of his biceps. His muscles strained as each blow landed. A sharp crack formed against the wooden dummy in front of him. He swung it again, this time aiming at the dummy's neck. It once again caused wood to splinter. Beads of sweat ran down his face as he brought his sword back, just to hit the dummy again. And again. His grunts filled the air as he kept on swinging. The movement became one of practice rather than conscious as his eyes grew distant, lost in memories. Every strike reminded him of his childhood. Born to a branch family of cultivators, Shenmue had once dreamed of rising above his humble beginnings, wielding a sword with enough strength to topple mountains and make the heavens tremble. His days back then had been spent just like this, relentlessly swinging his weapon, sharpening his skills, and preparing for the moment he could step onto the path of cultivation and bring glory to his family. But fate had been cruel, extremely cruel, that he almost felt bad for himself. When his spirit roots had finally been tested, the results were devastating. None. While his two younger brothers were found to have excellent cultivation potential and had been chosen as the future scions of their branch family, Shenmue had been left behind, crushed beneath his shattered dreams. For years, he only tasted one thing: bitterness, until one day he didn't. The realization hit him. There was more to life than just chasing unreachable heights. There were other ways to bring pride to his clan, other ways that he could stand tall. And so, he had set down his sword and chosen a different path, the path of money. His lips twitched upward slightly as he thought about how far he'd been able to come. Through grit, ambition, and relentless effort, he had built a fortune so vast that no one dared to look down on him now. He was still mortal, but he commanded the respect of both cultivators and commoners. His family, once just a branch, had become one of the most powerful clans in Xianxia, and countless cultivators now bowed their heads to his family because of his wealth. He hired more than half of them to work for him. Still, even after all those years of training, he had never let go of the discipline he'd forged in his youth. Every morning, he trained, swinging his sword as if he could carve those dummies with it. Thwack! Another strike, and he pushed another painful memory aside. Maybe this was his way of coping, but it helped him for years. Thwack! He pushed past another memory of his siblings this time. He raised his sword again. Knock! Knock! Shenmue frowned, lowering his weapon as he turned toward the door that slowly opened. Standing in the doorway was the chief steward, Dexin, an elderly man with a thin frame and a perpetually serious expression. He bowed deeply. Master! Shenmue's frown deepened. You know I don't like to be disturbed during this time. Dexin straightened. I wouldn't have, Master, unless it was important. I know better. A moment passed before Shenmue gave a curt nod. Very well. Speak. We've just received word, Master. A new delivery of heavenly fragrance bottles and materials was made to their shop about an hour ago. At those words, swaying Shenmue's eyes widened, shock flashing across his face. What happened? We sent Yushu and the others, right? We did, Master, but none of them have reported back. We're assuming they've been captured by the forces of the Tang clan and the Divine Coin sect. Shenmue's expression darkened, his jaw tightening until he heard his teeth grind. He shook his head after a few seconds of contemplation. That can't be. No, check once again. Yushu is a Qi refinement realm cultivator. According to what we know, this so-called sect is a newly established one, no different from any other emerging sect. Dexin cleared his throat. Master, we assume that Chen Ren himself might have protected the carriage, and as far as things have been confirmed, he is in the Qi refinement realm too. Even then, we sent more cultivators with Yushu. There's no way he could have done this alone. This Chen Ren must have brought in more cultivators to support his sect, or it wouldn't have been possible. He paused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully before asking, did they at least manage to damage some of the supplies? There were orders to harm and retreat if they weren't confident in winning. Dexin shifted uncomfortably, a trace of hesitation in his voice as he responded, No, Master, there wasn't anything like that. All the materials were delivered safely, and the scout specifically reported that the heavenly fragrance bottles were in pristine condition. Shenmue's teeth clenched audibly, a flash of anger rippling through him. How can that be? Because we were tricked, Master. Shenmue's head snapped up. Tricked? How? When we observed the delivery, we noticed that the supplies didn't come from the Tang clan's carriage as expected. Instead, there were 6 carriages owned by ordinary merchants, carrying mixed supplies. We later identified them as traveling merchants whose business route runs between Cloud Mist City and Jingxi City. It seems the Tang clan paid them to hide their supplies among their other goods. Shenmu's eyes glinted with cold fury as he considered the implications. He certainly hadn't expected such a move. Do you want us to take action against those merchants? He fell silent, lowering the sword slowly as he sank into deep thought. Did he want to go against those merchants who had crossed their clan? Did they even know what they were doing, or were they simply after some easy coins? His mind spinned with different scenarios. After a long moment, he sighed and spoke. Number, leave them be. Dexon blinked in surprise, but remained quiet as Shenmu continued. Even if we warn those merchants, the Tang clan will just find someone else next time, and they might even employ more clever tactics to avoid detection. His lips curled into a smile. It's been a long time since we've had outsiders bold enough to stand against us. Bold. And cunning. He took a slow breath. But they're forgetting one thing. We have roots in this city. Deep roots that have grown strong over generations. They're just a sapling, and there's no way this ends well for them. What are your orders, Master? For now, do nothing, watch them carefully, but don't interfere. They'll be expecting retaliation, waiting for us to make a move. Let them fall into a false sense of security. He rubbed his hands, one thing on his mind. And when they finally open up, we'll rip that sapling out of the ground. Chen Ren moved through the spacious two-story building. Tang Yucho walked beside him. Her eyes squinted in pride and excitement. He glanced around, taking in the place she had spent the past few months renovating. Sunlight poured in through large windows. It made the space feel warm. The ground floor had an open layout, perfect for displays, with sleek counters, shelves, and plenty of room for customers to move around. The high ceilings gave it a grand, airy feeling, and the decorative lanterns hanging from the rafters added a touch of refinement. The first floor had smaller sections partitioned for specialty goods. Areas were connected by smooth, dark wood railings and stone steps. The second floor, he assumed, would be for administration or VIP clients, and they could always add more floors. It was clear Tang Yuchu had spared no expense. Chen Ren let out a low whistle, impressed. You sure you didn't just empty everything you earned through heavenly fragrances, and more by buying this building? Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Tang Yuchu turned to him with a confident smile. I still have money left, she said breezily, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I wouldn't have put this much into it if I didn't think I'd earn it back the moment this store opens. Chen Ren arched a brow. You could have asked me for some help, you know. She shook her head, a light chuckle escaping her lips. You were busy with your sect. I know you've taken in a lot of people, and feeding them every day can't be easy. He opened his mouth to respond, but she wasn't done. Besides, she added, you're already giving ideas on perfumes and clothes. It's only natural that I handle the rest. I can't be a bad business partner now, can I? Chen Ren nodded, not arguing. But inside, he felt a quiet wave of gratitude. He definitely made the right call by partnering with her. Their relationship hadn't started off smoothly, but now he knew he could leave a lot in her capable hands and trust that she wouldn't let him down. More than that, she was keeping his situation in mind, managing the business without asking him for money, even though they were partners. That was as good as a business partner could get. The only thing he could do to repay that trust was to make sure this expansion worked out. For both of them. As they descended to the ground floor, Chen Ren's eyes were drawn to the organized chaos of crates and supplies scattered across the room. Large wooden crates labeled with the distinctive mark of heavenly fragrances were stacked neatly along one wall, while rows of wrapped wooden bottles gained his attention. Almost immediately, the perfume bottles, with their elegant designs and delicate stoppers, seemed almost out of place amidst the rough, utilitarian packaging. Nearby, smaller containers filled with raw materials for production were stacked in clusters. Dried herbs, powdered minerals, and oils imported from the outskirts of Cloud Mist City were neatly packed, labeled with the contents and sources. Tang Yuchi's thoroughness was evident in every detail. He was glad that none of it had broken. Even if he knew his plan was most likely to work, he was still concerned and had sent Tang Boming and his men to each of the merchant carriages that had the materials to protect them. Fortunately, they had delivered the materials in good condition. Chen crossed his arms, nodding appreciatively. When are you planning to start production? They had gotten enough perfumes for the grand opening, but they were setting up a factory in Xianxia as well. It made more sense for them to supply the raw materials from Cloud Mist City since they were cheap and abundant there. It would save them a fortune in transportation costs down the line if they produced everything locally. In a day or two. Chen nodded. Sounds good. What about the clothes? We've already prepared samples. Depending on how well they sell, I'll expand production. But it might take some time. These designs aren't easy to make, and crafting them is labor-intensive. Even if I hire more workers, the profit margins will shrink. It's a fine balance, you know. Chen sighed, knowing she was right. In this world, sewing and cloth-making were entirely handcrafted processes, demanding years of practice to master, unlike the convenience of machines he remembered from his previous life. Here, it was an intricate art form. Each stitch, each pattern was a testament to the skill of the artisan. Even cultivators often took it up as a discipline, producing enchanted robes and garments as a specialty. But waiting wasn't something he was fond of. He had a strong feeling these clothes would be a hit, and the more stock they had, the better. The thought of missing out on potential sales because of slow production didn't sit well with him. Fortunately, he'd already devised a way to speed things along. A small, satisfied smile played on his lips as he thought about it. It was time for him to step up as a business partner. Tang Yuchu had already more than proven her worth, and now it was his turn to do the same. Actually, I do have a way to speed things along, he said casually. She raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Oh, you've got another method to make clothes? Like the perfume idea? Something like that. It's very simple. You just have to rely on a machine to reduce the manual work. With that, we'll increase production by a lot. Tang Yucho blinked at him, and then her eyebrows squinted. A machine. What kind of machine? Instead of answering right away, he reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a rolled-up parchment. He unfurled it on a nearby crate, revealing a detailed hand-drawn diagram. It was filled with precise sketches, tiny notes, and arrows pointing to various components. I came up with this design once I returned to my sect after our talk, he explained, tapping the parchment. It won't be the easiest thing to build since it needs some fine-tuning, but if we can pull it off, I think we'll have a machine that could change the way clothes are made. She traced her finger along some of the lines, trying to make sense of it, but her expression quickly turned puzzled. I'm not going to lie. This looks complicated. It is. This is a sewing machine. He pointed to a part of the drawing where a small, sharp object was prominently featured. See this here. This is the needle. It's the core of the whole machine. As the machine works, the needle pierces the fabric automatically. And that means on its own. Tang Yuchu squinted at the parchment, then glanced at him. On its own? How? Chen tapped another part of the diagram. This is the hand crank. It's a small wheel on the side that you turn by hand. That, in turn, moves the needle up and down. And here, he pointed again, are the feed dogs. Tang Yucho immediately straightened up, giving him a wide-eyed, incredulous look. Feed? Dogs? She tilted her head. Wait, why are we talking about dogs all of a sudden? Are you okay? Do you need to sit down? Chen couldn't hold it in a laugh. The seriousness in her eyes made him shake his head, but he could see why she would get confused by the name. Yes, I'm fine. It's just the name of the component in the sewing machine, he explained, pointing at the small part on the diagram. It's called that because it looks like a dog's teeth. Tang Yucho tilted her head, studying the drawing again before nodding. Okay, that makes sense, sort of. But your naming sense is still a little strange. Chen considered telling her that he wasn't the one who came up with the name, but he let it slide and continued his explanation instead. He walked her through the various parts of the machine, explaining how they work together, the hand crank turning the gears, the needle moving automatically, and the feed dogs pulling the fabric forward. At first, he'd thought of making a more modern electronic version, but as soon as the thought came to mind, he dismissed it. The lack of electricity in the Empire was a major issue, and he didn't want to add an array to every machine, knowing it would be too much effort in the long run, costly and impractical. So he'd settled on a gear-based design instead, something anyone could use. Besides, it would get the workers used to the concept, and later on, he could always upgrade the design when the time was right. By the time he finished explaining, Tang Yuchu looked far less confused, though a flicker of astonishment lingered on her face. She tried to hide it, but Chenren could see it clear as day. I don't know if we'll be able to build it exactly like this, but if we can, it'll be a massive innovation, something that could change the entire clothing industry. Exactly, and we'll be at the forefront of it. How do you even come up with all these things? Noodles, ice cream, chips, perfumes, and now this. Sometimes, I think you've stumbled upon the hidden knowledge of some ancient sage. Chen Ren didn't reply right away, but internally, he thought she wasn't entirely wrong. It wasn't exactly a sage, more like the collective wisdom of the internet. Most of his knowledge came from browsing random topics during high school and college. A mix of curiosity and procrastination that was now paying off in ways he'd never imagined. Not wanting to dwell on that thought, he changed the subject. Anyway, the faster we get a prototype made, the better for us. Once we have that, we'll need to make at least a few machines to ramp up production. The opening day of our little mall is getting close, and we want to be ready. Tang Yuchu nodded. Got it. I'll get to it. She rolled up the parchment carefully, cradling it like it was a treasure. You won't be disappointed, Chenren smiled. I know I won't. Asterisk, 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 An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 92, Book 1 of Magus Reborn is officially launched. If you're on Kindle Unlimited, you can read it for free. And even if you're not buying, a quick rating helps more than you think. It is totally free to rate. Also, if you have Kindle Unlimited, please download either way, even if you don't wish to read. It helps with algorithm. We're aiming for 100 ratings in 5 days. And if we hit it, we're dropping bonus Magus Reborn chapters. Please help support my other series. Here's the link. Read here. Chapter 93. Tang Yucho couldn't help but marvel at the sight before her. The machine, made of copper and gears, clacked steadily as it stitched together a dress something that would have taken weeks by hand. 2 weeks, 8 hours, per Dalton Y. Now, it felt like it would be done in just 2 days. And it was only 2 days because the woman using it was still adjusting to the new process. It had only been 2 weeks since she started learning how to use the machine, and old habits didn't change overnight. Still, Tang Yucho couldn't help but envision a future where hundreds of these machines were at work, producing enough clothes to flood the market without breaking their backs on labor costs. Just a month ago, she would have dismissed such a scenario as impossible, yet here she was, standing in front of a miracle brought to life by Chen Ren. They only had 3 sewing machines right now, but the blacksmith she'd hired was already working on more. She remembered his face when he first looked at the blueprint, how he'd stared at it for a long moment before shaking his head and muttering that it was more complicated than some weapons he'd forged. Even with a detailed design, it had taken him a full week to craft the first one, though a part of her mind still wondered how Chen Ren had come up with something so advanced that it could shock a veteran blacksmith. But deep down, she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer, because, whatever it was, she had a feeling it would only lead to more questions that might change how she saw him forever. And right now, she wasn't sure if she was ready for that. Their relationship was finally reaching a place where they could trust each other, where they were starting to work together as real partners. Whatever secrets Chen Ren might be hiding, she wasn't ready to uncover them just yet. Her father had often told her that curiosity could lead to disastrous outcomes. He'd even recounted the tale of a work cat whose curiosity cost her life, a cautionary story that Tang Yuchu had taken to heart. She lived by his principles, and right now, she had no desire to do anything that might upset the balance between her and Chenren, especially when they were on the cusp of opening their mall. It had already been a month since he'd helped transport the materials to Jingxi. After that, he'd decided to stay, saying she might need him if the union tried anything else, and to help with setting things up. She had to admit, In the past month, he'd certainly been busy. He'd taken charge of transporting additional materials, setting up a small factory at the back of their building to begin production, and assisting with the construction of the sewing machines. But that wasn't all. He'd also been keeping a close watch on the city, gathering information and preparing for any retaliation from the Union. To both their surprise, though, nothing had happened. It was as if the Union had decided to quietly back off. No other attempts had been made during transportation for more materials, and there hadn't been so much as a whisper of a counterattack for the men they had captured. Unfortunately, the prisoners hadn't yielded much useful information either. The mortals among them had been easy to interrogate, but they were little more than grunts completely useless. The cultivators, however, had been far harder to control. Chen Ren had been forced to use a poison that slowly ate away at their qi to keep them bound, and even then, it had taken a while to break them down. When they finally spoke, their information was disappointingly sparse. They were nothing more than hired muscle for the Shuang clan, with little knowledge of the clan's inner workings. Still, they'd confirmed what Chen Ren and Yucho had already suspected. Shuang Shenmu, the clan leader, wouldn't stop until he'd crushed their business completely. He had a reputation for pitiless efficiency, and the prisoners had described past instances where Shenmu had systematically wiped out rival enterprises down to their very roots. If nothing else, it gave them a clearer picture of the enemy they were up against and just how dangerous he really was. The silence from the Union was beginning to gnaw at Yucho, leaving her uneasy. Even now, as she made her way through the corridor on the second floor of their mall, she couldn't shake the feeling. It was a continuous heaviness. They had converted this part of the building into production and living quarters for herself, Chen Ren, and their subordinates. Making her way down the stairs, she tried to push the uneasiness aside. Tomorrow was the grand opening, and she couldn't afford to spiral in any way. The ground floor looked spotless, exactly how she wanted. Shelves gleamed with neatly arranged perfumes, and every corner of the shop reflected the effort they had poured into it. She could only hope the launch would be as successful as it had been in Cloud Mist City. She stood for an extra second, surveying the space. From the right corner, she saw her maid, Linger, approaching, and turned her head towards her. The latter offered a polite bow before speaking. "Young miss, everything is ready. I'm sure the customers will be stunned by how beautiful the shop looks." Yuchu smiled, but it seemed like Linger noticed the worry etched on her face and frowned slightly. "Is something troubling you, young miss? I can help." "It's not anything tangible," Yuchu admitted, sighing softly. "Just pre-opening jitters. I've been through it before, but the nerves never really go away. Not when it feels like there's an axe hanging over our heads. Young miss, we've done everything we could, and we've planned for every possibility. It will be okay." Yuchu gave a small, wry smile. "You know as well as I do, Linger, that things never go exactly according to plan. Change is the only constant in business. Our success will depend on how well we adapt to whatever comes our way." Linger mirrored her smile. "And you will adapt, young miss. You always do. Besides, young Master Chen Ren is with you. He won't let the Union cause any harm." "I know," Yuchu whispered. "I have faith in him. He's done so much for us, and I know he'll keep us safe. But, you know, I can't rely on him forever. That's not how it works. My father is happy that I'm finally seeing the kind of success he always hoped for me. But I don't know if I've truly earned it yet. Chen Ren has been responsible for so much of this. He's here now, but he has his own path. Even if he acts like a merchant, he's still a cultivator at heart. One day, he'll have to move on, and I don't know if I'll be able to keep this going without him." Linger took a step closer. Yuchu saw the way she clutched her hands a little tighter. "Young miss, I have faith in you. You've worked hard for this, and I believe you will take heavenly fragrances to even greater heights." "Thank you, Linger. You've always been there for me." "It's my duty, miss." Yuchu fell silent at that, her thoughts swirling. She knew that just talking to someone, even someone as steadfast as her maid, wouldn't completely alleviate her fears. Those fears were hers alone to deal with. No one could shoulder that burden for her. But even so, it helped to know that there were people who believed in her, people who had faith in her abilities. That knowledge didn't erase the fear, but it gave her something far more valuable: courage. courage to face whatever storm might come for heavenly fragrances. Before that, however, she had to focus on the challenge directly in front of her. The opening day, they had worked tirelessly for weeks to get everything ready. Plans had been made. The marketing campaign had already been rolled out, and all that was left now was to see if their efforts would bear fruit. And tomorrow, she would witness it for herself. Whether the opening would be a success or not would depend on how well they had prepared, and how well they could adapt if things went awry. She inhaled through the nose, felt her lungs fill and straightened her shoulders. She gave a small nod to Linger, locking her determination in. Tomorrow would be the start of something great. It had to be. Fundy Ning strolled aimlessly through the lively streets of Jingxi, feeling lost in the middle of the hustle and chatter of the crowd around her. A few times, she lightly bumped into a passers-by, murmuring distracted apologies without truly registering them. Her mind was elsewhere, spinning through the river of unfortunate events that had come to her life over the past few weeks. And all those thoughts pressed her chest tighter, cutting off any conscious supply of air. Just a year ago, the Yan clan had been one of the more prominent minor merchant clans in Jingxi. Their transportation business had been thriving, with steady contracts and loyal customers. Her father had been confident that their success would earn him a coveted seat in the union, the headmost trade body in the city. But the heavens, it seemed, had a twisted sense of humor. A few devastating raids by well-organized bandits were all it took to cripple their reputation. Word spread fast in the merchant circles, and soon the Yan clan's contracts began slipping through their fingers like sand. Fewer customers, dwindling profits, and then bankruptcy was over them, like a shadow they couldn't escape. In the weeks that followed, as her family scrambled to recover from the losses, her father had sat her down with a somber expression and delivered the final blow. The marriage talks they had been negotiating with two wealthy clans had completely fallen through. Those families, sensing their decline, had backed out without so much as a word of apology. "You'll have to find a match on your own," he'd told her, looking wearier than she'd ever seen him. Yanling had nodded at the time, putting on a brave face, but deep down, she knew the truth. At 24, she was already considered too old to marry in Jingxi's upper circles. Her younger cousins had been married off years ago, securing alliances and stable futures while she had waited, hoping for a match that would bring her wealth and status. And now, that dream was crumbling before her eyes. She could already imagine the whispers, the knowing glances from other merchant daughters, the pitying smiles from her aunts. If she didn't secure a match soon, she would end up like those bitter old matrons who spent their days gossiping and lamenting what could have been. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Her father had promised that he would support her in marrying whoever she chose. But what good was that, when she didn't have a line of suitors clamoring for her hand? Sighing, she rubbed her temple, trying to cease the incoming headache. That might have been true 2 years ago when the Yan clan's business was at its peak, and her name carried a weight in Jingxi's merchant circles. Back then, she had been seen as a desirable match, a young woman from a prosperous family with a bright future ahead of her. But now, Yanling was hardly thought of as someone with good prospects. A 24-year-old woman from a fallen clan, no longer the talk of advantageous marriage arrangements, too old for the best matches, lacking in wealth, and without any clear path forward, her head felt like it might explode just from thinking about it all. And it wasn't as though she could just marry anyone. Even with their decline, the Yan family wouldn't allow her to marry beneath their station. They needed someone of equal or greater status for the marriage to make sense. But where was she supposed to find such a match when most potential suitors avoided families on the verge of ruin? Her only real chance had come 2 days ago, when she'd managed to secure an invitation to a banquet, a prestigious gathering where even members of the union would be in attendance. It might be her only opportunity to make an impression, to catch the eye of a young master with enough wealth and influence to overlook her family's current misfortune. But even that opportunity came with problems. Her clothes were old 2 seasons out of fashion, and her jewelry worth wearing. She could already imagine the disapproving glances and whispered comments from the other young women at the banquet, who would be dressed in the latest silks and draped in gold and jade. She'd asked her father for help, hoping he might buy her at least a new dress, but he had only shaken his head and sighed. "We're struggling to keep the business afloat. We can't afford luxuries right now. And so, she had spent the past 2 days wandering through the city, visiting shop after shop, hoping to find something suitable within her meager budget. She'd tried negotiating for lower prices, pleading with shopkeepers she had once known, but none of it had worked. The dresses she could afford were too plain, and the ones she wanted were far beyond her reach. In the end, she had refused to go home, feeling like it would be admitting defeat if she did. Now, as she strolled through the streets, her mind was heaving with frustration and hopelessness. She suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered near the central square, where roads branched off toward different districts of the city. What's going on? She wondered, slowing her steps as she craned her neck to get a better look. The crowd was clustered around something, but she wasn't able to make out what it was. Curiosity stirred within her. It wasn't often that something would attract this much attention, especially in the central square. Yanling let her feet carry her toward the crowd. Using her small, petite frame to her advantage, she slipped between the people, squeezing through narrow gaps until she found herself near the front. It wasn't too difficult. Most of the men and women were too preoccupied with whatever was happening ahead to notice her weaving through them. When she finally reached the front, the scene before her left her momentarily confused. A beautiful woman with striking features stood in the middle, dressed in a flowing gown of deep crimson silk, embroidered with highlighting gold patterns. Her posture was graceful but commanding, and her lips were curved in a bright, confident smile. In front of her was a long wooden table, lined with neat rows of small perfume bottles. Behind her stood several men who looked like guards, broad-shouldered, watchful eyes and swords strapped to their waists. "I'm glad our little demonstration has caught your attention," the woman said. "But don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time." Before she could continue, a playful voice called out from the crowd, "I was hoping to see you for a while longer." That earned a ripple of laughter from the onlookers, and the woman smirked, tilting her head slightly. "Thank you, but sadly I'm not on display today." She gestured gracefully toward the table. "Heavenly Fragrances perfumes are." Yanling's eyes shifted to the bottles on display. They were made of polished wood, not even glass, and although she couldn't see the liquid inside, the subtle, lingering scent that was wafting through the air hinted at something high quality. Having used so many perfumes, she knew that well. The woman continued, her smile never wavering. "I'm sure some of you here have already heard of Heavenly Fragrances. We're the most famous perfume brand in Cloud Mist City, with customers ranging from high society ladies to common folk, and even cultivators. And now, we're finally here in Jingxi, ready to let you discover what true high-quality perfume smells like, all for the price of just 5 to 8 silver wen." Yanling's eyes widened in shock. 5 to 8 silver wen? She stared at the bottles, half expecting them to transform into something cheap-looking. But the smell remained, as refined and pleasant as before. She never knew that perfumes were sold at such low prices, and she couldn't help but wonder if it was some kind of scam. Most perfumes in Jingxi sold for at least several dozen silver wen, sometimes even more depending on the shop. How could something that cheap be any good? As the thought crossed her mind, she heard a few whispered conversations around her. "My cousin lives in Cloud Mist City," a young woman nearby said excitedly to her friend. "She told me the perfumes from Heavenly Fragrances are amazing, and they're really that cheap." "Yes, I visited Cloud Mist during their annual tournament last year and tried some of their perfumes. They're great. I'm so glad they've opened a store here." That made Yanling hesitate, her earlier suspicions faltering. Could this really be the opportunity it seemed to be? As if sensing the crowd's uncertainty, the woman behind the table smiled again. "If you're curious, we're offering free samples. You can try them right here." Yanling's eyes widened, excitement flaring despite herself. Before she could second-guess her reaction, the words burst out of her mouth. "Can I try?" The woman's eyes sparkled, mirroring Yanlin's expression. "Of course, young miss. You're free to?" Yanling stepped forward, her heart beating faster as she approached the table. One of the men behind the woman handed her a small wooden bottle, and she poured a few drops of perfume onto Yanling's palm. As soon as she raised her hand to her nose, the scent enveloped her, a soft, luxurious blend of jasmine, sandalwood, and something light and floral she couldn't quite place. The fragrance was subtle yet intoxicating, elegant but not overpowering. Her eyes fluttered shut for a moment as she took it in. This is really good. It's wonderful, she murmured, opening her eyes to find the woman smiling at her. Thank you, young miss. If you hurry, you can be one of the first customers at our Xianxia City branch. It's just down the street, past the central square. Yanling nodded absently, still distracted by the lingering scent on her skin. But before she could think of what to say next, the woman leaned in slightly. And there's more, she said with a wink. If you bring 2 friends with you, you'll get a 30% discount on your purchase. Not only that, but you'll also have the chance to try out our newest collection of women's clothing. There are only a limited number of dresses available right now, and you could get your hands on them before they sell out. Yanling blinked. Are they as affordable as the perfumes? She asked. The woman chuckled. Yes, young miss. You won't find such designs anywhere else at these prices. I can promise you that. Before Yanling could press for more details, several other people from the crowd surged forward, eager to try the perfumes for themselves. She was jostled slightly, and the woman turned her attention to the new customers, offering more samples with the same bright smile. Left, standing at the edge of the crowd, Yanling's mind was spinning. Good perfume, affordable dresses, and a discount if I bring 2 people. Was this the opportunity she had been waiting for? Maybe the heavens had finally thrown her a lifeline. She debated for a moment, thinking of her options. It could be a scam, or it could be exactly what she needed to make an impression at the upcoming banquet. And what did she have to lose by at least checking it out? Moreover, she needed that discount, and that meant she needed to bring 2 people with her. Without wasting another moment, she turned on her heel and quickly made her way through the streets, not toward the shop, but toward the homes of her friends. After all, she wasn't going to let an opportunity like this slip through her fingers. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. P.S. It is actually leg-pedaled in last chapter. I forgot to add that part. Sorry. Chapter 94. Chen Ren knew there were certain things that could draw humans like moths to a flame, and among them, crowds stood at the top of the list. In both his previous life and this one, he had learned that nothing stirred curiosity more than the sight of people gathered together, craning their necks to see what the fuss was about. It didn't matter if someone was headed somewhere important. If they passed by a crowd, they would slow down, even stop, just to take a peek. It was a truth that had served him well before, and today it was paying off again. He had proven it during his very first noodle stall venture, where a few groups of customers enjoying his food had drawn more like flies to honey. This time, he was planting an entire network of groups. Tang Yuchu had brought plenty of people with her to help launch their business here in Jingxi, and Chen Ren wasn't about to let those resources go to waste. He assigned them roles carefully, using the prettiest girls among them to set up enticing booths in key areas of the city, while the rest were sent to act as curious bystanders, gathering around the booths to create the illusion of a buzz. All it took was a few whispered words about the new shop selling perfumes and clothes, a little playful chatter about limited stock, and most importantly, a special opening day discount if customers brought their friends along. The results spoke for themselves. By midday, the trickle of curious onlookers had become a flood. Chen Ren stood at the top of the staircase inside the newly opened shop, his gaze sweeping across both the ground floor, where bottles of handmade perfumes were neatly organized, and the first floor, where racks of elegant clothes were being admired and tried on by eager shoppers. It had been slow in the morning, but by afternoon, the shop was packed. Young women, middle-aged women, and even a few curious men wandered between displays, sampling scents and running their fingers over finely tailored fabrics. Too many different conversations filled the air to decipher who's telling what, but he noticed several delighted exclamations as some ladies found a perfume they loved, or a dress that fit just right. During those times, Chen allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. If he was being honest, this was far beyond what he had expected. They had already surpassed the first day sales back in Cloud Mist City, and they still had hours left before closing time. As a result of all of that, he felt his chi steadily building up inside him, constantly surging and filling him. His eyes took it all, moving across the crowded floors, observing everything. He didn't want to miss a single thing about the opening. Even if things seemed to be going smoothly on the surface, he wasn't the type to let his guard down. Now that he knew that they had powerful enemies, it was clear as day that opening day was as good a time as it gets to strike and make someone suffer. Snuff it out before their maul could even spread its wings. Even the thought sent a light shudder through him. He wanted nothing more than for the opening to go drama-free. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a presence. He looked to his side, seeing Yalen approach quietly, and took a seat beside him on the staircase. Her ears were swiveled toward where all the noise was coming from, and when Chen looked at her, he saw how her amber eyes were scanning the crowd, just like he was. But her pupils were dilated. Whiskers pushed forward and awaited some sort of trouble. He was used to this trance now. She was on alert. She was the only person, aside from Hong Yi, who had followed him to Jingxi. Hong Yi, however, had already returned to the sect after Chen had inspected his puppets in action and assigned him the task of creating more. It was a mission Hong Yi had eagerly accepted, leaving Chen with Yalan. Chen asked through their mental connection. "Did you find anything?" Yalan's lips barely moved as she responded telepathically. "Nothing suspicious. No cultivators, at least. It's pretty peaceful. Just mortals, as far as I can tell. Though, there were a few mortals who lingered around the booths and quietly observed before slipping away, but I couldn't tell if they were from the Union or just random passersby." Chen nodded slightly. "It's fine. I fully expect the Union to be aware of how big our opening day is. We've made enough noise that they'd have to be blind not to notice. Besides, after their last attempt to sabotage us, we were never going to stay low-key for long." Yalan grunted in his mind and meowed next to him. After a moment, Chen gaze flicked toward her, and he asked with a hint of dry amusement, "And what about our captured princesses? By now, they're probably wishing for death, if only to escape the humiliation." She glanced at him. "They can't even get through their chains, and you've drained all their chi." It's been humbling for them. Good. They had captured them for a reason, and he wasn't about to let them slip away anytime soon. I've seen a few Shreying clan members snooping around the city, though. They're clearly searching for them, but the redirection arrays are still working, at least for now. Chen hummed. "Let's keep it that way. The longer we keep them off our trail, the better. But stay ready. If anyone tries to make a move, I want to know about it immediately." "Understood," Chen nodded, his thoughts shifting back to the first thing he had done after arriving in Jingxi, putting Yalan to work as their scout. The cat wasn't the type to pour all her strength into helping him, unless she thought he was on the verge of failing. But she was supportive enough to lend a hand, especially when it came to stealth. With her feline agility and nimble movements, slipping through alleyways and keeping out of sight came naturally to her. It hadn't taken long for Yalan to track down useful leads and scope out potential dangers. Unfortunately, their progress had been limited. They weren't able to get into the inner areas of any Union member estates. Those places had been locked down tight. The outer areas were easy enough to check, but the inner estates? All of them were warded with arrays, and even with their skills, snooping around would set off alarms. If someone tries to force their way in, they would break, alerting whoever's handling them. Basically, it was like walking into a wasp's nest. That was something they couldn't afford yet. "So, what are you planning to do with those princesses, anyway? They're kind of useless right now, aren't they?" she asked, looking towards him. "I have plans for them. They're still cultivators, and they're witnesses to everything the Shuang clan has done. The clan head won't want people like that getting captured. In his eyes, it'd be better for them to die than to be left alive as liabilities." "Are your plans going to start soon, then?" "Hopefully," Chen replied. "I just need to wait for the right timing. For now, I'm watching and waiting to see what the Union does next." "You've been waiting for a long time," They've gone quiet. Completely silent. Actually. I know. But that's exactly why I can't relax. So, you've finally become paranoid, huh? Shenren glanced at her, a dry smile playing on his face. I prefer to call it being prepared. Sure, whatever you call it, you are still paranoid. He didn't say anything to that, knowing Yalen was right. He had become paranoid, and there was no denying it. The constant waiting, the feeling of being on edge, always expecting something to go wrong. It wasn't a pleasant way to live. And honestly, that was probably exactly what the Union wanted. If this was some kind of mental tactic, it was working, at least for now. But Chenren was also certain that whatever they had planned, they wouldn't wait much longer after seeing how successful the mall's opening day had turned out. He could practically feel the tension building, like a string pulled taut, ready to snap at any moment. Actually, Yalen said suddenly, paranoia isn't all that bad for a cultivator. Chenren glanced at her, as if asking, "What do you mean?" "The longest-lived cultivators are always paranoid," she continued, stretching lazily, but keeping her sharp, cat-like gaze fixed on him. "They move to get stronger, always expecting a blade to hit their neck at any time. It's how they survive." Chenren let out a low breath. That sounds like a pretty hard way to live. Before he could finish, a loud voice cut through the hum of chatter below. Chenren's head snapped toward the sound, his body already tense as he stepped down the stairs a bit to get a better look. His eyes quickly locked onto the source of the commotion, a man dressed in extremely fine robes, standing near one of the counters on the first floor. He looked like the typical young master of some influential family, and he wasn't alone. A small group of lackeys stood behind him, nodding and murmuring in agreement as he argued with Linger. The man's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of nearby customers, and Chenren felt his jaw tighten. Is the Union finally making a move? Without wasting a second, he moved quickly down the stairs, moving through the crowd to intercept the situation before it escalated into something bigger. As he drew closer, he caught part of the conversation. "You don't know who I am, do you?" the young master was saying. He rolled his eyes as if she'd made the worst mistake, not knowing who he was. "Yunji Lian, I belong to the Yunji clan. My father won't be happy to hear that you're treating us unfairly." Linger, to her credit, didn't back down. She stood her ground while still maintaining a respectable trance, her hands clutched in front of her. "Young master, we're not being unfair," she said evenly. "We only give the discount if you've brought more people with you, as per the rules." Lian scoffed, gesturing dramatically at the small group of followers behind him. "Don't you see? I did bring people with me. Are you blind?" "No, young master. I see them," the maid replied, nodding politely. "But they need to actually buy something, too? They aren't purchasing anything right now, and because of that, they don't qualify for the discount. Nor do you." Shinren's eyes narrowed as he observed the exchange, his mind already racing. This disagreement wasn't just random. It had all the signs to cause huge trouble. Though he didn't know if the Union had a part to play in this, he wasn't about to stand and find out. For all he knew, it could be some arrogant young master looking to flex his status and buy things cheap. But no, he couldn't let either of the reasons disrupt the opening. The drama was attracting too many eyes, and the longer it dragged on, the harder it would be to smooth things over. He stepped forward with a polite, disarming smile. "Hello, I'm Chenren, the owner here. Can I ask what's going on?" He looked at the man's brown eyes directly, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Lian put his hands in the air. "Finally, someone important," he said, puffing up his chest. "You promised a discount, but you're not giving it." "That's cheating." His voice rose slightly, as though daring Chenren to argue. Chenren didn't respond right away. Instead, he glanced at Linger, who gave him a small shake of her head. He suppressed a sigh. He still couldn't tell yet if this was some minor ploy by the Union to stir up trouble, or just the antics of a self-absorbed brat from a lesser clan. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Either way, he knew he had to deal with it quickly. Thankfully, by now, he'd learned a thing or two about handling this particular brand of arrogance. Turning back to Lian, Chenren kept his tone light, as though he were explaining something simple to a child. young Master Yunji Lian. It's not cheating. The discount applies only when the people you bring also make a purchase. It's not enough just to bring them along. They have to actually buy something, too. The latter opened his mouth to retort, but Chen Ren smoothly cut him off before he could say anything. I get, it's just a misunderstanding, Chen Ren said, but I'm also pretty sure that someone as wealthy and influential as young Master Yunji Lian can easily afford to pay for his friends, too. He smiled slightly, letting the words sink in. And, if I may say so, that kind of generosity would definitely earn you even more admiration from the ladies here. At that, the young master blinked and glanced around, finally noticing the crowd that had gathered. Several young women, dressed in fine robes, were watching the scene with barely concealed amusement. Some were whispering to each other, while others openly stared, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Ren could practically see the shift in the young master's demeanor as he realized just how much attention he was getting. His outburst had turned him into the center of attention, and not necessarily in a flattering way. But Chen Ren's words had given him an easy out, a chance to turn the situation around and save face. The young master's face immediately flushed, realizing that, in his anger, he'd come across as stingy in front of several young women. His eyes darted around nervously, and Chen Ren noticed the moment recognition dawned. He must have spotted a few familiar faces, likely young ladies from clans as prominent as his own. Chen Ren knew exactly how much value these young masters placed on their reputations. Just reminding the guy of how much he was losing by continuing this outburst was enough to make him straighten up. The young master shot Chen Ren a sharp glare, his face still red with embarrassment, and forced a stiff smile. His hand wiped his hair thrice in a row. I understand, he said through gritted teeth. It was a simple misunderstanding. I'll return later with money for my men. Without waiting for a reply, he spun on his heel and bolted out of the store, his lackeys scrambling to follow. Chen Ren stood there for a moment, quietly watching the young master retreating back. He half expected the brat to cause more trouble later, but for now, at least the situation seemed under control. Yelin's voice broke his focus. I doubt he's related to the Union, she said with a dry chuckle. That was just a stupid, spoiled guy. No schemes this time. Hearing that, Chen Ren exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. I know, do you? He looked back at where Yelin was and saw her giving him a pointed look. I know you're paranoid, but you need to relax before you lose your mind. Yes, okay, I get it. Even as he said it, he tried to steady his breathing. After a month of constant vigilance, waiting for the Union's next move, it felt like something could happen at any moment. That constant tension had kept him sharp, but it was also slowly wearing him down. If he stayed on edge like this, he'd just end up deteriorating before the real fight began. Yalin, smug as always, gave him a knowing look before flicking her tail lazily and leaping to a nearby windowsill. Shaking his head, Chen Ren turned to Linger. Take care of the mall for now. I'll be back soon. She nodded without hesitation, already turning to resume her duties. Chen Ren stepped outside, breathing in the crisp air as he strolled through the streets. With all the work that had piled up, he'd barely had time to explore the city properly. Now seemed like a good time to fix that, and maybe even do a bit of research for his next line of products, and hope that no problem would come up while he would be out, though. At this point, he was welcoming anything so he could put an end to the Union altogether. Hanji woke abruptly to the distant sound of a rooster crowing. Her eyes snapped open, wide with alarm, as her hand instinctively reached for the blade that should have been at her side. But her fingers grasped at nothing, meeting only the rough fabric of her blanket. She blinked, her heart hammering, until the cool morning breeze drifted in through the small window, brushing softly against her skin. Slowly, her pulse calmed, and her tense body began to relax as the reality of where she was set in. This wasn't an ambush. There was no battle, no danger lurking around the corner. She was in her room, in a quiet, peaceful village. Safe, meadow village. That was where she was. She took a deep breath and sat up, pushing back the thin blanket. As the last remnants of fear ebbed away, she glanced around the small room. It was humble, barely furnished, with a worn wooden chair in one corner and a shelf holding a few essentials. From what she'd been told, it had once been a storage room, but Tang Shulan had given it to her, knowing that she valued her privacy. It wasn't much. She'd lived in larger rooms before, far larger. But it was better than sleeping on the streets, better than waking up to the cold stones of alleyways and the constant fear of being found. Here, she could breathe. Soon, her drowsiness began to fade. She stretched, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, and mentally ticked off her tasks for the day. First, she'd help with breakfast, even if her cooking wasn't the best. After that, there were the lessons. Since Tang Shulan had discovered that she could read and write, she'd asked her to teach some of the illiterate mortals in their sect. Anji had agreed, not just out of obligation, but because she'd found that she enjoyed it. It was better than doing the endless menial tasks that many others in the sect had been saddled with. Teaching gave her a purpose, even if it wasn't exactly the life she'd imagined for herself. She sat there for a few more moments, watching the morning light stretch across the floorboards. Then, with a soft sigh, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up. As she reached for her shoes, she suddenly paused, frowning. There was something she'd forgotten. She turned back to the bed and rummaged beneath the shelf, her fingers brushing against a small, smooth object. Pulling it out, she glanced down at the cylindrical tube in her hand. It was the latest creation that sect leader Chen had designed before he'd left for the city. After finalizing a few prototypes, he'd instructed Tang Shulan to test them, and in turn, Shulan had asked Anji to try one out. They'd called it a lipstick. The tube felt rough against her skin as she examined it. It was sleek and surprisingly well made, even if made from wood. When she twisted the base, the top of the lipstick extended upward, revealing a vivid crimson stick with a faint sheen. She rubbed the tip with her finger and saw how beautifully the crimson stuck to her skin. But she knew this goes on her lips. She tilted her head, leaning closer to the small, cracked mirror mounted on the wall. Slowly, she raised the lipstick to her lips and swiped it gently across them. The texture was smooth and creamy, spreading easily. And as it touched her lips, she tasted a faint hint of something sweet honey, maybe, or a subtle floral note that lingered just enough to be pleasant without overwhelming. She pressed her lips together, savoring the strange but not unpleasant sensation. For a brief moment, her reflection caught her off guard. The vibrant red brought out the faint rosiness in her cheeks, making her face look softer, more alive. It was a small difference, but it felt nice. Almost as though it wasn't just her lips that had changed, but something inside her too. Anji touched her lips lightly, feeling the subtle warmth the lipstick left behind, before setting the tube down carefully on the shelf. Then she straightened her back, smoothed out her tunic, and walked to the door. It wasn't bad. The texture on her lips reminded Anji of the fine powder she used to pat onto them in her teenage years, trying to keep them from drying and cracking during harsh winters. But this lipstick was far more convenient. No mess, no crumbling, just a single smooth swipe that left a soft protective layer. As she stared at the small tube in her shelf, her thoughts drifted, inevitably landing on the man who'd thought of this. By now, Anji wasn't even surprised at the strange, innovative ideas that seemed to constantly spill from his mind. From the noodles that had made a good profit, even in a place like Cloud Mist City, to products like this, Chenren's thoughts always seemed to leap ahead of what anyone else was doing. And yet, that felt natural, didn't it? After all, he'd been chosen by the Golden Dragon. She had no idea what it truly meant. She hadn't been involved in that fateful event, just nearby when the dragon appeared. And Chenren had escaped with his life intact, due to him even against a demonic cultivator. He never spoke about it, not to her or anyone else. But she didn't need an explanation to know that it marked him for something greater. Maybe that was why she decided to stay close to him. Maybe, deep down, she hoped that by following him, by staying in his orbit, she'd grow strong enough to keep a promise she was currently too powerless to fulfill. Or was that just an excuse? Anji frowned. Was that truly why she stayed? Or was it something else? A fear that she wouldn't be able to walk her own path? She hadn't wanted to admit it for a long time, but the truth was there, in the back of her mind, like a ghost. She was running. Running from the road she was meant to walk. Because it felt terrifying. Because every time she thought about taking that first step, she was overwhelmed by how distant her goal seemed. But wasn't she alive right now to walk that path? Wasn't that the reason she was still breathing? Still moving forward despite everything? Why was she turning away from it? The questions hit her all at once, swirling around her mind, tightening her chest until, knock, knock. Anji, are you coming for breakfast? Tang Shulan's voice rang out. Anji blinked, her mind sluggish as it struggled to adjust from the deep, uncomfortable reflections to the mundane reality in front of her. After a pause, she cleared her throat and called back. Yes, just a minute! She glanced back at the lipstick on the shelf. Then she took a long, slow sigh, as if exhaling the tangle of doubts threatening to choke her. Not now. For now, she would lock those thoughts away. She'd shove them deep into the corners of her mind where they couldn't reach her, where she could feel that fragile peace she'd finally found in this quiet, sleepy village. Squaring her shoulders, Anji smoothed her tunic, reached for the door, and stepped out into the light. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 95. Chen Ren hadn't expected it, but the opening day was simply the prelude to what was about to come. Due to their initiative in marketing, discounts, and the perfumes already being pretty cheap, word of mouth had spread pretty fast. There were now twice the amount of people entering their shop that were on the opening day. The public samples helped, but it wasn't just that. They had recognized some young girls from non-union clans and, in a bid to make sure the product reached as many as possible, gave them free items to advertise within their circles. By the next day, the store was swarming with an even bigger crowd. It wasn't just the perfumes that were flying off the shelves. Even the clothes were being snapped up faster than expected. He even witnessed a few women fighting for the last piece of a certain design. And that spoke volume to him. Yuchu had to ramp up production, bringing in more sewing machines and doubling the workforce to meet the growing demand. It was the ideal scenario for Chen Ren, who realized he'd underestimated the middle class in the city. The people of Jingxi were far more hale than he'd initially thought. In this world, even a middle-class family, who had money to spare, often had more than 2 or 3 children. So, if one member of the family bought a perfume, it was only a matter of time before the others would follow suit, either out of curiosity or because of the absolute effectiveness of the product. On the other hand, this shift in momentum gave him a rush of chi and an unshakable confidence. Finally, he had the public support, and he could feel it. It was time to take on the union. Yet, even after a week of the shop's opening, the union didn't seem to make a move. The Shuiying clan was still looking for their men, but at this point, even they knew they might not be able to find them. But other than that, it was quiet. Too quiet, one might say. Maybe he had misjudged the union. Maybe instead of competing, they might want to collaborate, seeing the potential for mutual profits. That view wasn't unreasonable, because even on Earth, such situations had always existed, and more often than not, they led to lucrative partnerships. He knew that in order to succeed long-term in Jingxi, becoming a part of the union was going to be inevitable. There was no way they could dismantle the whole thing, not when it had its tendrils so deeply embedded in the city. In the end, all merchants simply wanted to make money, but as the days went by, his expectations proved to be wrong. On the 8th day of the mall opening, the calm was finally broken and a problem cropped up. He was on the ground floor, contemplating an offensive lightning technique that he had found in Chen Ren's memories, one that he hadn't had the time to practice yet. He knew the basics and where to begin, but he simply hadn't had the proper time to practice and develop when the drama started. "Hey, I need to talk to the owner." An angry voice came from the entrance. 3 women barged in the store, and the one leading them yelled, making every head on the ground floor turn towards the entrance. For how loud she was, he knew even the second-floor customers might have heard the chaos. Chen Ren looked up from his trance, and noticed the group of people. One look at their faces told him they weren't customers that came to hunt for good perfume or a dress. Apart from the 3 women, there were 2 middle-aged men that entered after them. All of them were sweaty and brimming with anger. The woman's upper lip curled into disdain as she looked around at the store before making a beeline for the counter. Her eyes narrowed down to where Chen Ren sat, right beside the counter. By his fine tunics, they could tell his worth. But he'd been silent, studying their appearance. "Are you the owner of this place?" She spat the last word, as if it was the last thing she wanted to say. Chen Ren straightened up. "Yes, how can I help you?" Before he could even finish his sentence, one of the men pushed a wooden container on the counter, the soft thud of the cylindrical box hitting the surface of it. As if their voices aren't enough, they just have to make a show, Chen Ren thought while still maintaining a neutral expression on his face. Polite, yet unoffended. The man's face twisted in fury as he spat. "I need a refund." You better check this piece of garbage. You sold colored water in the name of perfume to my wife." The other man, clearly in agreement, chimed in. "Say me here. You sold fake perfume to my sister, and I am here to demand a refund. You thought you could scam me out of my hard-earned money. I will complain about you to the city lord." He moved forward and wiped his sweaty brows. The younger woman, who Chen Ren guessed was the sister, among the 5 nodded with a sniffle. Chen Ren blinked. There was no way they could have sold colored water. The perfume bottles were checked thoroughly before being put on the shelves, no exceptions. And colored water? They never created them. The colors of the perfumes were a result of the products infused in them. And to make things worse, there were more and more customers looking at them. He wasn't about to give them a spectacle. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his composure. "How about we deal with this upstairs in my office?" Chen Ren offered, attempting to move the confrontation out of the public eye. "No," the lead man snapped. "We will talk here. Do you want to just sweep this under the rug after selling us such a scammy product?" Sweep under the rug? From the corner of his eye he saw Yucho, who had been upstairs handling the production, stepping down quickly, her eyes scanning the room, studying the men and women whose eyes were on Chen Ren. "What's going on here?" she asked, the noise probably bringing her down. "These men are saying we sold them colored water instead of perfume," Chen replied, taking the eyes off of the men. Yuchu walked closer. "Let me see." She took the container the man had pushed over and turned it around in her hand. The label, even Chen Ren noticed, was extremely similar to their packaging, and now she confirmed so. "This does look like the design of our container, with the brand mark of the Divine Coin Sect on it, but..." She opened the cap and inhaled. "You're right. There's no fragrance in it. Colored water loses it in a couple of hours. This isn't our perfume." Chen Ren felt a tightening in his chest. He had no idea what was going on. But this was the type of attack he'd been waiting for. He had no doubt that the Union was involved in this. He narrowed his eyes at the lead man. "Where did you buy this?" The man, momentarily flustered, turned to his wife, who stood beside him, clearly uncomfortable with the entire situation. She was the one to answer. "From your men?" she said. "But where exactly? Did you get it from our shop here?" "Number." "We got it from one of the stalls that were advertising the perfumes. They sold it to us." The other 2 men nodded in agreement. And Chen Ren's heart dropped as everything clicked into place. The stall was likely one of the offshoots run by the Union or someone working with them. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was deliberate. "Then I'm sorry, but we didn't sell it." That earned multiple gasps from the women that were watching the drama, but it clearly pissed off the 5 people who'd walked in. "What do you mean? We bought it from someone selling it with your shop's name on it. How is that not your responsibility? Mind you, we will not let this go until we get our refund." Chen Ren opened his mouth to explain. But before he could get another word out, the sounds of more commotion from outside rang through the open doorway. More angry shouts came from outside. "Chen Ren, come out. We demand our money back. You better come out before we barge in. Cheap businessmen. We won't let you continue your business here? Come out." "What the fuck?" Chen Ren's eyes went to the door, From the shouts, it looked like there were at least a dozen people outside. "Hold on," Chen Ren said quietly. He exchanged a brief, tense look with Yucho, who had already gone pale. Without wasting another moment, they both moved quickly toward the door, ignoring the remaining angry customers inside for now. This was escalating way quicker than he thought, and as they stepped outside, the sight before them made his stomach twist. It was more than just a dozen people, probably twice, shouting his name and waving perfume bottles in the air. The chants for refunds and demands for their money back rang out, almost deafening. He couldn't decipher and single out any more sentences. His presence turned the roar into an uproar. The union had finally made its move, targeting his reputation and hitting them where it would hurt the most public perception. His heart sank, and he felt a headache start to form at the back of his skull. Yuchu stood next to him, her face pale as the enormity of the situation dawned on her too. A few of their guards moved to contain the crowd, but they were vastly outnumbered. The guards flanked Yucho and Chenren, positioning themselves in protective stances. But even Chenren knew it was more of a formality than a real defense. The crowd was simply too large, and the situation was growing too volatile. Chenren didn't need protection. He stepped forward, trying to calm his mind. The union had taken its time, but now they had set in motion a scheme that would tear apart the goodwill he'd worked so hard to build. They had carefully orchestrated this an attack on his reputation, one that was already doing its damage. He stood firm, facing the mob of angry customers. His fingers flexed at his sides, and he could feel his chi stir, but he knew better than to act rashly. For now, he needed to think, to strategize. He couldn't afford to make the situation worse by responding in anger. The crowd was only growing, and their demands for a refund echoed through the streets, but he knew there was more to this than just a simple misunderstanding. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. In a way, this made sense. In a psychotic, evil way. The union had used the same tactic he had used to market his products, attracting attention through crowds, but this time, it was being used against him. The union had turned his own methods back on him, but with malicious intent. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture meant to command attention. "Everyone, I'm Chen Ren," he said. "Please calm down, so I can deal with whatever problems you're having." The crowd stilled for a brief moment, but then a man from the mob shouted, his voice full of accusation. "You sold us fake perfumes. Give our money back!" Chen Ren turned to face him, unwavering. "Did you buy it from me?" He asked the same question as he asked before. The latter hesitated, glancing at the others before replying, "Number, but it was from your men." Chen Ren's eyes narrowed. "How do you know that?" "It has the mark of your shop on it. You can't fool us." The accusations hung in the air, the murmurs growing louder once again to a point where he couldn't hear his own thoughts. The angry men, in the middle of the day, drawing more and more attention from the passerby, felt like a cruel joke. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing his chi, letting the energy surge slightly through his body, infusing his voice with a subtle but commanding resonance. "Please," he said, his voice cutting through the noise with an authority that only a cultivator could wield. "Calm down." They all hushed. Realizing that he was a cultivator, Chen Ren took the opportunity to speak again. "I know you all have been fooled, but trust me, Heavenly Fragrances had nothing to do with it. Those are not our products. Someone has made them and sold them to all of you, scamming you. Although I'm sorry for what happened, Heavenly Fragrances wasn't involved." There was a brief silence, the crowd still simmering with doubt. Finally, one woman stepped forward, her voice hesitant but filled with suspicion. "But they have your mark on their bottles." The mark of our bottles. It gave him an idea. He stood a little taller and nodded, acknowledging the concern. A sudden wave of confidence rushed over him as he knew just how to stop this chaos at once. Yes, they had the engravings, but Heavenly Fragrances had done much more than just engraving the Divine Coin Sect mark on the front. Chen Ren wanted to create something luxurious, and with Yucho's help, he had done exactly that, right down to the packaging. Yes, but only in the outer engraving. It's a cheap imitation, not something we've ever sold. He turned to one of the guards positioned near Yucho, the man's attention sharp as he stood ready. "Get me a bottle from inside," Chen Ren instructed. The guard nodded and moved swiftly into the store. Chen Ren kept his gaze on the crowd, letting the tension linger in the air, but with a sense of control now radiating from him. As he waited, he could already sense the growing anticipation of the crowd. Some were still whispering and throwing comments regardless of his words, but he stood ground, staring at them directly, showing them that he couldn't be manipulated into accepting responsibility that wasn't his to begin with. Fortunately, the guard returned soon, a bottle in hand. Chen Ren took it, holding it up for the crowd to see, his voice ringing clear and authoritative. Although it has an outer carving of the sect mark, there is one on the inside too, with a focused expression. Chen Ren used his strength to delicately peel away a thin layer of wood from the bottle, just enough to reveal the inner engraving. He held it up for everyone to see. The mark was crude, obviously hastily made, much less refined than the one on the outside. But it was there. "See," he said. "We haven't just carved out the brand mark on the outside, but inside too. This is how we do it. We ensure the mark is there, solid and clear." He turned to one of the men in the crowd. "Can you give me one of your bottles?" The man hesitated, but then handed over one of the offending bottles, his grip tight with frustration. Chen Ren took it, and without hesitation, peeled it open in the same manner, spilling the colored water on the ground and revealing the complete lack of a brand mark inside. The engraving was missing entirely. Chen Ren held it up for all to see, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Like you can see," he said, "these bottles are not from us. Someone has counterfeited them and is selling them in our name. I know you all are troubled, but this isn't our fault." The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment. Slowly, expressions of realization began to settle on their faces, but there was no denying the dissatisfaction still bubbling underneath. A few murmurs rippled through the crowd before one woman stepped forward, her voice trembling with frustration. "But we spent a good amount of money on it. I used up my savings of months to buy this." Chen Ren's heart clenched as the woman's words sank in, and he could see others nodding in agreement. "I spent my entire monthly savings," another woman added, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I thought I was buying something worth it." The anger and regret in their voices were palpable. Chen Ren felt his chest tighten. This was a blow to his reputation, one he hadn't been prepared for. The stall where the counterfeit products had been sold, where was it now? It probably wasn't there anymore, or these people won't have come here. But again, they'd placed trust in a brand, in something they believed in, and it had been betrayed. He could already sense the rumblings of dissatisfaction spreading through the crowd, like a wildfire. Even if they walked away knowing that the issue wasn't directly tied to heavenly fragrances, the damage had been done. The trust they might have in the brand was shaken. And worse yet, if word of this got out, the gossip and rumors could tarnish everything he had worked for. He swallowed, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. A solution had to be found, one that would satisfy the crowd and repair the damage to his reputation. The problem was that even if he hadn't been involved, they were still holding the bag. He didn't have time to waste. "I understand your frustration," he said. "I truly do. But please, listen to me. This is an issue of counterfeit goods, and we will work to ensure that whoever is behind this is held accountable." He paused, feeling the weight of their gazes. "However, I also understand the predicament you are in. You've spent your hard-earned money on these products, expecting quality, and I can't ignore that." A few of the people in the crowd murmured in agreement, their eyes expectant. Chen Ren's gaze sharpened as a plan began to form in his mind. "Here's what I'll do," he said. "If you've bought these bottles from the stall selling them under our name, bring them to us. We will offer you a full refund or exchange it for our actual products at no extra cost. You won't leave here empty-handed." What he was saying, it wasn't an immediate fix, but it was something that would help ease the tension and rebuild the trust that had been fractured. Even grow it. And Chen Ren continued, feeling the pressure lift just a little. "We will personally investigate and make sure those responsible are found and held accountable. I will not let this tarnish the name of Heavenly Fragrances. You have my word. Now, I need you all to bring the bottles you've purchased to us, and we'll handle this the right way." "That's amazing. Thank you," a woman said, her hands in the air as she broke into a wide grin. People mirrored her expression and soon began to move inside. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, the situation was under control. But the gnawing sense that this was only the beginning of a larger battle didn't leave him. He exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting to Yuchu as she walked up beside him, her expression tight with concern. "This will take away from our profits," she said with a sigh. "A good chunk. We're giving it away for free." Chenren's eyes hardened as he looked out at the crowd, who were now filing in, eager to get their hands on the real product. "Reputation is far more important at this stage," he said. "We can't afford to lose it. Not now, not when we've just begun to build something good." Yuchu crossed her arms, her lips tight with frustration. But more people are going to come in with the fake perfumes sooner or later. What then? Are we just going to keep handing out free products? Chenren gave a single nod. "Yes, I understand. We can't keep giving them free perfume forever, and we won't. But right now, we need to prove that heavenly fragrances stand for integrity. We can't afford to let falsehoods spread. This will buy us some time, but we can't let them flood the market with counterfeits." Yuchu's gaze softened slightly, but she still looked troubled. "So, what's the plan then?" "You're going after the counterfeiters, right?" It was a good question. The moment he knew this was what the union had planned all along, he knew exactly what to do. "Yes, going after the counterfeiters, but more than that. I'm going after the union itself." "What do you mean?" "I was waiting for the perfume shop to stabilize before I started dismantling them." He wiped the sweat that had formed in his own brows. "But I don't think I can wait any longer. We can't let them continue to undermine everything we've worked for. I will do the one thing that unions always have a hard time against: internal strife. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here,